Chapter 2507. Boom! With a huge tremor, the restrictive force was almost completely shattered by the heavenly thunder. Countless tiny threads of lightning flickered around Fairy Xianxia. As the restrictive force was shattered, the innate primordial water annihilated Yunbai in a flash. Yunbai only had time to scream and her eyes were dazed, as if her divine sense had been lost in the innate primordial water. Furthermore, the flesh and blood on her body quickly dissipated, and the exposed white bones were also quickly annihilated by the blue waves. Seeing this, Mingyu could not help but gasp. She had long heard of the ferocious reputation of the innate primordial water. Seeing it today, it really lived up to its name and was even worse. Then, Mingyu quietly put away the message talisman in her hand. She raised her head and looked at the sky. A few miles away, there was still the rumbling of thunder, but in the sky, there was a small figure stepping on the sound of thunder, calmly rushing over. This is, which senior brother of the Imperial Thunder sect? Mingyu's eyes lit up. She knew that this cultivator from afar was using the thunder escape technique of the Imperial Thunder sect. The pure thunder control technique just now could only be used by the Imperial Thunder sect's late Golden Core stage disciples, or even nascent soul stage disciples. Looking at the blue-robed swordsman, who had flown half a mile to the battlefield and saw that his restrictive technique had been destroyed by Xiaohua's heavenly thunder and Yunbai had died, his figure also stopped in midair, coldly looking at the source of the sound of thunder. When Xiaohua came closer, a trace of disappointment flashed across Mingyu's eyes. She saw that Xiaohua was only the height of an ordinary person and was a little fat. The Imperial Thunder sect's robe was bulging, and he looked very uncomfortable. Looking at his appearance, he was abnormally ordinary. If he was thrown into e.g., no one would be able to recognize him. However, Mingyu did not dare to be negligent. She hurriedly went forward and saluted. Mingyu of the Huanhua sect greets senior brother of the Imperial Thunder sect. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Go and command the battle. Leave this guy to me." Seeing that Xiaohua did not mention his name, Mingyu was even more disappointed. She could only whisper, "Yes, Mingyu understands." At this moment, Fairy Xianxia had already broken free from the remaining shackles. She barely managed to grab the storage pouch that had not been corroded by the Xiantian primordial water and retracted the ice phoenix celestial body into her body. An unprecedented sense of exhaustion emerged from within her body. "I really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Fairy Xianxia smiled bitterly. "What my dear Xiao can do, I may not be able to do." However, when she turned her head to look at Xiaohua, she was stunned again. Xiaohua? That's right, how could the current Xiaohua be her lover? However, when Fairy Xianxia saw Xiaohua's unintentional glance at her, she came to a realization. This is Sister's sky-stealing sun-swapping secret technique. Back then, Big Sister could only barely change her appearance, but Xiao Lang could actually transform into such a person. Unfortunately, no matter how he changed his appearance, the look in his eyes could not be concealed. Hee. Thinking of this, Fairy Xianxia smiled sweetly. She reached out her hand again and took out an ordinary water-type magic treasure from her storage pouch. She raised it into the air and flew into another battle. However, Fairy Xiao's action of killing Yunbai was too shocking. The swordsmen and cultivators around her had all seen it. Which swordsman would still fight with her? After killing a few swordsmen who could not escape, Fairy Xianxia took a deep breath and stood upright in midair. Bright Moon's opponent, Yunbai, had been killed by Fairy Xianxia. Fairy Xianxia couldn't use an ordinary swordsman to fight. She pointed her finger, and the transcendent artifact, Bright Moon, turned into a round disc and flew into the sky, covering her. She transmitted her voice softly, "Xianxia, come over here." "Yes, Martial Aunt Mingyu." Fairy Xianxia smiled at her martial aunt who had always taken care of her and obediently flew into the light of Mingyu. With this senior brother from the Imperial Thunder sect, we have nothing to worry about in this battle. Mingyu whispered to Mingyu as she looked at Xiaohua, who had come over with his hands behind his back. There was not a trace of magic power around him. Although Mingyu said so, the one who was worried about Xiao Hua was Fairy Xianxia. Fairy Xianxia still looked on worriedly. She looked at Xiao Hua, who was standing quietly in the sky a few hundred feet away. In front of him, half a mile away, the blue-robed swordsman was also looking at Xiao Hua coldly. This blue-robed swordsman was completely different from Xiao Hua. Not only was his figure much taller, even his sturdiness was not something that Xiao Hua could compare to. What was special was that the swordsman's face and head were squarish. Even his sturdy body was squarish. Furthermore, where Xiao Hua stood, the cold wind blew, causing Xiao Hua's Daoist robe to flutter. Although the golden light around Xiao Hua's body was slightly overflowing, it was still slightly weaker than the blue-robed swordsman. This was because, within 1 zhang of the blue-robed swordsman, there was no sound of wind. Not even a corner of his blue robe was blown. It was as if it was a silent space. The two experts stood high in the sky. Even Mingyu was a few hundred feet away from them, not to mention the ordinary cultivators and swordsmen. They all stayed far away, giving them a few hundred feet of space. They were afraid that the battle between the two would affect them. Fairy Xianxia bit her lips and muttered in her heart. After all, Xiao Hua's cultivation was only at the late foundation establishment stage. How could he face a third-grade illusory swordsman? Right at this moment, there was a small commotion in the distance. Oh? Mingyu frowned and used her divine sense to scan the area. She saw that the injured Kenshin was fleeing here and the Imperial Thunder Sect disciple was fighting and retreating. She was stunned. Strange. The Imperial Thunder Sect's senior brother did not go to help the Imperial Thunder Sect disciple. Why did he come to the battlefield of my Rinsing Flower Sect? This question. Not to mention the 100,000 people in the Seven Extremes Ridge, even if all the cultivators in the Sky Patrol City were included, only the person beside Mingyu could answer it. Fairy Hongxia's heart was filled with unconcealable sweetness. Mingyu originally wanted to provide support to Kenshin. However, she saw that although Kenshin was seriously injured, there was no illusory swordsman chasing after him. Furthermore, the retreat of the Imperial Thunder Sect and the other two sects' disciples was orderly. It was not the kind of situation where an army would collapse like a mountain. Mingyu then sent out a few message talismans and ordered all the Huanhua sect's disciples to prepare to provide support. She then stood in midair with Fairy Xianxia and watched the fight between Xiao Hua and the blue-robed swordsman. After all, as long as Xiao Hua won, this battle would be more than half won. If Xiao Hua lost, they could only escape. It was a pity that the two main characters of the battle were standing quietly in the air. Now, it had been the time to drink a cup of tea and they had no intention of fighting. Yes, how could they fight? How could Xiao Hua fight with the blue-robed swordsman? No one knew what the blue-robed swordsman was thinking. Anyway, Xiao Hua was very embarrassed at this moment. Although he had sacrificially refined the Kunlun mirror, that thing was two hungs. There were tens of thousands of disciples in the field. If they were not careful, they would definitely reveal it. Could the Imperial Thunder Sect escape the investigation of the Shui region's spiritual master? Even if Xiao Hua did not return to Sky Patrol City, he was afraid that it would be difficult to explain, right? Wishful staff. That was the thing that Xiao Hua would be famous for in the future. Now that he had changed his appearance, it was even more impossible to take it out. In short, after thinking for a long time, Xiao Hua really wanted to cry but had no tears. Forget it, I'll just stand here. Maybe I can scare this guy away. Xiao Hua had the demeanor of a loud voice. However, the blue-robed swordsman was also shy. Obviously, the restrictive power of his hand was extremely powerful, but when it came close, it stopped. His red and yellow eyes stared at Xiao Hua, but he did not make a move at all. This extremely strange scene did not change in the slightest until Kenshin staggered and flew to Mingyu's side. Seeing the Imperial Thunder Sect's Golden Core disciple standing in the air, Kenshin's eyes stared straight. Fellow Daoist Kan. Mingyu inquired in a low voice, which senior brother of your sect is this? Kenshin's eyes stared straight at Xiao Hua's side. With a voice that even he himself felt embarrassed, he replied, this this can does not know. This can, does not seem to know this senior brother. Isn't he the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple in this great battle? Mingyu asked curiously, looking at his Daoist robe. It seems so. Kanshing smiled bitterly. If it was an ordinary early-stage Golden Core disciple, this can might not recognize him. But this senior brother, just now, he seemed to have used the lightning evasion technique to control lightning. This, his cultivation, is at least late-stage Golden Core, right? How could this cannot recognize this kind of nascent soul senior brother in one step? However, this senior brother's cultivation, I'm afraid it's even higher than senior brother Qian Mo. How could he come to the 7 Extremes mountain range? If he's just passing by, then why is he wearing the Daoist robe of a participating disciple? Moreover, this Qian was in a very dangerous situation just now. If not for risking my life, I almost died. How could senior brother come here? Kanshing had a stomach full of puzzlement, but this did not delay him from quickly taking a healing pill. With Mingyu by his side, with this Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple who was even more powerful than Qian Mo, he would not worry about Ruoxi's damaged sword origin. When Kanshing was taking the pill, Mingyu explained the situation just now in a low voice. Kanshing was so shocked that the jade bottle almost fell. What? Directly controlling heavenly lightning? Damn it, this should be a nascent soul cultivator's divine ability, right? Which senior brother from the Heavenly Thunder Palace is this? Kanshing's brain juice was being racked. It's that powerful? Mingyu was also slightly stunned. She did not expect the difficulty of controlling heavenly lightning to be so high. That's right. Kanshing suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and said in a low voice, our Imperial Thunder Sect's secret technique can only be used after reaching the nascent soul realm to communicate with the power of heaven and earth and control heavenly lightning. That's not right. Mingyu said curiously, this concubine has personally seen Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples using magic treasures, such as flying swords, to guide heavenly lightning down. TCH, how can that be compared? Kanshing curled his lips and said in a low voice, that's because there's a lightning attracting array inside the magic treasure. What's even more lazy is that the magic treasure contains lightning and can borrow a bit of heavenly lightning's power to use. Fellow Daoist Mingyu, didn't you see this senior brother of mine? He doesn't have any magic treasures or the like in his hands, but he's guiding lightning with his bare hands. This is a secret technique of my Imperial Thunder Sect that is not passed on. There are only a few people in the sect who can do it, hee. While speaking, Ruoxi also flew over. Behind her in the distance was formless sword Guyu. Ruoxi also looked at Xiao Hua and the blue-robed swordsman in astonishment. She then scanned the entire battlefield but did not see any trace of Yunbai. When she found a sword cultivator to ask, her face revealed a miserable expression. At the same time, her furious gaze also fell on Mingyu. Chapter 2508. However, it was clear that the only sword cultivators were the blue-robed swordsman and Ruoxi. As for the cultivators, there were 2 from the Imperial Thunder Sect and 1 from the Huanhua Sect. Ruoxi was definitely not a match for Mingyu and Kansheng. Ruoxi was very clear about the blue-robed swordsman's calmness. When she flew to the left and whispered a few words, the blue-robed swordsman didn't even frown, as if he didn't hear her. However, when Ruoxi retreated, the blue-robed swordsman asked in a deep voice, I'm Ji of the Copper Bell Sect. Who are you from the Imperial Thunder Sect? Nameless. Xiao Hua saw that this swordsman was actually so calm and still wanted to ask for his name. He hesitated slightly before answering. Nameless. Good name. Ji didn't care whether Xiao Hua concealed his name or not. He nodded, this Ji can fight with an expert from the Imperial Thunder Sect. This trip to the 7 Extremes Mountains was not in vain. Please, Xiao Hua's pupils shrank, and he raised his hand. Alright, since Brother Nameless won't fight, then, this Ji won't be polite. Ji cupped his fists, and his body emitted a faint earthen yellow brilliance. His figure gradually accelerated as he flew towards Xiao Hua. Oh. Xiao Hua's magic power surged as he waved his hand. When he was about to take out a demonic tool, he saw the brilliance around Ji Ye's body and couldn't help but be stunned. This brilliance seems very familiar. Why is it similar to the cloud-suppressing seal? Copper Bell Sect? Xiao Hua suddenly thought of Ji Ye's self-introduction, and his eyes flashed with a trace of understanding. This young master knows, this Ji Yi is a tool cultivator. Ha ha ha, I understand, no wonder he didn't make the first move. It turns out, he doesn't have a magic weapon. He himself is a magic weapon. The corner of Xiao Hua's mouth twitched. He finally understood why the two of them confronted each other for so long. However, he immediately felt a chill in his heart. He hadn't encountered many weapon cultivators in this battle, and the highest realm he had encountered was only at the drawing sword realm. However, this Ji Yi actually had a cultivation of the 3rd grade of the illusory sword realm, and he had refined a magic treasure into his body. Xiao Hua really lacked this kind of experience in direct combat with magic treasures. Looking at Ji Ye's body, the earthen yellow brilliance became increasingly brilliant, and a kind of valiant force involuntarily diffused throughout the entire battlefield. As for Xiao Hua, who bore the brunt of this, he felt that the true essence in his body had already been obstructed, making it difficult for him to circulate it smoothly. Roar! Xiao Hua raised his head and roared. The sound of thunder also came from his body. Rumble. Tiny threads of thunder surged out from his body. At the same time, his body suddenly rushed out. It was as if he was stepping on rolling thunder. Imperial thunder shock. Imperial lightning shock. It was Imperial thunder shock. It's not Imperial lightning travel. Can Sheng was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Previously, he was already shocked by Xiao Hua's lightning escape technique, but when he heard the loud sound of Xiao Hua's Imperial lightning travel technique, he cried out involuntarily, I have finally seen Imperial lightning travel in my lifetime. Fellow Daoist Mingyu was rather astonished to see Ken Sheng lose his composure. She said in a low voice, Is Imperial thunder shock very difficult to cultivate? It's more than difficult. Can Sheng blurted out, but after he finished speaking, he regretted it and said in a low voice, This is a secret of my Imperial thunder sect. Forgive me for not being able to say it out loud. Nonsense, Master Qian Lazy had only cultivated to the edge of the 2nd layer of the lightning eclipse. He hadn't even stepped into Imperial thunder shock. This Golden Core senior brother was already at the 3rd stage of the lightning eclipse. Do you think Ken Sheng could casually reveal this? Wang Ji Yi had already turned into a shooting star. The earthen yellow brilliance was exceptionally dazzling. The strength of the confinement force surrounding him was fluctuating. As he flew, all of the magic tools and magic treasures within 100 zhang of him, including flying swords, were vibrating. They were all not under the control of cultivators and swordsmen's divine senses. They slightly trembled in midair and emitted frightening cries. At this moment, Mingyu also understood. As an equipment cultivator, it was normal for Ji Yi to be able to use his divine sense to isolate her connection with her magic treasure Mingyu. Looking at Xiao Hua again, his figure was also blurry. He was like a bolt of lightning. Even the might of wind and thunder surrounding his body was not the least bit inferior to Ji Ye's. Senior brother Nameless, what are you doing? Seeing Xiao Hua also clenching his fists and rushing over, Ken Sheng was dumbstruck. A golden core cultivator was actually competing in physical strength with an equipment cultivator. Wasn't this just stupid? Both of them were using all of their strength. The distance of a few li was closed in an instant. Even Ji Yi was bewildered. He didn't know why Xiao Hua still hadn't taken out his magic treasure at this time. His other hidden hand could only fall through in vain. But at this moment, Ji suddenly felt a needle-like feeling in his Naiwan palace. Oh? Ji Yi laughed involuntarily. He clearly understood that this was definitely a divine ability that Xiao Hua used with his divine sense. Unfortunately, he was currently an equipment cultivator. He simply didn't fear this kind of secret technique. Indeed, Xiao Hua really couldn't think of any method. He flew to the center and used the soul-piercing technique. Who would have thought that Ji Ye's Naiwan palace was like a lump of stubborn stone? His divine sense was instead pierced. Fight! Ji Ye's scarlet-yellow eyes didn't even blink. He clenched his fists and smashed them towards the charging Xiao Hua's body. Senior martial brother, Kenshin couldn't help but clench his fists. He clearly understood that if this fist smashed onto the body, not to mention a mid or late gold core cultivator, even a nascent soul cultivator absolutely wouldn't be able to withstand it. Since Kenshin was so anxious, there was no need to mention Fairy Hongxia's worry. She really didn't understand why Xiao Hua didn't take out his magic treasure. Could it be that he gave me his magic treasure and didn't have it himself? This kind of lover. Good, today this old man wants to see if your equipment cultivator's body is stronger, or if my Imperial Thunder Sex body cultivator is stronger. Xiao Hua's arrogant voice rose from afar. It really made everyone's eyes pop out. Xiao Hua actually also clenched his fist and smashed it towards Ji Ye's fist. Rumble. It was practically a world-shaking tremor. Waves of air soared into the sky from between the two people. Within several hundred zhang, all the magic tools, magic treasures, and flying swords lost control. They were sent flying by Ji Ye's uncontrollable confinement power and the countless tiny lightning bolts that rose from Xiao Hua's body. The swordsmen and cultivators who were fighting turned pale with fright. This kind of power had already surpassed a fight between golden core cultivators. They couldn't help but connect to their magic treasures and immediately flew up again, leaving the several hundred zhang space for the two people who made them feel inconceivable. The cultivators and swordsmen who were fighting might not have seen clearly, but the cultivators and swordsmen who were secretly watching the fight were dumbstruck. They saw the two people colliding with each other with their bare hands. That Ji Ye's face was expressionless as he stood majestically. Even his blue robe didn't move in the slightest. But what about Xiao Hua? As if he was struck by a heavy blow, he was thrown into the air. However, Xiao Hua, who was accompanied by this flash of lightning, flew up 5 zhang and immediately laughed wildly. A string of afterimages flashed and rushed towards Ji Yi again. No matter if it was a cultivator or a swordsman, they were all very clear that Ji Yi was a high-level equipment cultivator of the illusory sword. It was a magic treasure, how could a cultivator compare? Not only did Xiao Hua receive Ji Ye's all-out attack, he even counterattacked vigorously after being repelled. This cultivator, good heavens, could he still be called a cultivator? The following battle situation was even more puzzling to the crowd. They saw Xiao Hua brandish his fist towards Ji Yi, and a rare trace of astonishment flashed through Ji Ye's eyes. He also brandished his fist to block. The two people actually fought in the air with their fists and feet. Although Ji Ye's fists and feet contained a strong confining power, and Xiao Hua's fists and feet flashed with lightning, and when their fists and feet hit a hard rock, the rock would certainly be turned into powder. However, each of their moves was clear, completely similar to the martial arts of the secular world. Among the several tens of thousands of cultivators and swordsmen, there were definitely people who had seen fists and feet. When they saw that the two seniors were actually martial artists, they became even more puzzled. After all, martial arts were the work of the secular world's people. After fighting for no less than half a cup of tea's time, the two people were actually evenly matched. Xiao Hua's Big Dipper God fist and ethereal steps were not inferior to Ji Ye's fists and feet in the slightest. Especially Xiao Hua's physical body, even if it was inferior to Ji Ye's, the difference was limited. Moreover, within the space of several tens of zhang around the two people, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was incomparably chaotic. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was stirred up by the two people's every move was actually greater than the spiritual energy of heaven and earth when two magic treasures were fighting. Xiao Hua, a golden core disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, had really overturned the limits of cultivators today. Looking at Ji Yi again, his originally almost emotionless red and yellow eyes now had a bit of fanaticism. It seemed that he hadn't been this happy for a very, very long time, and hadn't fought with such a wild style. "Eat my fist," Ji Yi shouted loudly. He clenched his fist, and a power that could shatter a huge rock with a single punch, accompanied by an extremely valiant confining power, rushed towards Xiao Hua. Ha ha ha, how could this old man be afraid of you? Xiao Hua clasped his hands together, and lightning lingered on his fists. The lightning tore apart the confining power and rushed towards Ji Ye's fist. With a loud bang, the two fists collided. The air condensed, and then a wave of air gushed out. As the wave of air rolled, fine traces that were hard to see with the naked eye actually flashed in the air. However, these fine traces were too small, and as soon as they appeared, they immediately healed. This impact was still a bit too strong, and Xiao Hua couldn't be as steady as Ji Yi. His body twisted and turned, cleverly dispersing the force, and even using this force to counterattack Ji Yi. This was also what Ji Yi couldn't understand after much thought. Nameless, Ji Yi blinked his eyes and said, "This old man didn't expect that a cultivator of the Imperial Thunder sect like you would also be proficient in the martial arts." Likewise. Xiao Hua casually replied. However, the martial arts of today's martial arts are already nothing in this old man's hands. Ji Yi continued, "It's rare for this old man to meet an opponent like you. If I don't use my best skills, then this old man has underestimated you. I'll also let you down." Xiao Hua still disagreed. However, if this old man uses his life cultivation method, even this old man won't be able to control it. Oh. Xiao Hua's brows furrowed slightly. Hearing Ji Ye's words, he was actually treating him as a hypocritical opponent. "Do as you wish." Xiao Hua looked up and down at Ji Yi and said, "Right now, you and I are enemies. If you don't use your divine ability, this old man will take your life." "Good. Ha ha ha, well said. Since you and I are enemies, this old man won't say anything." Ji Ye's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he laughed loudly. "To be able to fight an opponent like you, this old man will have no regrets even if I die." Chapter 2509. As he spoke, the earthen yellow light around Ji Ye's body suddenly shone brightly, a powerful suction force appeared from his body, strong tornadoes were created, and all the heaven and earth spiritual energy within several hundred meters of him was drawn towards him. Xiao Hua stood steadily within the tornadoes, purple lightning coiled around his body. He looked at Ji Ye's transformation without fear. The light became brighter, piercing Xiao Hua's eyes to the point of squinting. However, he could still clearly see that the light was gradually expanding. Runes appeared on Ji Ye's forehead, face, and bare arms. Those runes flowed within the light, as if there were countless tadpoles swimming within Ji Ye's skin. Bzzz. Xiao Hua was familiar with the sound of vibrations coming from Ji Ye's body. Along with the vibrations, Ji Ye's head, shoulders, and arms gradually disappeared. They gradually turned into a solid earthen yellow color. When the surging heaven and earth spiritual energy gradually calmed down, a 3-meter-long ancient bronze seal appeared in the air. Above the seal, there were many jade talismans hanging from it, and a lifelike dragon head was resting on top of the seal. The dragon's body coiled around the seal, and the runes that had been flowing on Ji Ye's skin appeared with the sound of the dragon's body. An enormous power of a magic treasure flowed out from the runes, and under the dragon's body, there was actually a wave of runes, overturning sea seal. Even though Xiao Hua had never seen the overturning sea seal before, he could not help but shout at this moment. Wasn't this the overturning sea seal that he Feng Yuan spoke of? It turned out that this overturning sea seal was indeed from Changbai sect, but it did not end up in the hands of ordinary Dao cultivators. It ended up in Huan country, and even more so in the hands of a weapon cultivator. No wonder Ji Yi could suppress the innate true water. Xiao Hua had a flash of understanding. It was as if someone was controlling the ocean overturning seal. The ocean overturning seal slowly rose up, and a sealing force that was several times stronger than before suddenly appeared. The space within 1,000 feet was filled with this sealing force, and even the air couldn't flow. "Oh my, this is a true magic treasure." Xiao Hua sighed inwardly, his hands swiping in the air. Amidst the dense dark clouds in the sky, a huge bolt of lightning struck down along with Xiao Hua's lightning-attracting art. It struck the ocean overturning seal, the seal of the ocean overturning seal. Terrifying Phoenix. Previously, Gu had never seen Xiao Hua use the lightning-attracting technique, so she was unable to distinguish it. At this time, seeing this hand's seal, her complexion changed greatly. It's just that Xiao Hua's previous cultivation and previous appearance were very different from the current one. Although Gu Yu's heart was greatly shocked, she still couldn't be sure. Actually, there was no lack of sword cultivators who had such thoughts, because the name of the terrifying phoenix was just too famous. Just like Qin Jian's reputation among cultivators. Of course, all sword cultivators knew that the phoenix dharma body, lightning attraction technique, and foundation establishment cultivation were the marks of the terrifying phoenix. At this time, Xiao Hua only had the lightning attraction technique, so they could only think of Xiao Hua as the terrifying phoenix's teacher. Roar! The ocean overturning seal emitted an earthen yellow brilliance that was almost 10 feet long. It rushed straight into the sky, blocking in front of the heavenly lightning. Even if the heavenly lightning completely scattered this brilliance, when it landed on the ocean overturning seal, the damage was minimal. Ha ha ha, sure enough, it's delightful. Xiao Hua laughed heartily. His hands rubbed together again, and streaks of lightning poured down like a waterfall. See, not to mention Ming Yu and Ruo Si, even Kan Sheng was also dumbstruck. Although he came from the Imperial Thunder Sect's Kanlei Palace, when had he ever seen such heavenly lightning? When had he ever seen heavenly lightning falling like rain? That surging heavenly lightning, the powerful force, the flash that seemed to be able to scatter all living things, it really made people tremble with fear. The three of them had no doubt that if they were under the heavenly lightning, even if they could use magic treasures and flying swords to block it for a moment, they would still be smashed into pieces by the heavenly lightning. However, this was only their feeling. The ocean overturning seal was different. They saw the ocean overturning seal radiate brilliance in all directions. The dragon head that was entrenched on the seal slightly raised, and streaks of ripple-like illusory images rushed into the sky one after another, blocking the heavenly lightning 10 feet away. The most inconceivable thing was that the ocean overturning seal suddenly flew up, and an illusory image flew out, bringing all the ripple-like illusory images with it. The real body instantly rushed in front of Xiao Hua, and crashed into him. Seeing that the true essence in his body was imprisoned by the ocean overturning seal, and it was very difficult for it to flow, Xiao Hua's arms shook, and with a wave of his hand, he took out 2 huge devil hammers. These devil hammers were obviously smaller than the 2 devil hammers he got from the Thunder Sect, but now, it was already good to have something useful. Cha-cha-cha, lightning flashed around Xiao Hua's body. At the same time, he did his best to resist the imprisonment power, and at the same time, the 2 hammers fiercely smashed out. Boom! With a loud sound, Xiao Hua's body flipped over like a bullet. The power of the 2 hammers could not compare to the ocean overturning seal, and Xiao Hua was sent flying back. The ocean overturning seal did not stop, and once again flew out, following Xiao Hua. It was much more agile than Xiao Hua's cloud-suppressing seal. Boom! Seeing the ocean overturning seal coming over, Xiao Hua stabilized his body, and at the same time, waved the 2 hammers again, and continuously hit the ocean overturning seal. Alas, rather than saying that he hit the ocean overturning seal, it was better to say that he was sent flying by the imprisonment power of the ocean overturning seal. Although the devil hammers were powerful, Xiao Hua was not a devil realm devil after all. He could only borrow the weight of the devil tool, and could not use the devil tool. Every time he hit the ocean overturning seal, 50 to 60% of the power was blocked by the brilliance of the ocean overturning seal. The power that could truly damage the ocean overturning seal was really very little. Nameless. Are you looking down on this old man? Suddenly, a muffled and somewhat cold voice came from Xiao Hua's ears. It was actually Ji Ye's sound transmission. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Looking at the ocean overturning seal that had stopped attacking and was slightly rotating in midair, he also sent a sound transmission. This old man has already used his full strength. How can you say that this old man is looking down on you? You are a cultivator of the Imperial Thunder Sect. If this old man was in his human form, it would be fine if you used your fists and legs barehanded. But why is it that when this old man transformed into a tool and fought with you, you are still barehanded? If you don't look down on this old man, then what is it? Isn't this old man's devil hammers a devil tool? Xiao Hua laughed. Could it be that your Imperial Thunder sect is so poor that you don't even have a single magic treasure? Ji Ye's voice became increasingly cold. Old man, you are a bit strange. Xiao Hua pointed with his hand and said, if this old man took out a magic treasure, would you still be alive? You don't take the opportunity to kill this old man, and actually want this old man to take out a magic treasure? This Ji would rather fight to the death with you than be tolerated by you. Ji Yi was somewhat angry. Hearing Ji Ye's words, Xiao Hua's heart moved. He thought to himself, this tool cultivator has a rather straightforward temperament. If there wasn't a Dao cultivator battle, I should be able to make friends with him. If you still don't take out your magic treasure, this Ji will ignore you. Ji Yi sneered. There are tens of thousands of Dao sect disciples here, but there isn't anyone who can resist this Ji, right? Alright, Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and sent a sound transmission. This old man does have some methods, but it isn't convenient for me to use them in front of everyone. If you want to experience them, we will leave this place. Alright. Ji Yi agreed without hesitation. The ocean overturning seal suddenly flew high into the sky, flying into the distance. You all will continue as before. Ignore I. Xiao Hua coldly said to Qin Sheng and the others. If anyone dares to chase after me, this old man will take their life. Immediately after, Xiao Hua's body surged with thunder as he chased after the ocean overturning seal. Continue as before. Qin Sheng and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Continue the fierce battle as before? Before Xiao Hua and Ji Yi arrived, tens of thousands of people had already died on the two battlefields. The ground was littered with broken limbs and blood. When the two experts appeared, although they were just confronting each other in the beginning, their intimidating aura had already affected the situation of the battle. Everyone's attacks were already somewhat sluggish. Of course, there were thousands of people who died in the process. When the two experts fought beautifully, how could the tens of thousands of people still have the mood to fight? Although they didn't clearly separate from each other, they only focused on protecting themselves and focused on the fight between the experts. At this moment, the two experts left and went to play on their own, leaving the tens of thousands of people as before, who would still have the mood to fight. Whether it was sword cultivators or Dao cultivators, their morale was completely gone. Forget it. Mingyu activated her magic treasure, Mingyu, and said to Ruo Si, you and I will withdraw our disciples and wait for the outcome of the two seniors. If senior brother of the Imperial Thunder sect wins, all of you will withdraw from the Seven Extremes Ridge. Alright, if senior brother Ji Yi wins, all of you will also withdraw from the Sky Patrol City. Ruo Si gritted her teeth and replied. After saying that, Mingyu glanced at Qin Sheng. The three of them sent out their communication talismans at the same time. Following a sharp whistling sound, all the Dao cultivators and sword cultivators flew slowly and separated in an orderly manner. Don't touch the corpses of both sides' disciples for the time being. Wait until the outcome of the battle is determined. Qin Sheng shouted again. Alright, Ruo Si understood that this order was obviously beneficial to her. Without hesitation, she passed down the order. Fairy Hongxia returned to her team. Guyu also flew to the left side of the beginning of spring. Everyone was eagerly waiting, looking at the direction where Xiao Hua and Ji Yi disappeared. As for Xiao Hua, while chasing Ji Yi, he released his Buddhist awareness. When he saw that both sides had stopped fighting, it was exactly as he expected. Only then did he change his direction and urged Imperial Thunder Travel to rush forward. After flying straight for more than 100 miles, it was an extremely flat land. At this time, the sun was setting in the west, and the rainbow in the sky was exceptionally dazzling. Buzz, the strong roar stopped in midair. The seal of Overturn the Sea stirred up the suction force again. Hurricanes swept up the snow and rushed into the air, raising the snow and dust within 100 feet of the surrounding. Can you show your true strength now? Ji Ye's voice came. Of course, Xiao Hua's Buddhist awareness swept through the nearby 100 miles. There was no trace of people at all. Feeling relieved, he clapped his hands and took out the wishful staff. Is it still, a demonic tool? Ji Yi was somewhat dissatisfied. Don't worry. Xiao Hua sneered, this young master has a lot of methods. You will be satisfied. Chapter 25:10. Good. Then this old man will have no regrets even if he dies. Ji Yi said. Huh? What does that mean? Xiao Hua felt a little strange. Isn't this too discouraging? Moreover, the same words were said twice. Buzz. The seal of turning the sea roared again, and the power of imprisonment that filled the space with a huge force smashed towards Xiao Hua. Come, come, come. Xiao Hua held the staff in his hand and his heart was set. The lightning around his body flashed out, and now it reached a few feet. He was really like a god. Boom, the staff waved, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was disturbed by the seal of turning the sea became even more chaotic. After the brilliance of the seal of turning the sea was scattered by the lightning, the staff effortlessly annihilated the brilliance of the seal of turning the sea again. Countless cracks appeared and disappeared in the space, setting off a wave of air that soared to the sky. This time, Xiao Hua's figure was sent flying again, but he was in a much better condition. The heavenly staff technique had already eliminated this bit of weakness. As a result, the wishful steel staff and the seal of turning the sea clashed for hundreds of rounds. As the seal of turning the sea flew, and as Xiao Hua flashed and moved, they really fought from the ground to the sky, and then from the sky to the ground. The seal of turning the sea was so hard, and the power of imprisonment and the weight of the seal of turning the sea were so great. It was different from the last time when Xiao Hua fought with Feng Buping. Xiao Hua was actually a little numb at this time. Grandma, this guy is a magic weapon after all. This young master really can't compete with him at this time. Xiao Hua shook his sore thumb and secretly thought. Forget it. Xiao Hua shook his hand and the staff returned to the space. This young master doesn't need to use his weakness to overcome the enemy's strength. This young master has a way. While speaking, Xiao Hua took out the sword pouch. Go. As Xiao Hua pinched the sword, the 7 flying swords rushed out and surrounded the seal of turning the sea. The power of the 7 stars array suppressed the seal of turning the sea. You are not nameless. You are the terrifying phoenix. Ji Ye's voice came out, full of horror. Not bad. Xiao Hua's body faintly circulated with magic power. His body gradually expanded and his appearance returned to its original state. This young master is the terrifying phoenix. Good. That's why I've never heard of such a powerful cultivator from the Imperial Thunder sect. Although Ji Yi applauded, his voice was still cold. However, this Ji still doesn't know your name. Xiao Hua slightly narrowed his eyes, hesitated for a moment, and said in a low voice. All right, this Ji understands. Even if I have to sacrifice my body, I will have no regrets in this battle. As Ji Yi spoke, the light around his body became even brighter, and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard from his head. Seal. Seeing this, Xiao Hua hurriedly activated the 7 stars sword formation. The 7 illusory swords caught the formation and surged towards the overturning sea seal. Wang, 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 the seal of turning the sea slowly rotated, resisting the power of the formation with difficulty. Damn it, although the flying swords of the illusory swordsmen are powerful, they are not controlled by 7 illusory swordsmen. But this young master is controlling them through the sword pouch, so their power is too weak. Thinking back to that day, they were able to seal this young master, but when they were trying to seal that bastardly Qingshu, they were actually shattered by his nascent soul hand. And now, they can't even fight against the seal of turning the sea. Io, the hand of a nascent soul. That's right, this young master also has a refined talisman, right? Although it is not the hand of a nascent soul, if this young master uses it, it might not be inferior to a nascent soul hand. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua suddenly remembered the half-talisman he obtained when he killed Xian Yuhua in the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden. He had never used that thing before, but now he could take it out and use it. While thinking, Xiao Hua controlled the 7 stars great formation, He took out the damaged talisman and temporarily placed it in his bosom. Sure enough, it was as Xiaohua thought. Although the Seven Stars Great Formation was powerful, it was beyond his ability to control it through the sword pouch. In particular, the seal of turning the sea that Ji Yi had transformed into was extremely heavy, and its power was also extremely great. Every time it moved within the formation, it would be able to restrain the 7 flying swords and slightly disrupt the formation. This did not mean that the current Ji Yi was much stronger than the Xiaohua of that day. It was just that Ji Ye's seal of turning the sea was a magic treasure, and its quality was much better than the 7 flying swords. Resisting the flying swords was Ji Ye's specialty. Xiaohua frowned slightly. He tried his best to control the sword pouch, directing the 7 flying swords to continuously perfect the 7 stars great formation, making it even smoother than before. However, all of a sudden, a cold divine sense penetrated the 7 stars great formation and covered the sword pouch. Immediately, Xiaohua felt that the connection between him and the sword pouch had a resistance, and as the divine sense increased, the resistance became even greater. It was as if a flowing river was mixed with mud and sand, and this mud and sand was gradually accumulating, like a dam. I understand now. Xiaohua suddenly realized Ji transformed into a magic treasure, so he has an additional ability. He can actually affect other magic treasures through magic treasures. He doesn't even need to transform into a magic treasure to affect the connection between others and his own magic treasure. This guy didn't make a move just now because he wanted to let this young master take out my magic treasure, so that he could win by surprise. Fortunately, this young master also had a taboo at that time, and did not dare to take out any magic treasure. If you use this move now, how will it be effective? Thinking, Xiaohua's figure swayed, and he waved his hand as if he was forming a seal. The clear water bottle was already in the Buddha's relic's hand. Release. The Buddha's relic moved slightly, and the innate true water rushed out, instantly turning into a vast ocean that surrounded the seal of turning the sea and the 7 stars great formation. You also have innate true water? Ji Ye's shocked voice came from the seal of turning the sea. In this innate true water, he did not dare to release his divine sense too far, so he quickly withdrew it. Seal of turning the sea, this young master wants to see how you can turn the sea. Saying this, Xiaohua laughed, and the Buddha's relic urged the innate true water to surge towards the seal of turning the sea. The seal of overturning the sea was indeed powerful. Wherever the brilliance went, the torrential true water would be suppressed, appearing calm and tranquil. However, in this 7 stars great array, the brilliance of the seal of overturning the sea was restricted and suppressed very severely. It could not suppress the true water for too long. However, Xiaohua's true water was really endless. Each wave was higher than the previous one. In just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the scattered light of the seal of overturning the sea was corroded by half. In particular, the seal of turning the sea was suppressed by the 7 stars great formation, and the distance it could fly was limited. It could not attack Xiaohua, and could only be suppressed by the innate true water, without any power to fight back. Needless to say, everyone knew that if the seal of turning the sea did not have any special methods, it would be defeated sooner or later. Sigh, it seemed to be an old sigh, and Ji Ye's voice was filled with endless emotion, as expected of the terrifying phoenix. Do you still have a lot of methods? Your Dharma body, this old man also hopes to see it. Old man, as long as you can force this Xiao to that extent, this Xiao will definitely fulfill your wish. Xiaohua also had some respect for this tool cultivator. Hearing Xiaohua actually call him old man, Ji sighed again and said, this old man has been in this world for nearly 1,000 years. What? Xiaohua was shocked, and said anxiously, old man, what did you say? You are 1,000 years old? Oh. Yes, this old man is about 930 years old. Ji was also surprised. What's so strange about this? Although little friend Xiao looks like a teenager, I'm afraid you are at least 600 years old, right? Little friend Xiao, do you think this old man is too old? With your 600 years old cultivation, you can fight this old man to a draw, you can be proud. This. Xiaohua was embarrassed. He understood in his heart that the cultivation he displayed was at the late stage of gold core. If it was the cultivation speed of an ordinary cultivator, 600 years old would be considered normal. Sigh, I can't let little friend Xiao be proud, this old man is slow-witted. On one side, Ji Yi was resisting the innate true water and the 7 stars great array. On the other hand, he was actually speaking frankly with Xiaohua, and even called him little friend. This really made Xiaohua somewhat puzzled. You also know, this old man's background is similar to yours. I entered the Dao through martial arts, but this old man's aptitude is not good. I couldn't practice the Dao, so I could only escape to the sword domain, and was accepted as a disciple by the Bronze Bell sect. Actually, in this old man's heart, I'm afraid I'm the same as you. I don't put any tool cultivators in my eyes. I even think it's an unorthodox technique. No, Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and said, this Xiao has never thought about it. There are 3,000 Daos in the world, who knows which one is the straight path? Tool cultivators, bird cultivators, sword cultivators, and Dao cultivators, each have their own Daos. While speaking, Xiaohua's control of the innate true water also slackened a lot, but he was still careful, afraid that Ji Yi would do something strange. Little friend Xiao has such thoughts. You're really magnanimous. In the future you'll definitely become a great person. Ji Yi praised. I don't dare. Although this old man has entered the door of tool cultivators, my progress is still slow. I've failed to fuse with magic tools. Ji Yi said again, just when this old man's heart was disheartened. I met a soul cultivator training in the sword domain. This soul cultivator's cultivation was profound, and like little friend Xiao, she was magnanimous. She didn't look down on this old man because I'm a tool cultivator. This old man is ashamed. Seeing her that day was like seeing a celestial being. In order to accompany her to a secret place, I disregarded the sex rules. Hee, old man, who hasn't been young before? Even if you make a mistake, the heavens will forgive you. Xiaohua said with a smile. The Buddhist seal controlling the innate true water decreased by a bit. Yes, thinking about those 3 days, it was only 3 days. It made this old man think back 1,000 years. Ji Yi also said with a smile, this old man clearly remembers that her name was Zi Yan. An elegant, gentle name, just like the purple jasmine flower in the sword tomb, with an earth-shattering splendor, but restrained divine splendor, not arrogant at all. Zi Yan? Zi? Xiaohua was stunned. Why are they both surnamed Zi? Could it be that Zi is a soul cultivator? However, before Xiaohua could think more, Ji said again, unfortunately, it's already been 1,000 years. I don't know if she's still alive in this world. Chapter 25:11. Old Master Ji. Xiaohua said with a smile, I don't know much about soul cultivation techniques, but if the cultivators of my Dao sect can cultivate to the nascent soul stage, their lifespan can reach 2,000 years. Besides, you've lived for nearly 1,000 years. How can he not have a reason? That's true, but how many people actually have such an opportunity? Ji Ye's voice rang out from within the seal of the ocean. The reason why I was able to live for so long was because of this seal of the ocean. My primordial spirit gradually fused with the seal of the ocean, and my body fused with it. Naturally, my lifespan was extended. If I had cultivated a Daoist art, I probably would have been reduced to a pile of bones long ago. Sigh, speaking of the sea overturning seal, it was also Zi Yan's fortuitous encounter. In front of the secret plane, Zi Yan encountered a Tai by sect cultivator. The two of them fought, and the Tai by sect cultivator was the one with the sea overturning seal. However, Zi Yan was slightly inferior to that cultivator and had almost died in that cultivator's hands. When this old man saw this, my blood boiled, and I didn't care about anything else. I rushed forward and used my body to shield Zian. I only wanted to die for her. Good. Xiaohua couldn't help but cry out, giving a thumbs up and praising. Unfortunately, this old man was wrong. Ji Ye's voice rang out. What was this old man's cultivation at that time? How could he possibly block the sea overturning seal for Zi Yan? Everything was just Zi Yan's plan to lure the enemy. This old man is just imagining things. Old master, your block is not bad. You finally have an opportunity. Hearing Ji mention the seal of turning the sea, how could Xiao Hua not know that there was something fishy about it? He smiled and said, "And that is indeed the case." Ji didn't deny it. If it wasn't for this old master blocking that attack and sustaining heavy injuries, I wouldn't have been able to escape. Not only will this seal not fall into this old man's hands, this old man will also not be able to obtain a secret technique of soul cultivation. Oh. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. In fact, it's a secret technique that fuses the primordial spirit with the magical equipment. Ji didn't hide anything and said, that day, when Zi Yan taught me the seal of overturning the sea and the secret technique, she clearly said that my aptitude was too poor and my primordial spirit was too weak. I couldn't cultivate at all, not even as an artifact cultivator. If you force yourself to cultivate, in the end, your primordial spirit will definitely dissipate into the magic treasure, and your body will become the body. Ah. Old man, you are. Xiao Hua suddenly understood and hurriedly stopped the activation of the Xiantian true water. After telling Ji Yi about this, Xiao Hua's killing intent also decreased a lot. Little friend Xiao is indeed a kind person. Ji Yi smiled and said, however, it's all too late. Earlier, this old man was a bit hesitant. After all, this old man has already fused with the seal of ocean overturning for 1,000 years. The seal of ocean overturning's coldness is constantly attacking this old man's primordial spirit. If this old man were to fight with you, I'm afraid that my primordial spirit would have already reached the end of dissipation. The old man has always said, even if I die, I have no regrets. That's what he means, right? Xiao Hua couldn't help but sigh. That's right, to be able to fight a magnanimous cultivator like little friend Xiao, it is indeed this old man's wish. Ji Yi continued, this old man fused his body into an artifact to fight against the heavens, to fight against humans, right? If I can't fight, why did I make that choice 1,000 years ago? Since this old man has chosen this path, I will definitely walk it to the end without any hesitation. Yes, this little one understands. Xiao Hua was filled with deep veneration towards Ji Yi. This little one will definitely fulfill the old man's wish. I'm afraid that in another hour, this old man's primordial spirit will dissipate. Before this old man died, I had some regrets. After saying so much, I only hope that someone in this world can understand some of this old man's thoughts. Even if I'm an artifact cultivator, a beast cultivator, even if I'm an unorthodox cultivator in the eyes of you Dao cultivators, behind everyone's back is a sad story, behind everyone's back is the blood and sweat of struggle. Alright, Xiao Hua slightly bit his lips and replied in a low voice, this little one is actually also a loose cultivator, I also have some feelings towards this, forget it. This old man has lived for 1,000 years, and every day, I've been fighting against the erosion of this magic weapon. Now is the time to end it. Come, it's useless to say more. Let this old man see your magic power. If you can withstand this old man's final attack, this old man will give you a surprise. As soon as he finished speaking, the seal of Turn the Ocean flashed with an intense brilliance. A rumbling sound that seemed to be able to overturn mountains and seas could be heard. Then, a force that was several times stronger than before was generated, resisting the 7 stars array's confinement force. Rise! Xiao Hua did not hesitate and hurriedly used the Buddhist seal, activating the innate true water. On one hand, he corroded and suppressed the brilliance of the seal of Turning the Sea, and on the other hand, he tried his best to stabilize the 7 stars great array. Seeing that the waves were several times stronger than before, Xiao Hua waved his hand, holding the wishful staff in his hand, and entered the 7 stars great array, smashing towards the seal of Turning the Sea. Xiao Hua understood that the best way now was to use all his means to fight against the seal of Turning the Sea and send Ji Yi on his way. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Hua waved the wishful staff casually, and every time it touched the brilliance of the seal of Turning the Sea, it made a roaring sound. Although the seal of Turning the Sea trembled slightly each time, it always stood tall and strong, like a cornerstone. Tisk, tisk, Xiao Hua sighed with emotion, this kind of magic treasure can truly display the power of a magic treasure. It's a pity that I can't try this secret technique. Even if I get this seal of turning the sea, I'm afraid it won't have such power. Just as he was thinking, Xiaohua became alert again. Previously, Ji Yi withdrew his divine sense because he was afraid of being corroded by the innate true water, but now, he sent it out again, through the 7 stars great array and the innate true water to cover the sword pouch. He wanted to use the sword pouch to destroy the 7 stars great array. Hee hee. The corners of Xiaohua's mouth curled into a smile as he took out the soul-absorbing bell and the toad. His soul thread swayed, and with a loud dang, the ice-cold divine sense abruptly withdrew as if it was bitten by a venomous snake. Xiaohua seized the opportunity to pursue and strike the bell twice more. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, the divine sense retracted, but the brilliance of the seal of turning the sea became even more brilliant. In fact, as the sealing power of the seal of turning the sea increased, the 7 stars great array faintly showed signs of losing control. Roar! Suddenly, there was a loud rumble. The innate true water was knocked dozens of meters away by the seal of turning the sea. The entire 7 stars great array also lost control in an instant. The seal of turning the sea gained its freedom and circled in the air for a bit before flying off into the distance. Not good. Seeing that the seal of turning the sea was about to leave and that Ji Ye's voice didn't come, Xiaohua immediately understood. Ji Ye's primordial spirit had most likely disappeared. Although he said there was still some time, it was only because of his powerful attack and the use of the soul armament that it collapsed a step earlier. And that last attack just now should be Ji Ye's final move. Where do you think you're going? Xiaohua flew up and slapped his hand, taking out the giant hand talisman. Under the urging of his magic power, the magic power around Xiaohua's body was instantly sucked into the talisman. Wang, with a loud rumble, a giant hand of several meters in size appeared in the air. And the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 100 meters of the area also swarmed over and fused into the giant hand. You can stay here. Xiaohua formed a hand seal. The giant hand scooped up in the air and a powerful force firmly covered the seal of turning the sea. The seal of turning the sea that originally flew dozens of meters away was like an eagle spreading its wings. Although it let out a buzzing sound, it still couldn't move even half a foot. Immediately, Xiaohua urged the giant hand. That giant hand slowly closed, wanting to grab the seal of turning the sea. Woo! The seal of turning the sea suddenly shrank and rushed towards the giant hand. With a loud rumble, the seal of turning the sea actually smashed into the giant hand. Not good. Xiaohua said to himself. The giant hand talisman was originally damaged, how could it withstand the full power of the seal of turning the sea? However, Xiaohua didn't panic. He urged the innate true water to quickly wrap around the giant hand. The 7 stars great formation also rushed outside the innate true water. With another loud rumble, the seal of turning the sea indeed broke free from the giant hand's control. Following that, the giant hand turned into another talisman and floated down, while the seal of turning the sea itself rushed into the innate true water. This young master wants to see where you can run. Seeing that the seal of turning the sea that had fallen into the innate true water no longer had its previous radiance and that the space it opened was getting smaller and smaller, Xiaohua laughed loudly. But then, a kind of sadness emerged in his heart. Ji Yi was like a spring flower in autumn. In order to pursue the peak of cultivation, he burned his life away at the last moment of the battle. He seemed to be untimely, but it also seemed to be a matter of course. Admittedly, he got what he wanted, but Ji Yi wasn't the first to have this kind of pursuit, and he definitely wouldn't be the last. Perhaps there would never be the last. The path of cultivation was long and endless. Who didn't seek it in loneliness? This kind of opponent was worthy of respect and was hard to meet, but at the same time, he could also be kept in his heart. Xiaohua's heart was filled with sorrow. He waved his hands, and countless thick heavenly lightning fell from the sky and landed on the seal of turning the sea. It was as if only this kind of sacred heavenly lightning could represent Xiaohua's respect for Ji Yi. Sure enough, following the baptism of the heavenly lightning, the seal of turning the sea's radiance became smaller and smaller. Even the fine lines and talismans on it could be seen clearly. Old Master Ji. Xiaohua stared at the seal of turning the sea and said in a low voice, "Although you are arrogant and think that this kid's cultivation is only at the late gold core stage, you are still wrong. You are only at the second or third stage of the illusory sword realm. With your cultivation, although you can make the seal of turning the sea display its power, and even challenge the limit of the seal of turning the sea in the end, the seal of turning the sea that you have turned into is still not this kid's match. Of course, now that you have turned into a tool, this seal of turning the sea will be this kid's magic treasure in the future. This kid will definitely make this seal of turning the sea proud and truly suppress the 4 seas." Immediately after, Xiaohua put away the true water. The Buddha's Sarira chanted incantations, wanting to transcend Ji Yi. Who would have thought that Ji Ye's soul wasn't here at all? This seems to be similar to the situation with the 12 flying swords. Xiaohua was slightly surprised. At the same time that he put away the Buddha's Sarira, he called out Goldie. He let Goldie watch at the side. After waiting for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the radiance on the seal of turning the sea completely disappeared. Xiaohua didn't hesitate to fly into the great array and release his divine sense. He spat a mouthful of essence blood on the seal of turning the sea and began to refine it according to the method of refining the cloud-suppressing seal. Following Xiaohua's refining, the seal of turning the sea began to flicker. The dragon body that was coiling around the seal also began to move. Chapter 25:12. After the yellow light flickered and flickered several times, a strand of divine sense rushed into Xiaohua's mind from the seal of turning sea. Oh! Xiaohua was startled. He was about to activate God guidance, but he sensed that this was a weak remnant thought. He hurriedly wrapped it with his divine sense, and the information inside was projected into Xiaohua's mind. This is the surprise old Master Ji was talking about. After a while, Xiaohua frowned, and his expression was indescribable. "Return," Xiaohua pointed his finger, and the seal of turning sea slowly shrunk, turning into a palm-sized seal and falling into his hand. Looking at this intact magic treasure, Xiaohua sighed with emotion. This seemed to be the first intact magic treasure he had obtained. Unfortunately, today's movement was too big. Tens of thousands of swordsmen and cultivators witnessed it. Won't this young master's heroic appearance spread throughout Sky Patrol City in the future? This seal of turning sea can't be used. Xiaohua thought smugly. Then, Xiaohua suddenly exclaimed, "Loss, loss. Old Master Ji, where's your storage pouch? Why didn't I see it?" Ji turned into a tool, and all his things disappeared. Where did his storage pouch go? Could it be that he didn't bring it when he came out? Thinking about it, Xiaohua really couldn't be sure whether he saw Ji Ye's storage pouch or not. Forget it. Presumably, the old man knew that he didn't have much time left, so he left everything to his disciples and grand-disciples. Xiaohua put away the seal of turning sea, the sword pouch and 7 flying swords, and jumped into the sky, flying towards the 7 Extremes Ridge. When he arrived at the battlefield, Xiaohua still turned into Wu Ming, and the cultivators all cheered when they saw Xiaohua return. And Ruosi looked like a funeral. Can Sheng was naturally the first to come up, and he bowed. Can Sheng of Canlei Palace greets Senior Martial Brother Wu Ming. May I know which disciple's master is Senior Martial Brother Wu Ming? Xiaohua looked at him and waved his hand. Don't ask who I am, I'm just passing by. You wouldn't know who my disciple is even if I told you. Yes, this disciple knows. Can Sheng didn't dare to say more. Many thanks to Senior Brother Nameless for saving my life. Ming Yu's eyes glowed as she bowed. When did I save your life? Xiaohua blinked his eyes, not understanding. It seems that I saved my own wife, right? However, Xiaohua still waved his hand. No need, no need. This old man is just passing by. You can continue. Dare I ask, Senior? Ruosi didn't dare to step forward. She bowed and asked, Senior Apprentice Brother Ji, this old man has returned. Where do you think Ji went? Xiaohua didn't answer. Instead, he said, although some people have gone, they still live in this world. Just like some people who didn't go, they might not live in this world. Ruoxi was confused, but she understood Ji Ye's fate. Thinking about Ji Yi and Yunbai, she couldn't help but feel sad. Senior Marshal Brother, we've already come to an agreement. Now that Senior Brother has returned, I hope that Senior Brother can make the decision. Should we let the sword cultivators of the Seven Extremes Ridge leave? Kanxing cupped his hands and asked. Let's do as you've already agreed. Xiaohua waved his hand. He knew that if he didn't agree, there would definitely be tens of thousands of lives buried here. Thinking about Ji Yi, perhaps not every sword cultivator was so warlike, murderous, and ferocious. Many thanks, Senior. Ruoxi's heart sank, then she hurriedly bowed and thanked him. Forget it. You kill me, I kill you. When will it end? Xiaohua waved his hand and flew into the sky. He flicked his sleeves and said, oh, right. Just pretend I didn't say anything. You can continue. Senior, suddenly, Guyu jumped out from beside Li Chun and shouted. Oh. Xiaohua was startled. From now on, Junior will withdraw from the war and won't stain anyone's blood. Guyu shouted. It can't be. If someone wants to kill you, you won't fight back? Xiaohua naturally recognized Guyu. Seeing that she was talking to him so seriously, he couldn't help but laugh. Of course Junior can't not fight back. Guyu's face was somewhat red. Alright, you can do whatever you want. Just pretend this old man didn't come here. Xiaohua said, his gaze sweeping over everyone's faces. When he saw the faintly discernible laughter in Fairy Hongxia's eyes, he was startled, damn it. Like I said, I can't hide it from my wife. I had better hurry up and leave. After being disturbed by Guyu, this girl, I really can't explain it clearly. Senior Brother, where are you going? Kanxing hurriedly shouted. Nonsense, naturally I'm going to the place I want to go. Xiaohua didn't answer at all. He only muttered in his stomach. Lightning flashed around his body again, and he rushed out with lightning. Seeing this, Senior Brother of his with incomparable magical power leave with lightning majestically, Kanxing still scratched his head. Which Senior Brother of Heavenly Thunder Palace is this? How come I don't have any impression of him? Fairy Hongxia was actually like Xiaohua thought. She looked up and down at Guyu who was standing in the sky far away, somewhat pensive. Xiaohua came, the battle situation of Seven Extremes Ridge changed. Xiaohua left, the victory of Seven Extremes Ridge was also set. Imperial Thunder Sect and Huanhua Sect originally came to spy on the strength of the sword cultivators in Seven Extremes Ridge. They didn't expect to take down Seven Extremes Ridge in one fell swoop. It was imaginable that they were wild with joy. However, it wasn't known whether this battle had the same purpose as the meeting in Sky Patrol City. Of course, this was not something Xiaohua could know. This guy was now flying in the direction of Flowing Ice Valley. At the same time, he took out his severely damaged cloud-suppressing seal and thought about how to integrate the seal of turning the sea into the cloud-suppressing seal. If he didn't make use of such a powerful magic weapon, wouldn't it be too wasteful? However, if he hid this thing in the cloud-suppressing seal, although the idea was a novel one, this novel idea was too small. He couldn't figure it out. Forget it. Forget it. Xiaohua was somewhat annoyed, just treat it as a wasted trip today. Sigh, and this thunder-controlling seal, can't you lower your voice a little? Why is your voice so loud, people can hear it from afar? How could Kanxing of Imperial Thunder Palace not tell that it was thunder-controlling seal? I don't know how he would report it to Qian Mo. Damn it. That black and ugly sword cultivator didn't die in vain. If she didn't sneak attack my wife, how could this young master use thunder-controlling seal? Luckily she was corroded to death by the innate true water. If she didn't die, this young master will let her taste the feeling of being struck by lightning. In short, Xiaohua's heart was depressed. Although he saved Fairy Hongxia, there was a possibility that he would be exposed. Thunder controlling seal, that was a lightning escape technique that even Qian Lei couldn't cultivate. How could a golden core disciple cultivate it? If Qian Lei found out, no, even if Qian Mo found out, he would definitely search the entire Sky Patrol city for him. In this world, there was no wall that didn't have a crack. Once someone found out, even if the secret of the space wouldn't be discovered, what about the cultivation of the Buddhist sect? It was really hard to say. Also, how did that little girl Guyu recognize this young master? Xiaohua was puzzled again. Could it be that this young master is the only one in the thunder-controlling sect who can control the heavenly lightning? This young master's phoenix celestial body is already gone. Even if you beat me to death, this young master will not admit it. But, if a cultivator wants to know the truth, do they need to beat you to death? Thinking of this, Xiaohua almost cried. This is really a loss. Senior Ji, where is your storage pouch? Why didn't you reveal it in my spirit sense? Li Zongbao is still the most loyal. Xiaohua unconsciously made a decision. From now on, this young master will definitely not enter Sky Patrol City. This young master wants to see which nascent soul cultivator dares to find trouble with this young master. Flowing Ice Valley and Seven Extremes Ridge were not in the same direction. Even if Xiaohua used thunder-controlling seal, the rolling thunder resounded through the sky, but it still took him more than 10 days to reach the vicinity. In these 10 days, Xiaohua did not do anything else. He was in a dilemma. He felt that the deeper he went into the war, the greater the possibility of him being exposed. It felt like he was in a quagmire. Flowing Ice Valley was an area of 1,000 miles, much larger than Seven Extremes Ridge. In this area, there was a surging river. The source was naturally a few extremely tall snow mountains in the Huan Kingdom. First, the snow on the snow mountains melted slightly under the sun. These few drops slowly flowed, turning into a dozen drops. Gradually, these dozen drops gathered again, turning into hundreds of drops, thousands of drops, and finally into a trickle. These trickles flowed down from different snow mountains, and under the uncanny workmanship of the heavenly way, they gathered together again, turning into a small stream. The small stream flowed out from the snow region of the Huan Kingdom, gradually reaching the border between the Huan Kingdom and the Shi Kingdom. During this period, other streams converged, and finally formed a river that was dozens of feet long. This river meandered through the rugged valley. Ice fragments flowed down from the valley and the cold in the valley. Large amounts of ice flowed in the river, and thus, Flowing Ice Valley became famous. The river in Flowing Ice Valley still flowed into Shi and even into Lian. As for whether it flowed into Guihe or not, Xiaohua did not know. However, when he saw the turbulent river in the valley, he could not help but sigh at the magnificence of the heavenly Tao. The snowy plateau is extremely cold. All the flowing water has turned into ice. Even if it can flow, it is still under the ice. Here, the mountain range is at least 1,000 miles. The cold wind cannot directly blow in. Because the temperature in Flowing Ice Valley is higher, the river does not need to be completely frozen. This is why it can become a river of ice. If I did not see it with my own eyes, how could I believe that this extremely cold plateau has such a wondrous scene? Seeing the turbulent river in Flowing Ice Valley, almost comparable to the cold river of Tianmen Mountain, Xiaohua could not help but sigh with emotion. Immediately after, Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense and scanned the area within 100 miles. He did not see any trace of Li Zongbao's group, so he used the bright thunder escape to fly towards the depths of Flowing Ice Valley. He also took out his token to constantly check the situation inside. After flying for another hour, he saw that he had reached the depths of Flowing Ice Valley. The temperature was a bit warmer, and the ice in the river had decreased. Moreover, the river path was even more steep. The river water rumbled, but there was still no trace of Li Zongbao's group. Chapter 25:13. Strange, could it be that the fight is already over? Xiaohua pinched his chin as he pondered. At this moment, a corpse suddenly emerged from the flowing ice in the rushing river. Soon after, it sank to the bottom of the river. The traces of blood left on the river surface gradually dissipated. Seeing this, Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. Since there are corpses following the river, there must be a fight in the upper reaches of the river. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hastily released his Buddhist sense and flew in the direction of the river. However, he only flew for a moment before giving up. This river was winding and rugged, and it actually circled around the mountain ridge. He couldn't fly around the mountain ridge, right? Rushing high into the sky, Xiaohua hastily flew in the direction of the extreme north. Sure enough, in the time it took to eat a meal, on the distant mountain ridge, he saw a dozen or so swordsmen surrounding several middle-stage Foundation establishment Cool Breeze Valley cultivators and attacking them. The Cool Breeze Valley cultivators were already unable to hold on. They were already showing signs of defeat and could only barely hold on under the sword light. There weren't any other cultivators nearby. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, they would definitely die in the hands of the sword cultivators. "Don't hurt my Dao sect cultivators," Xiaohua shouted loudly. With a wave of his hand, he took out his devil hammer and rushed towards the mountain ridge. Ha ha ha, sure enough, someone is courting death. A bald swordsman looked up and laughed loudly. Just now, I was saying that these cultivators weren't important enough. Now, another middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator is sent over. As he spoke, the swordsman pointed his finger. A greenwood sword flew out from the fierce battle and stabbed towards Xiaohua's direction. How dare you! At this moment, how could Xiaohua put this swordsman in his eyes? Seeing the greenwood-like flying sword rushing towards him, without waiting for the sword light to change, he covered it with his Daoist robe and immediately took the greenwood sword in his hand. He completely cut off the connection between the flying sword and the sword cultivator and casually threw it into the space. Ah! The swordsman's eyes widened in shock. He was somewhat unable to react. This didn't conform to the way of the sword. How could a Foundation establishment cultivator take away the flying sword of the swordsman with his bare hands? While he was still in shock, Xiaohua suddenly sped up. He used the same old method, swinging the demonic hammer in his hand and smashing it down on the sword cultivator's forehead. Pfft! The sword cultivator was shocked. The demonic hammer was coming at him with a suffocating aura. The sharp sound of the wind was extremely ear-piercing. Without hesitation, he spat out his intrinsic dagger. He wanted to block the demonic hammer, but he quickly retreated. It was exactly the same as when Xiaohua killed a sword cultivator in the past. With a dang sound, the flying sword was cleverly smashed by Xiaohua on the sword's spine, and was shot down. As deep cracks appeared on the surface of the sword, the swordsman's primordial spirit was severely injured and he was extremely dispirited. Following that, there was another pu sound as the demonic hammer smashed into the sword cultivator's forehead without exception. Following that, the sword cultivator's corpse fell into the river. Strangely, the corpse didn't float, but sank directly into the river. Hiss! Xiaohua smoothly killed the swordsman like flowing ice in the river. The swordsmen who were watching the show as usual felt their hearts tremble. At the same time, Xiaohua clapped his hand again and took out the soul-sucking bell and the toad. With a loud dang sound, among the dozen or so sword cultivators, 4 of them immediately lost consciousness. The other 10 or so swordsmen swayed slightly and frowned. They weren't affected by the soul-sucking bell. Be careful. This cultivator actually has a soul tool. One of the swordsmen, who looked old, hastily shouted. Don't worry. We've been fighting soul cultivators in Shuiyu Mountain for so many years, how could we not know? Another 6th-rank swordsman shouted. He pointed his finger, and an azure sword light rushed out and stabbed at Xiaohua. Similarly, another 2 6th-rank swordsmen urged on their flying swords and stabbed at Xiaohua at the same time. Oh? These swordsmen aren't affected by the soul-sucking bell? Xiaohua was slightly surprised, but when he heard the swordsman's words, he instantly understood. These 5th and 6th-rank swordsmen must have fought soul cultivators before. They were similar to the swordsmen Xiaohua had met before. Either they had a secret technique, or they had a soul tool to protect them. As the war continues, the sword cultivators we meet are becoming more and more powerful." Xiao Hua was silent. He put the soul-sucking bell into his space, and with a wave of his hand, the universe in the sleeve technique came out one after another. The swift and fierce flying swords of the three swordsmen were immediately trapped by a strong sealing force. Before they could urge on their sword energy, Xiao Hua put their flying swords into his storage bag. Hurry up and leave. This cultivator's secret technique is powerful." The old swordsman who had warned Xiao Hua just now had been paying attention to this place. Seeing Xiao Hua easily put away the flying swords of the three swordsmen, he was already alarmed. Without the slightest hesitation, he shouted loudly. Completely ignoring the several Cool Breeze Valley cultivators, he stepped on his flying sword and rushed over, bringing 2 of the swordsmen with him into the blue sky. The remaining 10 or so swordsmen really did follow orders. Even though one of the swordsmen's flying sword had already pierced the chest of a Cool Breeze Valley cultivator, he still put away his flying sword and flew in the direction of the old swordsman in a group of 3. The 3 of them didn't fly very fast, and each group maintained a certain distance from each other. In fact, the last group even waited for the swordsman whose flying sword Xiao Hua put away in midair. Tsk tisk. If Xiao Hua had chased after them, he would naturally have been able to easily kill them all. However, looking at these swordsmen who were merely 6th-stage swordsmen, Xiao Hua stood with his hands clasped behind his back and inwardly nodded. Not bad, they really do have a fighting style. Cultivators like us can't compare to them. Seeing that Xiao Hua actually didn't chase after them, not only were the anxious swordsmen puzzled, even the Cool Breeze Valley disciples who flew over to express their thanks were also puzzled. After greeting and expressing their thanks, a slightly older Cool Breeze Valley disciple smiled apologetically and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Xiao, these sword cultivators have killed many of my Cool Breeze Valley's disciples. We hate ourselves for not having the ability to kill enemies, Senior Marshal Brother Lu." Xiao Hua hastily waved his hand and said, "It's not that little brother doesn't want to kill them. You also saw that little brother only relied on a secret technique, but this thing consumes a lot of transcendence energy, and it's only pleasing to the eye but useless. If they see a flaw, little brother's life won't be guaranteed. In addition, little brother still has to look for Senior Marshal Brother Li Zongbao, so I can't waste any more time." "Right, where is the battlefield in Flowing Ice Valley? Which fellow Daoist is willing to take little brother there?" Well, hearing that Xiao Hua wanted someone to take him to the battlefield in Flowing Ice Valley, these disciples shrunk their necks one by one and no longer made a sound. It seems that these Cool Breeze Valley disciples escaped from the battlefield in Flowing Ice Valley, right? Xiao Hua muttered to himself. Thinking about how the sword cultivators retreated in an orderly manner just now, he was slightly anxious in his heart. The difference was really too big. If it weren't for his powerful transcendence energy, he definitely wouldn't dare to go there. "Fellow Daoists, you only need to tell little brother the direction and location." Xiao Hua hastily changed his words again. "There's a problem with the communication token between little brother and Senior Marshal Brother Li Zongbao." "Alright, Junior Marshal Brother Xiao knows," the old disciple hastily smiled apologetically again. "It's not that we can't go, don't say any more." Xiao Hua hastily waved his hand. "Little brother understands in his heart that there's a choice between life and death. This is my nature. Senior Marshal Brother knows, just tell me the location. You can either wait again or go straight to the Sky Patrol City. Little brother hasn't seen anyone today." "Yes, I understand." The disciple's face was obviously relieved. He hastily told Xiao Hua the location, and Xiao Hua didn't say anything else. His figure floated up and flew towards the location that the disciple said. As for where these Cool Breeze Valley disciples would go, it wasn't Xiao Hua's concern. He kept flying north for more than 40 miles, and he saw a mountain peak standing in the middle of the river like a mainstay. All the flowing ice that rushed to this place was blocked by this mountain peak and shattered. Then, the river water was divided into 2 halves. One half was slightly cool and slightly oval, while the other half was slightly turbid and slightly wavy. Xiao Hua flew to the turbid area, and with a sweep of his divine sense, his hands formed a water-repelling seal, and his figure rushed straight into the river water. He plunged straight into the river water for more than 10 feet, and he saw that there were more than 10 holes in the mountain peak. Xiaohua picked one up and rushed into it. Naturally, there was river water in the cave, but the cave was very long. After flying along the cave for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, his eyes suddenly opened up. The river water had disappeared, and what appeared in front of Xiaohua was an endless karst cave. Hiss! Xiaohua stood in the air, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The karst cave was filled with the smell of blood, and the ground was covered with corpses. The stone walls, the ground, and everywhere else were covered in dirty blood. However, when Xiaohua released his divine sense and Buddhist sense, he found that they were limited by the special stone walls of this place, and couldn't go very far. AI. This flowing ice valley is so difficult to enter, and it's really a case of one man holding back 10,000 men. The cultivators of my Daoist sect were able to enter, and they suffered heavy casualties. Xiaohua clapped his hands, took out the yang leaf fan, and flew in after finding a direction. It seemed that the battle in flowing ice valley had come to an end. Although there were some swordsmen and cultivators who survived, Xiaohua didn't care. He passed through one karst cave after another, and flew towards the innermost part of the spirit stone vein. After the time it took to eat a meal, and who knew how many corpses he had seen, Xiaohua was somewhat impatient. At this moment, the token in his hands suddenly moved. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He immersed his divine sense in to take a look, and his figure immediately turned left, and flew towards a dark karst cave. Sure enough, just as he turned a few corners, he heard a rumbling sound of thunder in front of him, and the faint sound of collision. Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he used the Devil Realm's concealment technique, and quietly rushed in. He saw that this was an incomparably huge underground karst cave, and this karst cave was connected to one another. It was probably tens of li in size, and there were many stalactites hanging from the stone walls above his head, and they were actually tens of zhang high. Looking at his feet, there were also some large and small stalactites, and they flickered with a strange brilliance. This space was so big, so wide, and he didn't know how deep he was in flowing ice valley. Damn it, if it weren't for those few Cool Breeze Valley disciples, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to find this place in my lifetime. Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense, and he had already seen that there were tens of thousands of cultivators fighting in this underground karst cave, and it wasn't too difficult to find Li Zongbao. Chapter 25:14. Sure enough, Xiaohua flew to the highest point of the cliff. Just as he flew a few miles, he heard a familiar voice shouting, "Don't go, eat my whip." Damn it. Xiaohua swept with his Buddhist awareness and immediately recognized Li Zongbao, who was holding the piercing immortal whip in his hand. That dazzling yellow piercing immortal whip streaked across the sky like a golden dragon and rushed into the flying sword of a drawing swordsman. However, Xiaohua saw that the shadow of the piercing immortal whip was abnormally clear and there was only one shadow. He knew that Li Zongbao's magic power should be almost exhausted. Just as he expected, Li Zongbao's opponent was a tall and fat middle-aged swordsman. Just his figure alone was 2 times bigger than Li Zongbao. Seeing the piercing immortal whip coming, the fat swordsman's face showed disdain. The sword in his hand changed slightly. The shadow of the sword changed instantly and turned into a huge solid ice, blocking the piercing immortal whip. Poof! The piercing immortal whip rushed into the solid ice, shattering the sword light in the middle. Moreover, as Li Zongbao formed another seal, the piercing immortal whip violently swung, as if it wanted to crush the shadow of the sword. Who would have thought that the solid ice would also let out a sword cry at the same time? All the sword lights were like flowing ice in flowing ice valley, wrapping around the piercing immortal whip in an instant. The sword lights pierced into the shadow of the whip and the yellow brilliance drilled in. Explode! Li Zongbao's face flashed with a trace of redness. The seal in his hand changed again. The brilliance of the piercing immortal whip brightened, and all the brilliance seemed to leave the body. Following Li Zongbao's shout, it suddenly exploded. With a loud rumbling sound, all the sword lights turned into fireflies and scattered in all directions. The middle-aged swordsman's body shook violently. Obviously, his flying sword was damaged and he was seriously injured. However, he still gritted his teeth and formed another seal with all his might, wanting to take back his flying sword, but at this moment, a huge halo suddenly fell from the sky and wrapped around the swordsman's waist. The swordsman was shocked. He hurriedly jumped up and lowered his head. The small life sword in his mouth pierced towards the halo. However, he was still too slow. He saw a sawtooth shape suddenly appear on the circle of light. It spun rapidly and shrank rapidly. Before the swordsman's intrinsic sword could fly out, it immediately sliced the swordsman in half. The sword light on the swordsman's body flickered rapidly before he lost his life. Immediately after, a black shadow rushed over from a corner not far away and grabbed the swordsman's storage pouch. At the same time, the broken flying sword was also put into the storage pouch. Who else could it be but Xiao Mao? Xiao Mao was the one who had deftly turned the light ring into a universe ring. Xiao Mao stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers at Li Zongbao. Once again, he slipped into the darkness like a cat. At the same time, he activated the invisibility talisman and his entire body disappeared. Li Zongbao's expression did not change. He turned a deaf ear to Xiao Mao's signal. With a wave of his hand, the immortal piercing whip that had lost its luster fell into his hand. He reached into his storage pouch and took out a jade bottle. Without even looking, he poured out a few elixirs and swallowed them. After waiting for a while, Li Zongbao's face gradually returned to normal. He raised his eyes and looked around. There were no swordsmen within 100 feet of him. The closest ones were 2 disciples of the Middle Foundation establishment stage and 2 disciples of the 3rd grade. Although it was a bit difficult, it was not dangerous. Sigh. Li Zongbao sighed inexplicably. Although he could still use his divine thoughts, he could not help but turn his head and look at the entrance of the karst cave. However, there was still a lot of fighting at the entrance of the karst cave. Hundreds of thousands of swordsmen and cultivators blocked Li Zongbao's line of sight, making it impossible for him to see if that person was at the entrance of the karst cave. This kind of helplessness made him feel even more helpless. Li Zongbao originally thought that as the number 1 person below the golden core stage, he would be like a fish in water in this battle of Dao cultivators. However, the cruelty of reality taught him a lesson. An individual's cultivation would always be insignificant on this battlefield where thousands or even tens of thousands of people were involved in a battle. Unless this person's cultivator could control this battle. Could Li Zongbao's cultivation do it? Obviously, he could not. Against a 6th grade swordsman, Li Zongbao could easily kill him with disdain. Li Zongbao would be able to kill 10 swordsmen who were at the 6th grade of unsheathed swords. But against 100? Not to mention 100, even against 26th grade swordsmen, Li Zongbao knew that he would not be able to win easily. Even if he could perish together with them, it would be good enough. Thinking back to the day when he mocked those cultivators who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, Li Zongbao could not help but laugh bitterly. Those cultivators did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, but they also knew the importance of teamwork. Hundreds of them attacked together, but he was alone. With the permission of the meeting hall, he was abnormally arrogant and wanted to kill Qin Jian. How could he kill Qin Jian? That was an illusory swordsman. Furthermore, all the cultivators did not know whether Qin Jian was a 2nd grade or 3rd grade illusory swordsman. Furthermore, none of the cultivators who saw Qin Jian returned alive. It seemed that the one who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth should be him. If it was before coming to Flowing Ice Valley, Li Zongbao was still a little disdainful of swordsmen. He felt that they were just SOSO, and he had killed many of them. However, after fighting with the swordsmen of Flowing Ice Valley for half a day, Li Zongbao realized that the swordsmen of Flowing Ice Valley were very different from the ones he had met before. Not only were they very experienced in fighting, but their methods were also very ruthless. They often had some unexpected methods that made Li Zongbao tremble in fear. Thinking back to the day when he came to help the ambushed disciples of the Utopia faction, and then thinking back to the dozens of sword cultivators he had killed in the past half a day, Li Zongbao's heart was a little red. Among the dozens of sword cultivators, only 4 or 5 of them were killed by Li Zongbao alone. In the end, he was besieged by 3 6th-grade swordsmen. If it wasn't for Xiao Mao's help, risking his life to surprise and kill 1 swordsman, how could he have taken advantage of the chaos to kill 2 swordsmen? Xiao Mao also suffered some internal injuries because of this. He had a private discussion with him and asked him to challenge the swordsmen while Xiao Mao secretly killed them. Normally, Li Zongbao would have rejected without hesitation. He had no intention of cooperating with Xiao Mao, who was only in the middle stage of the foundation establishment stage. But today, he could only nod his head. So much so that he understood in his heart that Xiao Mao was actually taking care of him. However, he did not see anyone coming from the karst cave. Li Zongbao turned his head sadly. At this moment, a voice floated down from above his head. Huh? Senior brother Li, you dropped something? Bullshit, you're the one who dropped something. Li Zongbao's eyes burned, and he scolded in an extremely rare manner. Xiao Hua's figure in front of him fell down along with his voice. Hee. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and gestured towards the place where Xiao Mao was hiding. Come here. Big brother. Xiao Mao cried out in pleasant surprise. He appeared from the side of a stalactite and was about to rush over. Careful. Li Zongbao said anxiously. At this moment, not far from Xiao Mao, a 3rd-grade swordsman had just killed a Cool Breeze Valley cultivator and was looking for an opponent. Seeing Xiao Mao appear, he pointed his finger without hesitation. A stream of light pierced towards Xiao Mao's back at lightning speed. Humph. Xiao Hua sneered. That swordsman cried out, covered his head with both hands, and fell to the ground. Xiao Mao naturally dodged the flying sword very easily and killed that swordsman. Then, he naturally picked up the storage bag and flew over. Oh. Senior brother Li. What happened to you? Xiao Hua suddenly turned his head and glanced at Li Zongbao, whose expression was not right. No. Nothing. Li Zongbao's face gradually turned cold. Just now, there was some backlash from my mental cultivation method. Xiao Hua's heart trembled, and he did not dare to ask more. Big brother, why did you only come now? Xiao Mao did not suffer any backlash from his mental cultivation method and asked happily. This is already fast enough. Xiao Hua did not know whether to laugh or cry. Do you know how far 7 Extremes Ridge is from here? I don't know. Xiao Mao answered honestly. How's 7 Extremes Ridge? Li Zongbao's tone was already indifferent. How's your Imperial Thunder Sect situation? I haven't arrived yet, but I heard that a Golden Core Master went over and killed a 3rd-grade illusory sword cultivator from 7 Extremes Ridge. The sword cultivators of 7 Extremes Ridge have all retreated from 7 Extremes Ridge. Xiao Hua said with a smile. So it's like that. Li Zongbao nodded slightly. Where are the Golden Core Masters? Xiao Hua looked and asked. Xiao Mao saw that Li Zongbao's expression was not right and hurriedly replied, Martial Uncle Chu Hui from Utmost Happiness Faction, Martial Uncle Li Feiyu from Changbai Sect, and Senior Su Bo from Cool Breeze Valley. They entered to kill the illusory sword cultivator. And so, there are no golden core cultivators in this karst cave? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Xiao Mao nodded habitually and was very puzzled. Yes. Good. Xiao Hua pointed at the entrance of the karst cave and said, Brotherly, Xiao Mao, take out your weapons and fly side by side in front of I. If you see any swordsmen, kill them all. How about it? This. Okay. Xiao Mao was quite puzzled, but he still nodded. Okay. Li Zongbao said concisely. Let's go. Xiao Hua waved the sun leaf fan in his hand lightly, and a hot aura reverberated around the two of them. Li Zongbao turned around and flew towards the entrance of the karst cave. Although Xiao Mao was puzzled, he did not dare to be negligent. He flew to Li Zongbao's side, stretched out his hand, and took out his magic whip. After flying for a few feet, he encountered a 4th-grade swordsman who was fighting with a Foundation Establishment cultivator. The swordsman was like the swordsman just now. He suddenly covered his head with both hands, as if his head was hit by a flying sword. That Foundation establishment cultivator! I was still stunned at the sight. Li Zongbao mercilessly lashed out with his whip, and immediately broke the swordsman's forehead. Immediately after, Li Zongbao did not even look and flew forward. "Senior brother Li, the storage bag!" Xiao Hua cried out from behind. That Foundation establishment cultivator was a disciple of Utmost Happiness faction. Seeing that senior brother Li Zongbao was so powerful and helped him out of danger, he hurriedly shouted, "Thank you, senior brother Zongbao." Chapter 25:16. After expressing his gratitude, the apprentice of the Utopia faction flew to the swordsman and took his storage bag. Then, he took out his own elixir and swallowed it. Then, he stood in the air and adjusted his breath slightly. Seeing that the disciple of the Utmost Happiness faction took the storage bag, Xiao Hua curled his lips and raised his eyebrows somewhat helplessly. He muttered, "Although a fly is small, it's still meat." The second opponent of Li Zongbao, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao's group of 3 was a 6th-grade swordsman who had just killed another cultivator. Seeing the 3 of them flying over, he laughed nastily and was about to activate his flying sword. At the same time, the swordsman felt a stinging pain in his head. However, the swordsman suddenly came to his senses and immediately activated his secret technique to resist Xiao Hua's soul stab. "Go to hell!" Xiao Hua activated his yang leaf fan and a fire dragon rushed over, wanting to surround the swordsman. The swordsman naturally wouldn't allow himself to be captured without a fight. He activated his sword light and rushed toward the fire dragon. However, Xiao Hua's fire dragon was too powerful. The fire passed through the sword light and almost burned the swordsman's body. The swordsman was alarmed and was about to activate his sword energy to extinguish the fire again when he saw a piercing immortal whip and a magic whip attacking from the left and right at the same time. The swordsman only had time to block the piercing immortal whip before the magic whip pierced his throat. When the swordsman fell in mid-air, Xiao Mao very nimbly rushed over and grabbed the storage bag in one hand. Then, with a wave of his hand, the flying sword that fell in mid-air also flew up. "Ha ha ha!" As expected of the surname Xiao. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. The actions of Xiao Hua and the other 2 were immediately seen by several swordsmen. They looked at each other and activated their magic weapons together to fly toward the 3 of them. The swordsmen were all 5th grade and 6th grade swords. Their flying swords were extremely sharp and the sword light was also of various colors and shapes. Some condensed into thin thorns, some condensed into raindrops. There was even a swordsman whose flying sword turned into the thickness of a pillar and stabbed toward the 3 of them from several directions. Li Zongbao took a deep breath as usual and was about to wave the piercing immortal whip again. At this time, Xiao Hua laughed in his ear and said, "Senior brother Li, don't be anxious." Immediately, Xiao Hua raised his hand and several inconspicuous yellow talismans flew out. "Big brother, are you sure?" Even though Xiao Mao had great trust in Xiao Hua, when he saw that Xiao Hua actually used a yellow talisman to defend against the enemy, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, seeing the numerous yellow talismans gradually transform into a ball of fire, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within a radius of several hundred feet actually surged into the ball of fire like a hurricane, and an indescribably terrifying aura was emitted from the ball of fire. Not to mention Xiao Mao, even the swordsmen were greatly shocked. Fortunately, one of the swordsmen came to his senses quickly and shouted, "Let's go." As he spoke, he was about to activate the flying sword that had already pierced into the fireball in preparation to escape. Rumble. No one had ever seen such a huge fireball talisman before. Like a blazing sun, it exploded beside several swordsmen. An incomparably hot flame rushed towards Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao, and the 2 of them were pushed back more than 10 feet by this flame. After the flame subsided, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao looked at the place where they were just now. The previously arrogant flying swords had already been blown away, even if they were scattered in the distant stone wall. At this time, they could see that the quality of each flying sword was different. Some had many cracks, some had no brilliance, and the most miserable one had already been broken in 2. Looking at the several valiant and high-spirited swordsmen, they were now blown to a corner of the karst cave. The sword light on their bodies was slightly swaying, and their faces were pale from the lingering fear and the serious injuries of their primordial spirits. Kill! Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao shouted in unison, and each of them flew towards a swordsman. Xiao Hua waved his hand and took advantage of the eruption of fire spiritual energy from the fire talisman. A fire dragon rushed towards a cultivator, and he himself rushed towards another injured cultivator with the wishful steel staff in his hand. The sound of these fire talismans hidden under the yellow talismans was really loud. The residual sound of the explosion was like thunder rolling in the karst cave. The swordsmen and cultivators in the karst cave couldn't ignore it even if they didn't want to. When they saw Li Zongbao whipping a 5th-grade swordsman until his skin and flesh split open, Xiao Mao throwing the universe ring and smashing a 6th-grade swordsman's brain, and that thin and tall Xiao Hua, who they had never seen before, smashing a 5th-grade swordsman's chest with his club. Furthermore, beside these 3 swordsmen, there was another swordsman who was screaming from being burned. No matter how hard they tried, the sword light on his body was unable to block the bone-like flames. How could they not be astonished? The cultivators of the Utopia faction, Taibai faction, and Cool Breeze Valley were all in high spirits, and many sword cultivators were extremely angry. They all wanted to get away and kill these 3 extremely cruel cultivators. Of course, they each had their own opponents, and only the swordsman near Xiao Hua and the others could be mobilized to besiege them. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao didn't have the slightest ripple on their faces when they saw close to 10 swordsmen surrounding them. Xiao Hua's methods were really too many. Not to mention other things, just this fire talisman alone was the first time they'd seen it, and its power was so great, so what if a few more came? Unfortunately, the fire talisman was Xiao Hua's secret item. He took out a few just now just to test its power. There were so many cultivators and swordsmen here. If Xiao Hua used too many, he would definitely be exposed. So Xiao Hua, who was hiding behind Li Zongbao, took out the soul-absorbing bell again. With a loud clang, only 2 of the 10 swordsmen swayed. They tried their best to resist for a moment, but they still fell from midair. The remaining 8 swordsmen's sword light flickered faintly. Although each of them had astonishment on their faces, they all resisted the soul-absorbing bell's soul-absorbing technique. Damn it, this thing is getting more and more useless. Xiao Hua was very helpless. He put the soul-absorbing bell and the toad into his space. With a touch of his hand, he took out the yang leaf fan. The 8 swordsmen urged their sword light, but they were somewhat hesitant. After all, their opponent actually had a soul tool. They had experience fighting soul cultivators, and they were afraid that Xiao Hua would have some soul technique that they couldn't guard against or some inexplicable fire talisman like before. Seeing this, Xiao Hua was delighted. He hurriedly transmitted a few words to Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao nodded expressionlessly. The immortal piercing whip in his hand shone with a yellow brilliance, and a row of whip shadows smashed towards the 3 swordsmen in front of him. Xiao Mao was somewhat hesitant, but he still obediently urged the universe ring in midair to trap the 2 swordsmen in front of him. Xiao Hua's figure swayed, and he actually rushed to the front for the first time. With a wave of his left hand, he still used the universe ring in the sleeve, and the yang leaf fan in his right hand flashed again, courting death. The 2 swordsmen in front of Xiao Hua were 6th-grade swordsmen. Seeing Xiao Hua recklessly challenge them first, they both sneered. One of their sword light flashed, and in a flash, it split into 3 and stabbed towards Xiao Hua in a shape. The other swordsman's figure flew up, and both of his legs kicked out. Sword light actually burst out from this swordsman's legs, setting off a whirlwind that rushed towards Xiao Hua's fire dragon. Seeing the 3 sword lights fall into Xiao Hua's sleeve, the swordsman only laughed nastily. Explode. The 3 sword lights collided with each other, and like fireworks in the sky, countless tiny sword lights streaked across the sky, blooming like dandelions. In the eyes of that swordsman, he seemed to have seen the sword lights pass through Xiao Hua's arm, pass through his Daoist robe, and even pass through his body. However, reality was always crueler than fantasy. He saw Xiao Hua's Daoist robe cover, and a powerful force was born, enveloping an area of a few feet. An inexplicable imprisoning force came from the space, and in an instant, that swordsman lost contact with his flying sword. That swordsman's face turned ashen. Although he didn't know why this imprisoning force was so strong, he had an intuition in his heart that this imprisoning force seemed to be different from the ordinary ones. Seeing Xiao Hua wave his arm and easily catch the flying sword that he was so proud of, as if he was pinching a firefly, the swordsman's figure didn't hesitate. He immediately turned around and fled, wanting to escape as far as he could before his primordial spirit was damaged. Huh! Xiao Hua saw that this swordsman was actually so decisive, and was also slightly surprised. This kind of swordsman who could pick up and let go was rarely seen before. Which one of them didn't stubbornly pester and hope for a fluke? In the next moment, Xiao Hua didn't crush any sword light, and directly put it into the space. What kind of flying sword could be exchanged for how many spirit stones? Xiao Hua probably knew better than anyone else. He wasn't willing to waste it. Of Xiao Hua's two opponents, one ran away as soon as they met face to face. The other one wanted to run, but he was relatively unlucky and was trapped by Xiao Hua's yang leaf fan. That fire dragon not only entangled his flying sword, but also turned into a wall of fire that surrounded him all around. The hot flames on the fire dragon gradually swallowed the sword light, causing him to constantly urge his sword origin to resist. Seeing Xiao Hua turn his head to look at him, that swordsman's heart was hoodwinked, and he actually somewhat trembled. Who would have thought that Xiao Hua only glanced at him, and his figure suddenly flew to the side. The yang leaf fan in his hand disappeared, and a pitch-black stick appeared. He raised his head and struck at one of Xiao Mao's opponents. Huh! Although Xiao Hua's wind escape technique was only at the elementary level, it was extremely flexible in this karst cave. In the blink of an eye, he floated to the side of the swordsman. The swordsman was urging his sword light to deal with Xiao Mao, and was quite caught off guard. He couldn't help but be surprised. He opened his mouth, and his small life source sword drew a sword mark, stabbing towards Xiao Hua's face. The sharp sound of the wind on the tip of the sword seemed to cut the air. However, when the head of the wishful steel staff strangely fell and hit the small sword with great precision, the strength of the wishful steel staff was like the tongue of a poisonous snake, causing the swordsman's heart to tremble. He couldn't care less about the flying sword that was stabbing towards Xiao Mao, and hurriedly urged his small life source sword. Of course, he was also too late. Although the small sword was as flexible as a fish, and although the small sword was made of extraordinary materials, the wishful steel staff was a fish hook, and the wishful steel staff was a divine thunder falling from the sky. With a "pa" sound, it hit the small sword. With a crisp "kacha" sound, the defensive sword light on the small sword was immediately annihilated with the arrival of the wishful steel staff, and the small sword was smashed into pieces. Looking at the swordsman again, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. His whole body trembled violently, and his face was pale. His eyes were filled with the incomprehension and fear that all swordsmen who encountered Xiao Hua had. Then, the shadow of the black stick flashed, and the swordsman didn't know anything. Chapter 25:17. After killing the second swordsman, Xiao Hua took his storage bag and flying sword and roared, "Give me your life." The wishful steel staff smashed towards the swordsman who was fighting with Xiao Mao. The swordsman had seen Xiao Hua's power and was already frightened. Seeing Xiao Hua attack him again, he hurriedly urged his flying sword to block Xiao Hua. Who knew that Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff had only hit a few feet in front of him? Once again, it strangely floated and rushed towards the swordsman who had just escaped from his fire wall. Help! The swordsman had just escaped from the fire wall and was rejoicing. When he saw Xiao Hua rushing towards him like a demon, he couldn't help but shout. Although he shouted and tried his best to urge his flying sword, the flying sword was somewhat vulnerable under Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff. Kacha, the flying sword was broken, followed by a poof, the swordsman's head was also broken. Following the fall of the swordsman's corpse, the swordsman that Xiao Hua had just let go, also fell from midair. The swordsman had urged all the sword energy in his body to meet Xiao Hua's staff. Who knew that Xiao Hua would leave without any symptoms? The swordsman was stunned and didn't withdraw his flying sword in time, or rather, he didn't have any intention of withdrawing. But his opponent, Xiao Mao, was not stunned. The heaven and earth ring was used in time, taking advantage of Xiao Hua's feint to trap the swordsman. At this point, Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao had completed their task. As for Li Zongbao, facing two swordsmen of the 5th level, although it consumed his magical power, it was not a problem. Then, Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao were still in front, and Xiao Hua was behind. The three of them steadily advanced. Most of the swordsmen behind them were about the 4th level. Under Xiao Hua's soul stab, the swordsmen were repeatedly hit. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao easily took their lives. As for the small number of swordsmen who were not afraid of Xiao Hua's soul stab, they also became ghosts under Xiao Hua's staff. Of course, except for Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao, the other disciples of the Utopia faction, Taibai faction, and Cool Breeze Valley did not know that it was Xiao Hua's soul stab, but when they saw Li Zongbao flying at the front, they all cheered and shouted, "Senior brother Li is good." Even a few disciples of the Utopia faction who had escaped from the fight also lined up beside Li Zongbao and joined the three of them in killing the sword cultivators. When the three of them arrived at the entrance of the karst cave, there were no surviving swordsmen in this area. There were over 100 cultivators surrounding them. Seeing the entrance of the karst cave, some of the disciples couldn't help but look in the direction of life. Their eyes flashed with hesitation. That's right, they didn't have a chance before, but now that they were faced with a choice, they couldn't help but weigh the pros and cons in their hearts. When Xiao Hua saw this, he sneered in his heart. Just now, he had just casually pointed his finger and didn't think too much about it. Who knew that when things came to a head, he actually discovered that his finger really did have a mystery. Li Zongbao also noticed this. He raised the celestial destroying whip in his hand and said coldly, "I'm going to fight my way in. Anyone who still thinks he is a disciple of the Utopia faction and wants to be a disciple of the Utopia faction should follow me into the Utopia faction. After this battle, all of you will be meritorious. I don't need to say anything. Even when you return to the Utopia faction, you can enjoy the rewards with peace of mind. Naturally, anyone who doesn't want to be a disciple of the Utopia faction can leave now. I won't force you." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zongbao took the lead and rushed towards the swordsmen who were beginning to gather in the distance. Kill. We are all cultivators of the Dao faction. Follow Senior Li Zongbao and kill the enemy. Xiao Mao took the opportunity to shout as well. He held the whip in one hand and the heaven and earth ring in the other as he stood side by side with Li Zongbao. Naturally, Xiao Hua didn't say anything and quietly followed behind them. Kill. I'm familiar with Senior Li Zongbao. Even if I die here today, I can explain to Master. If I run away, I can't bear to part with my junior sisters of the Utopia faction. A short, wretched old man with triangular eyes and a goatee chuckled. He pounced forward and held up a magic weapon that looked like a pipe in his hand. Not bad, not bad. Another tall, middle-aged male cultivator clapped his hand and a sparkling flying sword appeared in his hand. He smiled and said, "My dual cultivation partner is still waiting for my news in the Changbai sect. If she hears that I'm a deserter, what will she think? This Zhuo would rather die here and break her heart than let her look down on this Zhuo. Let's go, let's go. I also want to compete with the swordsmen in terms of flying swords." An old male cultivator held a black iron sword in his eagle claw-like hand. He actually called himself Young Master and chased after them. Immediately, nearly 40 cultivators followed Li Zongbao and the other two and charged into the battlefield again. They charged towards the front where blood and death were intertwined. The other 60 disciples were mostly disciples of the Cool Breeze Valley and the Changbai sect. They hesitated for a moment and looked at each other. Another 40 disciples waved their hands and charged in bravely. They caught up with Li Zongbao and the others and looked at the last 20 disciples. Their eyes were full of unwillingness. At this moment, a Cool Breeze Valley cultivator with a face as white as jade whispered, "Do you all remember the purpose of coming to the Flowing Ice Valley this time?" When the other disciples heard this, their faces were filled with ecstasy. A female cultivator with a large scar on her forehead said hurriedly, Yes, We came to the flowing ice valley to spy on the strength of the swordsmen. We didn't have to attack the flowing ice valley. Li Zongbao is not part of our team this time. The white-faced cultivator said coldly. His cultivation is high and he can freely enter and exit the flowing ice valley, but we can't. Moreover, he is fond of grandiose achievements. In order to become the strongest person below the golden core stage, he likes to kill sword cultivators. His purpose is different from ours today. Yes, Li Zongbao doesn't know the purpose of this place at all. He only joined later. The female cultivator said hurriedly, we will return to the Sky Patrol City and report the strength of the sword cultivators in the flowing ice valley to the conference hall. Then, we will have completed this mission. In addition, we can find other helpers on the way. Let's go. Before the female cultivator finished speaking, another male cultivator suddenly flew out of the karst cave and said coldly, I'm here to contribute to my Daoist sect, not to sacrifice my life for Li Zongbao's reputation. I only listen to the orders of the conference hall. Li Zongbao is not our leader, I have no reason to listen to him. Then, the 20 people did not say anything else and flew away with a clear conscience. Of course, whether they could fly out of the flowing ice valley, whether they could fly back to the Sky Patrol City, and whether they could complete their mission as they said. No one would know. Xiaohua did not pay attention to this place at all. Everyone had their own fate and each person had their own choice. Just like the Cool Breeze Valley cultivator he met earlier, Xiaohua did not care at all. His attention was now on the swordsman in front of him. There were many swordsmen in the karst cave, there were definitely more than 10,000 of them. Xiaohua and the other two were like a drop in the ocean. Even with the dozens of people who came with them, they were far from being a threat to them. What Xiaohua wanted to do was to kill the enemies as soon as possible and instill fear in the hearts of these swordsmen. Just like his fierce reputation of the terrifying phoenix, the swordsman would retreat without a fight. In just a few breaths, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao encountered swordsmen in front of them. Just like before, Xiaohua secretly attacked. After the sneak attack was successful, Li Zongbao would attack. If they encountered a difficult opponent, Li Zongbao would activate his magic power, or Xiaohua would attack forcefully. Xiao Mao's magic power was slightly weaker, so he only dealt with opponents that he was confident in. The outstanding performance of these three people naturally made the dozens of people who followed them excited. They also lined up behind the three of them, forming a sharp knife shape, and stabbed towards the tens of thousands of swordsmen and cultivators who were entangled. Xiaohua hid behind Li Zongbao. Seeing that the morale of the crowd was high, he was also happy. When he saw other cultivators fighting against the swordsmen, he also used the soul stab from time to time. Most of the time, it was successful. However, these cultivators did not know that it was Xiaohua's credit. They all cast grateful gazes towards Li Zongbao. Gradually, more and more cultivators and swordsmen noticed the situation on this side. Almost all the places where Xiaohua and the others passed by, the swordsmen were killed by them together, and the cultivators also merged into their torrent. Just like the river water of flowing ice valley, Xiaohua and the others were the drop of snow water of Shui Mountain. Gradually, as they flowed through the ice field, more and more snow water mixed in, and this snow water became more and more, and also became a trickling stream. And the drop of snow water in front of this stream was incomparably hot, incomparably red, and all the coldness and ice layers could not block its sharpness. All the ice turned into flowing water under its magic power. Therefore, this stream became even bigger, and many little drops made an ocean, and it actually became a torrent. Of course, Xiaohua was enduring silently. Of course, Xiao Mao's cultivation was relatively shallow. Of course, Li Zongbao's glory was unparalleled for a time. However, at this time, no one would treat Li Zongbao as a person, and no one would ignore Xiaohua and Xiao Mao. This was because the three of them were a small team, and Xiaohua and Xiao Mao had been fighting together from beginning to end. At this time, Li Zongbao was not alone, but three people. Perhaps in the past, Li Zongbao claimed to be the #1 gold core cultivator, but from today onwards, after this battle in Flowing Ice Valley, the title of the special team of the conference hall would replace Li Zongbao's previous reputation. Kill, Li Zongbao roared, and the immortal piercing whip lashed out again. Although it didn't bring about too many whip shadows, he didn't seem to be worried about the might of the immortal piercing whip. With a loud bang, the whip shadow collided with the huge sword light, and this sword light was like a mountain. Boom! Immediately after, another fiery light flashed by, and Xiao Hua's yang leaf fan rushed forward. The fiery light covered the sword light that was missing a piece from the immortal piercing whip, and crazily swallowed it. Xiao Hua's fiery light had just stopped for a moment, and Xiao Mao's universe ring flew over again, and fell down smoothly. The sawtooth inside the ring made a strange sound, and the huge sword light was ground into pieces. Chapter 25:18. Behind the three of them, a Tai sect disciple raised his flying sword. With a flash of sword light, the yellow flying sword was smashed into pieces. The flying sword of a six-stage swordsman was destroyed by three people. Naturally, because of the appearance of Xiao Hua, Xiao Mao, and Li Zongbao, the cultivators of the Daoist sect were once again united. Of course, the sword cultivator also joined forces. The destruction of the flying sword of the six-stage swordsman was only a small part of the confrontation between the swordsmen and the cultivators. However, this small part also represented the current situation of the battle. The cultivators of the Daoist sect had gradually gained the upper hand. Compared to the cultivators, these swordsmen seemed to know more about the techniques of war. Seeing that the situation had changed, the dozens of disciples of the Void Heaven Sword School had already tacitly occupied the advantageous terrain. Each of them urged their fellow swordsmen to hold their flying swords in their hands. When the cultivators led by Li Zongbao arrived in front of them, everyone shouted in unison. Dozens of flying swords flew out and condensed into a huge flying sword. Disciples. Li Zongbao also shouted, urging the disciples to meet the battle. The swordsmen had been preparing for a long time. At this time, they attacked to catch the cultivators off guard. The disciples of the Utmost Happiness faction were obviously not as well trained as the swordsmen, so how could they make it in time? Senior brother Li, junior brother Xiao, help me. Seeing this, Xiao Hua immediately shouted and flew out, waving the wishful steel staff to meet the huge flying sword. The cultivators of the Daoist sect had finally gained the upper hand. If they couldn't block this sword, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Help you? When Li Zongbao heard this and saw Xiao Hua take the initiative to fly out, he was bewildered. He really didn't know how to help Xiao Hua. However, he had always known Xiao Hua's ability and boldly guessed that the culprit who killed Tu Hong was Xiao Hua. He felt that Xiao Hua would be able to block the joint attack of dozens of swordsmen. Xiao Hua's shout was just a cover. Okay, Li Zongbao hurriedly flew up and hurriedly gave Xiao Mao a look. Xiao Mao also hurriedly flew up. The two of them had the same idea and the same action. One of them urged the magic weapon to attack the flying sword, while the other patted Xiao Hua's direction. From the looks of it, they were using some kind of joint attack secret technique that no one knew about. Sure enough, as the two of them raised their arms, Xiao Hua's entire body was enveloped in flames that soared into the sky. The flames were extremely dazzling. Not only did it block everyone's gazes, it also greatly disturbed their divine senses. Rumble. A loud sound rang out. Xiao Hua's wishful staff hit the huge flying sword. Even though Xiao Hua let out a strange cry of ouch, and his entire figure flew back like a flying sword, charging straight into the distance, the combined attack of several tens of shining swordsmen had actually been mostly dissipated by him. The sound was the sound of the collision between the wishful steel staff and the flying sword. The sound was almost earth-shattering, shaking the entire cave. Furthermore, the huge shockwave before the collision had stirred up the heaven and earth spiritual qi in an incomparably chaotic manner. It spread through the entire space in all directions. Not only were countless stones falling from the special stone walls of the karst cave, but the deafening sound also made all the cultivators and swordsmen dizzy. These three people are too powerful. Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao's magic weapons collided with the huge flying sword. Naturally, they were not its opponent, and their figures flew back along with Xiao Hua. Everyone looked at the three people who were knocked back, and then looked at the sword's shadow that had almost dissipated. They all gasped. Especially the swordsmen, they knew the power of their joint attack of the flying sword. Without the strength of a second-grade illusory sword, it was impossible to do it. Kill. While the cultivators were shocked, the disciples of the Utopia faction were also ready. Dozens of disciples who were also closest to Li Zongbao urged their magic weapons at the same time, and together, they smashed into the flying sword. Buzz buzz buzz, there was a burst of golden sounds, and the remaining flying swords were forced to fly back by the joint attack of the disciples of the Utopia faction. Many of the flying swords were even broken. Attack! Seeing that they had obtained victory, the other disciples also roared, and one after another, they took out their magic weapons and magic weapons. With a rainbow-like momentum, they rushed toward the swordsmen who were somewhat flustered with a tide-like attack. Just as mentioned before, the situation on the battlefield was too delicate. Xiao Hua's attack seemed to have scattered the swordsmen's last stubborn defense, their last persistence, and their last pride. At the same time, it also sounded the horn of victory for the cultivators. If these experienced swordsmen organized a few more times, they might be able to turn the situation around. However, when they saw the cultivators launch another attack, they chose to be defeated after panicking. Of course, it was also because these swordsmen had battle experience that they knew that the situation was hopeless, and so they fled. A defeated army was like a landslide. This was exactly the case. Not to mention third-grade swordsmen, even sixth-grade swordsmen would hastily step on their flying swords and flee. Fortunately, there were a lot of stalactites in this karst cave space, and there were even more karst caves of various sizes. The flying speed of the swordsmen was also extremely fast. Although they were chased by the cultivators from behind, the swordsmen still maintained a straight posture. Damn it, why isn't anyone helping me? Where did all those junior sisters go? Xiao Hua shook off the water droplets on his body and stood up from under a stalactite. His gaze looked at the utmost happiness faction and Tai by faction disciples who were chasing further and further away, and he shouted angrily. He was truly sent flying by the swordsman's flying swords, and his back crashed into who knows how many stalactites. Heh heh, how about little brother help you? Xiao Mao's voice sounded not far away. He and Li Zongbao merely borrowed the momentum to fly backwards. How could they compare to Xiao Hua? Even if they crashed into the stalactites, that was also an act. Tisk, forget it. Do you have jade hands again? Xiao Hua clapped his hands, took out a few jade bottles, and threw them to Xiao Mao. You'd better hurry up and take these pills. The magic power in your body has long dried up, right? Heh heh, little brother can't compare to big brother. Xiao Mao took a few pills without hesitation and handed the jade bottle to Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao still had a cold face. He took the bottle, sniffed it with his nose, frowned slightly, and then looked at it a few times, poured out a pill and swallowed it into his stomach. Then his eyebrows slightly relaxed, and he looked at Xiao Hua even more thoughtfully. After taking the pill, Xiao Mao whispered, Big brother, the senior brothers of the utmost happiness faction have already flown far away, should we hurry over? Damn it, if you want to go, you go. Xiao Hua waved his hand. How much magic power do you have to consume? Anyway, I don't dare to go. Xiao Mao seemed to wake up from a dream and said with a smile, Yes, little brother understands. You have to do things in moderation, too much is as bad as not enough. If we can show off our invincible power again, big brother. I'm afraid it'll be hard to explain. What's hard for me to explain? Xiao Hua curled his lips. Heh heh, big brother, after this battle, your name will be known throughout the entire Sky Patrol city. Xiao Mao gave a thumbs up. That shocking strike just now. It's really powerful, that's dozens of bright swordsmen. Alas. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's face immediately became long, and he looked at Li Zongbao, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Senior brother Li, this is all thanks to you, your secret joint attack is really powerful. I'm just a brute force, and I only borrowed the magic power of senior brother Xiao Mao and junior brother Xiao Mao. This strike doesn't deserve any credit from me. It's all thanks to senior brother Li. Yes, Li Zongbao's expression didn't change, and he nodded slightly. What credit do you have? It's all mine. It's me who brought you to Flowing Ice Valley, and it's me who taught you the secret joint attack. Furthermore, the attack just now was also the result of my magic power transforming into physical strength. Great. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, in this world, only senior brother Li knows my heart. However, even if I admit it like this, in the eyes of some people, there are still some problems. Li Zongbao reminded Xiao Hua with a rare flash of worry in his eyes. Alas, I know. Xiao Hua looked up at the crowd that had already disappeared, and sighed. But if I don't do it, senior brother Li will be the first to disagree. I won't disagree. Li Zongbao shook his head. I will only fight to the death. Not only will I disagree, even big brother won't agree. Xiao Mao said with a grin. He was in an extremely good mood. His cultivation was the weakest among the three of them, and it had always been Xiao Hua who took care of him. Today, he and Li Zongbao had cooperated extremely well. Not to mention killing countless sword cultivators, even that last wave of their hands at the same time seemed to be telepathic. They had really helped Xiao Hua a great deal. Moreover, the three of them had limitless glory today, and 30% of it was his, Xiao Mao's, share. In the entire Xuanyan school, there probably weren't many who could catch up to him, right? Let's go. We'll go see Martial Uncle Xia Hui and the others. Li Zongbao said with a wave of his hand. Senior brother Li, are you sure? Xiao Hua hurriedly advised. That's a battle between golden core cultivators. Can you afford to get involved? I can't afford to get involved, but someone else can. Li Zongbao said coldly. Martial Uncle Xia Hui is my martial uncle, and also the main instigator of the Feather Immortal Gathering. He's been good to me, so I can't not help him. Damn it, I knew it. That day you came to the Utopia faction in a hurry, so that's why. Xiao Hua said helplessly as he flew up. At that time, I didn't know you were Martial Uncle Xia Hui, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to go to the 7 Extremes Mountains. Li Zongbao retorted. Forget it. What else could Xiao Hua say? Li Zongbao had already said so much, and he was almost dragging Xiao Hua along. But, senior brother Li. Xiao Hua still exhorted. My magic power is now exhausted, and I still have to rely on senior brother's secret technique, and I still have to rely on senior brother and junior brother Zhao's help. I know. Li Zongbao was a little impatient. Every time I see your magic power exhausted, and every time I see you recover the fastest. Don't worry, the cultivators of the Utopia faction are all responsible, and we won't forget our righteousness at the sight of profit. Hearing Li Zongbao say, responsible, Xiao Hua's expression became a little gloomy. Obviously, he was mocking the irresponsible Qian Mo of the Imperial Thunder sect, who only treated the Imperial Thunder sect as a big sect, who only showed the style of a big sect, but didn't have the strength of a big sect. Chapter 25:19. Xiao Mao also looked at Xiao Hua sympathetically. He wasn't a famous disciple in the Xuanyan school, but in the meeting hall, he was protected by Gao Wei. But Xiao Hua, cough, cough. Li Zongbao suddenly said in a low voice, actually, the Utopia faction values the disciples of other sects, very much. His voice was very soft and even a little hesitant. Xiao Hua heard it and felt warm in his heart. At the same time, he couldn't help but laugh. Needless to say, Li Zongbao's master, De Sun, wanted Li Zongbao to say these words to Xiao Hua. Li Zongbao had obviously guessed that he was the culprit behind Tu Hong's death, but he still said these words. However, this sentence was quite rebellious. Li Zongbao couldn't say it clearly, so Xiao Hua just pretended that he didn't hear it. There were many caves in the karst cave space, and the directions were also very complicated. Xiao Hua's divine thought and Buddhist sense couldn't go very far. In such a place, he was already confused. But Li Zongbao was much stronger than Xiao Hua. With just a glance and a slight sniff, he quickly found a path that was different from many cultivators chasing after the swordsman. Seeing that there were no bloodstains or corpses on the path, Xiao Hua was a little surprised. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Senior Brotherly, how did you know? Tu Hui's whereabouts? Is it some kind of secret art of the Utopia faction?" Xiao Hua was sincerely asking for advice. After all, he was too weak in this aspect. If Li Zongbao really had some kind of secret art, maybe he would be thick-skinned and ask for advice. Who knew that Li Zongbao's words would make him stunned? Nothing else, just intuition. Well, Xiao Hua shrugged helplessly. He knew that Li Zongbao was telling the truth. It seemed that Cui Hongshan had some strong points in this aspect. Li Zongbao had been flying for more than half an hour. Seeing that there were two forks in the road, Li Zongbao began to hesitate. But at this moment, a deep and obvious rumbling sound came from the cave on the left. Li Zongbao was stunned. Boom! Quick! Li Zongbao heard the sound and was anxious. He held the fairy whip in his hand and rushed to the cave on the left. When Xiao Hua saw this, he did not dare to be negligent. He urged the wind escape technique and instantly overtook Xiao Mao. He followed behind Li Zongbao while holding the wishful steel staff in his hand. After flying for another half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua's keen senses picked up on the minute changes in the heaven and earth spiritual qi. The dense water-type heaven and earth spirit qi became increasingly overwhelming, and the faint restriction within the cave also emitted a faint blue light. Oh! The spirit stones produced by Flowing Ice Valley are water-based? Xiao Hua's brows twitched as he came to a realization. In his mind, the scene of rows and rows of light blue water-type top-grade spirit stones appeared. Damn it! Xiao Hua secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and shook his head with all his might, as if he wanted to shake this tempting scene out of his mind. Nonsense! The Spirit Stone mine in Flowing Ice Valley had been occupied by sword cultivators for many days, and it was different from the Spirit Stone mine in Gale Snowfield. How could there be so many spirit stones left here? Xiao Hua wasn't just indulging in wishful thinking. Besides, with Li Zongbao following him, how could he have such an opportunity? What? Li Zongbao suddenly turned his head and looked at Xiao Hua very strangely. Nothing. Xiao Hua shrugged and was about to speak when the dense heaven and earth spirit qi suddenly flowed, as if there was a huge suction force in front of them. Li Zongbao obviously also sensed it. He did his best to urge his flying technique, and his figure sped up a bit. You can't be like this. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept out, but unfortunately, it was still blocked by the cave. He muttered, and his figure couldn't help but slow down when the three of them flew into another karst cave. They unconsciously stopped. They saw that this was a space that was only slightly smaller than the previous karst cave where they were fighting. Inside was a vortex of heaven and earth spirit qi from before. Countless hurricanes blew from all directions of the karst cave and poured into the center. In that space, two white-haired old men stood upright in midair. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept out, and he felt that the protective brilliance around the two people were flashing with sword light. The sword light was incomparably sharp, as if it could cut through his divine sense. Changbai sect. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed, and he immediately knew that they were the Changbai sect disciples who came to attack Flowing Ice Valley together with Tu Hui from the Utopia sect. This is Li Feiyu from the Changbai sect, Martial Uncle Li. Li Zongbao stopped in midair and transmitted his voice. He is an extremely honest cultivator. TCH, what does being honest have to do with me? Xiao Hua disdained. His enmity with the Changbai sect was huge. Not only did the Changbai sect's nascent soul cultivators want to kill him, but he also wanted to kill the Changbai sect's golden core cultivators. Facing such a sect's golden core cultivators, how could Xiao Hua attack? Hearing Xiao Hua's reaction, Li Zongbao was expressionless. At this moment, the two old men, who were as sharp as swords, moved. In front of one of the old men, a 10-feet-long flying sword vibrated violently. The runes on the flying sword flowed crazily, like countless tadpoles looking for their mother. And with the movement of these runes, thousands of tiny vortexes appeared on the 1-foot-wide sword. Not only did the vortexes emit tiny sword rays, but they also sucked in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the surrounding 10 feet. And as the spiritual qi of heaven and earth poured in, the blue brilliance on the flying sword became even brighter. This is Li Feiyu from the Changbai sect. Xiaohua did not know much about the flying swords of the Daoist sect and sword cultivators. Seeing the flying sword being used like a magic weapon, he naturally recognized that this old man was Li Feiyu. Li Feiyu was facing a swordsman who looked very similar to him. Although he was wearing a sword outfit, which was very different from Li Feiyu's Changbai sect Daoist robe, who would notice the Daoist robe and sword outfit in the flashing sword light? Disdain appeared on the swordsman's face. He waved his hand and a similar blue brilliance condensed in midair. In an instant, it also transformed into a 10 feet long and 1 foot wide flying sword. It was actually similar to Li Feiyu's flying sword. However, there were no runes flowing on this flying sword. The entire flying sword was a kind of azure blue. The sword rays were like flickering blue lights. They seemed to be stagnant in the flying sword, but they were flowing extremely quickly. Li Feiyu saw the other party's flying sword taking shape and narrowed his eyes. He pointed his finger and shouted, "Qin Mu Ming, eat my sword." As he spoke, the big sword followed Li Feiyu's wave and moved slowly in midair. Every time the big sword moved, there would be a rumbling sound, as if the big sword was breaking through the air. Li Feiyu, you and I have fought for so long and I am tired of it. Today, I will let you see the true essence of my sword cultivation. I will also let you know that imitating a cat to draw a tiger will never become a tiger. As he spoke, Qin Mu Ming's flying sword made a strange turn and flashed in midair. It gave out a terrifying sword hum and charged straight at Li Feiyu's big sword. If you compare them separately, the flying swords of sword cultivators and the flying swords of Changbai sect are really similar. Even Li Feiyu and Qin Mu Ming have the same temperament. But when these two flying swords meet, they are different. Yes, the essence is different. It was rare to see a Changbai sect disciple using a flying sword to fight a sword cultivator disciple. Xiaohua's eyes lit up as he watched attentively. Li Feiyu's flying sword gave off a majestic aura. Wherever the sword light passed, it was like the wind blowing through rotten wood, sweeping away all the spirit energy of heaven and earth. On the other hand, Qin Mu Ming's flying sword was filled with sword lights. That huge sword was made up of countless sword lights, and each sword light was a tiny flying sword. Although his flying sword didn't have the imposing aura of Li Feiyu's flying sword, not only was the flying sword extremely sharp, the sword light seemed to be able to cut open the void. Even the spirit of each sword light could be seen on the spirit of a sword cultivator. Not to mention that the sword will of Qin Mu Ming's flying sword was like the gurgling flowing water. This blue flying sword was like the river water of flowing ice valley. Even though it was extremely soft, it still had the unyielding will to split the towering valley apart. With a boom, the two flying swords pierced into one place. Xiaohua released his divine sense and saw clearly that Li Feiyu's flying sword had an imposing aura. The moment it touched Qin Mu Ming's flying sword, it immediately shattered all the sword light on the flying sword. The entire flying sword that was formed by the sword light was struck and collapsed. Li Feiyu's flying sword seemed to have sunk deeply into the sword light. However, after a few breaths, Qin Mu Ming's flying sword showed extreme flexibility. The tenacious power of water was born from the sword light. Not only did it maintain the shape of the flying sword, it also slowly recovered one sword light after another. It supported Li Feiyu's flying sword and then slowly retreated. And when the two flying swords reached a balance, Qin Mu Ming's flying sword suddenly emitted a brilliant brilliance. It was like a spirit snake that had awakened from hibernation and jumped. Like a big mouth, it quickly swallowed Li Feiyu's flying sword. Not only that, the small sword light that was formed by the flying sword ruthlessly pierced into Li Feiyu's flying sword from all angles. In just the blink of an eye, pieces of stains appeared on the flying sword. There was even a faint crack that appeared on the flying sword. Wang wang, the sound of the sword rang. Not only was Li Feiyu's sword light flashing, even Qin Mu Ming's sword light was flashing frequently. Seeing this, Li Feiyu's expression suddenly changed. He narrowed his eyes slightly and his body flashed with rapid magic power fluctuations. The true essence in his golden core was instantly extracted and turned into magic power that surged into the flying sword. With a crisp, "ga" sound, it seemed to be the sound of Li Feiyu's arm or the sound of a certain part of the flying sword. The flying sword suddenly stretched forward and a sword light rushed out from the flying sword. It actually tore a small hole in Qin Mu Ming's sword light and was about to pierce Qin Mu Ming's chest. Pooh! With a soft sound, Qin Mu Ming's left arm moved slightly and another sword light streaked across. It was neither fast nor slow and extremely accurate as it hit the sword light. It immediately shattered the sword light. Chapter 25-20. Hiss! Xiaohua took in a cold breath when he saw the situation. This Qin Mumming can even give birth to sword light on his arm. It seems like he already has the feeling of transforming into a sword. Li Feiyu might not be his match. Just as this thought appeared in Xiaohua's mind, he saw Qin Mu Ming laughing heartily. His empty hand clenched into a fist and smashed towards Li Feiyu. However, sword light also flickered on that fist as though this fist was the sword light itself. Li Feiyu was naturally not afraid of this. His other hand also formed a spell and a blue shield light appeared in mid-air, blocking the front of the fist. With a crisp crack, the fist was really like a sword light stabbing into glass. That shield light transformed into flowing light and fell down. Just as Li Feiyu waved his hand and numerous shield lights appeared again, suddenly, a pure blue sword light that was about the thickness of a thumb suddenly appeared from the flying sword that was swallowing Li Feiyu's sword light. It was the flying sword that had stabbed into Li Feiyu. Crack crack crack, it was actually similar to the sound of the shield light shattering. An extremely deep crack actually appeared on Li Feiyu's flying sword from this sword light. Ah! Pre-celestial heavy water. This flying sword of yours is refined by pre-celestial heavy water? Li Feiyu was astonished. This flying sword was his natal magic treasure and he could acutely sense the abnormality of Qin Mumming's flying sword. At the same time, his primordial spirit was also damaged. Why would Qin Mumming answer him? That sword light rapidly shrank and pierced towards Li Feiyu's huge sword again. Whoosh! Brilliance flourished around Li Feiyu's body and where his magic power surged, the huge sword was rapidly retracted. Furthermore, it was gradually shrinking. Just as that huge sword escaped from the range of Qin Mumming's sword light, Li Feiyu's figure flashed past and actually flew towards the other side of the karst cave. Behind him, a shield light that was several yards big suddenly appeared with a wave of his hand. Where are you running to? Qin Mu Ming had hit the enemy in one move and shouted out loudly. His body also slightly distorted as he chased after Li Feiyu like a wave. The shield light that Li Feiyu had struck out was instantly shattered by him, and it was only delayed by a flick of a finger. Although Li Feiyu wasn't fleeing in the direction of Xiaohua's group, Qin Mumming's spiritual sense had long sensed their arrival. However, Qin Mumming only coldly swept his gaze over the three of them. His figure flashed several hundred feet in front of Xiaohua's group. He didn't attack the three Dao sect disciples who were in the late foundation establishment stage. Motherfucker, why don't you do it? Li Zongbao scolded angrily in his heart. When he saw Xiaohua watching the battle with interest and not going up to help, he knew he didn't want to make a move. If Qin Mu made a move, Xiaohua would definitely make a move, but Qin Mu didn't care, although that was what Li Zongbao thought, he didn't dare to do it himself. When Qin Mumming's figure disappeared into the karst cave, Li Zongbao waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Then, he took the lead and flew to the back where Qin Mumming and Li Feiyu were fighting. Big brother. Xiao Mao was behind Xiaohua. When he saw Li Zongbao rushing inside without thinking, he couldn't help but worry. He transmitted his voice, "That sword cultivator Qin Mumming is extremely powerful. I'm no match for him. Big brother, can you do it?" "Yes, it's not a big problem." Xiaohua blinked his eyes and said, "What's wrong?" "This Qin Mumming is also from the Void Heaven Sword School. He seems to be Qin Jian's junior." Xiao Mao said embarrassedly, "I feel that the three of us actually have designs on Qin Jian. It's a little crazy." "Yes, just the two of you, is a dream. Xiao Hua said with a smile, with Big Brother, ha ha ha, that dream might come true. Yes, I understand. However, Big Brother should be careful. This sword cultivator's attack power is too strong. Changbai Sek's martial Uncle Li's flying sword is already powerful enough, but he still can't defeat Qin Mumming. Yes, Big Brother knows. You have to be careful too. Xiao Hua nodded. After this battle, you will become famous. This name must stay in the hands of the living. Yes. Xiao Mao's heart felt warm. He really didn't expect that the call of Big Brother from decades ago would change his fate. The fate in this world was too wonderful. Woo boom, a violent tremor shook the cave. A helpless and low voice faintly came from the distance. How dare you, Martial Uncle Chia Hui? Hurry, Li Zongbao heard and hurriedly urged. He also flew over. Okay. Xiao Hua saw that Li Zongbao was in a hurry and had already flown in front of him. After passing through several caves, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. He saw that this was a blue space that was about a few li in size. There were fist-sized flashes on the stone walls. These flashes immediately attracted Xiao Hua's attention. Martial Uncle Chia Hui. Zongbao is here to help you. Li Zongbao followed Xiao Hua in. His gaze was different from Xiao Hua's. After sucking in a breath of cold air, he hurriedly shouted. In the center of this space, a giant wolf was emitting a threatening aura. It was holding a demonic weapon that looked like a halberd. It was pouncing towards a short and thin cultivator with gray hair. That cultivator was holding a magic weapon that looked like a horsetail whisk. That horsetail whisk had tens of thousands of threads that were flashing with a golden brilliance. Every thread seemed to be an extremely sharp sword. Whoa! With a muffled sound, the giant wolf's halberd plunged into the light dust. The sharp horsetail whisk extended its antennae like a sea anemone and blocked the halberd. However, the demonic weapon's boundless strength suppressed the horsetail whisk. Not only did the horsetail whisk flicker, even Chu Hui's body was smashed down a few feet. However, below Chia Hui was another giant with an almost naked upper body. In his hand was a mace. This giant was actually a few times bigger than the one Xiao Hua saw before. Even the mace was a few times bigger. This giant waved the mace and smashed it towards Chia Hui, who was falling down. Although there was still a distance of several zhang between them, the sound of the wind from the mace and the huge wave of qi rushed towards Chia Hui's legs. An unconcealable sense of crisis immediately made Chia Hui's body tremble. It was already difficult for the demonic weapon to block the giant wolf. This time, the brilliance of the horsetail whisk trembled again. Hearing Li Zongbao's voice, Chia Hui panicked. He didn't even have time to look at Li Zongbao. He tried his best to circulate his magic power. While his body was barely able to fly upwards, he shouted, "You rushed here? Quickly leave, this is not a place you can come." When Li Zongbao saw that Chia Hui was in danger, he panicked at first. However, when he looked carefully, his heart calmed down. He had seen a lot of how Xiao Hua bullied others along the way. Moreover, he knew how powerful Xiao Hua's wishful staff was. Dragging Xiao Hua over was the wisest decision. "Junior brother Xiao, we will use our secret technique." Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Hua, whose gaze was already lingering on the top-grade water-type spirit stone, and urged him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Oh, yes." Xiao Hua reluctantly moved his gaze away from the spirit stone's brilliance. He swept his gaze and said with a smile, "Senior brother Li, if the three of us chase that giant away, we should be able to save Martial Uncle Chia Hui, right? Naturally, the three of us will chase the giant away." Li Zongbao emphasized the words, "the three of us," as if to make Xiao Hua feel at ease. Come, come, come. Let this young master see who is stronger." Xiao Hua waved the wishful staff in his hand. His body slowly flew up, and he shouted at Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, "Senior brothers, help me." "All right." Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao waved their hands in extreme boredom. At the same time, they waved their left hand and waved it towards Xiao Hua's back. In their right hand, the piercing immortal whip and the universe ring were also brought out. Each flashed brilliantly as they smashed towards the giant. Roar! When the giant saw that his mace was unable to hit Xiahui, and that there were actually 3 little Foundation establishment stage insects coming over, he immediately looked up to the sky and roared. Dragging his mace, he took the initiative to rush towards Xiaohua and the others. At this time, under the secret technique of Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, Xiaohua waved his wishful staff and flew over. Wu, the giant's mace made a soul-stirring sound as it struck towards Xiaohua's wishful staff. That huge mace was almost the same size as Xiaohua. Although the mace had not yet approached, the suffocating sound of the wind was almost enough to send the tall and thin Xiaohua flying. Moreover, the strange sounds coming from the spiked club were also faintly shaking Xiaohua's soul. Granny, this giant is really more powerful than before. Xiaohua's soul not only had the secret technique of soul cultivation, but also a soul armor obtained from a sword cultivator. Although the quality was not high, it was better than nothing. The entire dark cloud shook slightly and became extremely stable again. Dang! The mace and the wishful staff collided. A wave of air that was even larger than the explosion of the fire talisman was produced from the 2 people, rushing rapidly in all directions. Even the giant's body that was bigger than a stalactite staggered with the impact. The mace in his hand was lifted high, almost falling out of his hand. Looking at Xiaohua again, his figure also rushed out with the wave of air, but Xiaohua's figure was like a swimming fish, drifting slightly in the wave of air. It was a very clever reason for the wave of air to be like a horsetail whisk, rushing towards the giant while shouting, "Fight!" Ah! The giant was stunned. The slight numbness in his arm dissipated and he had to wave his mace again. At this time, before Xiaohua's wishful staff hit, Xiao Mao's Qingkuan ring and Li Zongbao's piercing immortal whip also broke through the wave of air and flew in front of the giant. Xiao Mao's Qingkuan ring aside, Li Zongbao's piercing immortal whip was famous among the cultivators. It was unknown how much swordsman's blood had been spilled on it. However, the giant didn't care about this famous magic treasure at all. The giant didn't even try to dodge the whip that was like a golden dragon. However, when the whip hit, the giant's shoulders shook as if he was trying to reduce the power of the immortal piercing whip. Perhaps it was some kind of secret technique. In short, a faint yellow light flashed on the giant's shoulder and caught the immortal piercing whip. Moreover, the force of the rebound surged and the immortal piercing whip shook slightly in the air. Chapter 25-21. Li Zongbao was dumbfounded. He knew that although his magic power was exhausted, the Holy Whip was a famous magic weapon of the Utopia faction. How could it be so weak? Looking at Xiao Mao's Heaven and Earth ring, it was even weaker. It also hit the giant's back, but the giant didn't even bother to shake it. The Heaven and Earth ring was like a tickle to the giant. He slid on the giant's shiny back and flew up into the air again. Just as Li Zongbao was dumbfounded, he felt a moment of trance. Then, a chill came from his heart, and an irresistible tyranny came out from the chill. Attack! Almost at the same time as Xiaohua, Li Zongbao flew up and grabbed the immortal piercing whip with one hand. At the same time, his other hand took out a pill and swallowed it. A hot aura came from his meridians. The immortal piercing whip let out a roar like a dragon. As Li Zongbao waved it, the runes on the immortal piercing whip began to move. It broke free from the immortal piercing whip's shackles and turned into a golden torrent. It rushed into the air and rushed towards the yellow giant's back. Dang! There was another sound. Unsurprisingly, Xiaohua's body flew up again, and at the same time, the giant's body was hit by the wishful staff and took 2 steps back. At the same time, the golden light of the Holy Whip broke through the airwaves from the 2 weapons and hit the giant's back. Humph! The giant let out a deep sound from its nose. Its back shook slightly, and another wave of yellow light flashed. Bang! The golden light of the Holy Whip scattered the light, but the golden light of the Holy Whip was also annihilated. Looking at the back of the giant, there was a faint trace of blood slowly appearing. Old man, eat my whip again. Seeing that the holy whip didn't work, Li Zongbao's body glowed again, and he was about to activate his magic power again. Senior Li, use the secret method to help me. Xiaohua saw the coldness in Li Zongbao's eyes and hurriedly shouted. At this time, Xia Hui had enough strength to deal with the giant wolf alone. He always paid attention to the movements of Li Zongbao and the others. Seeing that Li Zongbao was about to fight, he hurriedly shouted, Li Zongbao, calm your mind. It seemed to be a secret technique of the Utopia faction. Xiaohua didn't feel anything when he heard the voice, but it was like a thunderclap in Li Zongbao's ears. Li Zongbao was shocked, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Then, he waved his hand and took back the celestial piercing whip. Senior Marshal Brother Li, quickly use your secret technique to help me. Xiaohua shouted hysterically, this old man is too powerful. All right. Li Zongbao silently waved the piercing fairy whip. At this time, the brilliance of the piercing fairy whip was not as arrogant as before. Instead, it was as light as the wind. At the same time, Li Zongbao waved his left arm. Xiaohua's figure soared into the sky and the staff in his hand smashed down. Old man, eat my staff. Woo! The staff carried a strong wind and smashed down like a mountain. Ding ding dang dang, there was a burst of chaotic sounds. Xiaohua's heavenly staff technique was unleashed. He was like a fish in water under the wolf-tooth staff. On one hand, he used the heavy wolf-tooth staff to hit the giant. On the other hand, he could use the power of the wolf-tooth staff to counterattack the giant. Although the giant's technique of using the wolf-tooth staff was perfect, and even the control of the power of his arms was unparalleled in the Dawn Rain continent, he encountered Xiaohua, a cultivator who was the nemesis of giants. What was the result? In just half a meal's time, the giant's bones were soft and his muscles were numb. The yellow brilliance of his body gradually flashed frequently. Hee, this giant with illusory sword cultivation is nothing more than this. Xiaohua sneered. He suddenly raised the wolf-tooth staff and shouted, eat my staff again. Xiao. You are. When he heard that Xiaohua's surname was Xiao, the giant's face changed greatly. It seemed that the matter that had been uncertain for a long time finally had an answer. He waved the wolf-tooth staff and dragged it backward. He no longer paid attention to the crowd. He spread his feet and fled into the depths of the karst cave. The twisting buttocks and the fear of turning back in panic were not much different from the previous giants who were scared away by Xiaohua. Seeing that the giant had escaped, Li Zongbao was about to urge Xiaohua to chase after him, but Xiaohua trembled slightly in midair. His arms hung down weakly, and he sat cross-legged in midair. Obviously, he was exhausted. Sigh, forget it. Li Zongbao knew that Xiaohua was exhausted again. He sighed and looked at Xia Hui. Without the threat of the giant, Xia Hui was able to deal with the beast cultivator with the giant wolf easily. However, at the same time, the weakness of a Dao cultivator's weak body was exposed. Although he urged his magic power and used the power of magic to block the demonic weapon, his forehead was still sweating. He was even more limp and numb than Xiaohua. Even when he was flying, he was still panting. Looking at the giant wolf, although it was moving slower, its momentum was still as strong as a rainbow. Every time it attacked, it would try to get close to Xia Hui. Needless to say, how could Xia Hui dare to let the giant wolf get close to him? He used his horsetail whisk and magic arts from time to time to block the demonic weapon, the sky piercer halberd. At the same time, he also used the confinement technique and the fireball technique. However, the giant wolf seemed to be guarding against Xiaohua. It didn't dare to get too close to him. It only destroyed Xia Hui's magic arts and slowly approached him. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Xia Hui sighed and looked at Li Zongbao and the others. His body floated up and flew towards the karst cave opposite of Li Zongbao. At the same time, he took out an elixir and swallowed it. Roar! When the giant wolf saw that Xia Hui was actually escaping, it couldn't help but roar. The sky piercer suddenly left its hand and stabbed towards Xia Hui's back. The sharp sound of the wind made it impossible for Xia Hui to not turn around to face the enemy. It was also at this moment that the giant wolf tilted its head and spat out two huge wind blades from its mouth. It charged aggressively towards Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. This guy actually didn't dare to provoke Xiao Hua, who had his eyes closed. However, it wanted to target Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. The wind blades stirred the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the air and became bigger and bigger. The sharp wind blades cut through the air and made a strange sound. It sounded like the sobbing of an abandoned woman or the sobbing of the night rain. "You're courting death." Xiao Hua, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He waved his hand and seemed to be forming some kind of seal. Along with a wave of spiritual energy, a stream of primordial water sprayed out from the top of Xiao Hua's head like a fountain. The moment the primordial water appeared, it immediately turned into turbulent waves and quickly covered the entire karst cave. Splash, the clear sound of water splashing could be heard. It was as if a small fish had jumped out of the water and was wagging its tail happily. A wave of water splashed out from the surging waves, blocking between the wind blade and Li Zongbao. The extremely sharp wind blade seemed to be able to cut through the void. However, when the wind blade silently entered the innate primordial water, not even a drop of innate primordial water appeared. Not even a bubble could be formed, and it immediately disappeared without a trace. This is... The giant wolf originally didn't care. Although Xiao Hua's primordial water quickly blocked the space, he only thought that it was because of the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, when the wind blades silently disappeared, his face slightly changed and he hurriedly swept out with his spiritual sense. However, when his spiritual sense came into contact with the primordial water, he immediately felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly retracted his spiritual sense and shouted in shock, "This is primordial water?" However, even though he reacted quickly, a trace of his spiritual sense was still swallowed by the primordial water. How is this possible? The giant wolf's eyes turned and looked at the seemingly endless primordial water gushing out and covering the surrounding space. Even where his eyes could see, there were faint illusions in every drop of primordial water. He couldn't help but groan. That's right, other people would only have a few drops of primordial water, or even one drop. However, they would use the primordial water to stimulate the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. How could they be as extravagant as Xiao Hua? Every drop of primordial water, was the real primordial water? Looking at Xia Hui, he quickly waved his horsetail whisk and forcefully blocked the giant wolf's sky piercer. Then, he saw an azure brilliance like the Milky Way hanging upside down in front of him. He was immediately shocked, but he was also lucky. He knew that this was definitely not the doing of the giant wolf. He hurriedly turned to look at Xiao Hua and the others. When he heard the giant wolf scream, he hurriedly retracted his spiritual sense and didn't even look at the primordial water. This primordial water was even more useful to cultivators. In a situation where he didn't have any defensive measures, he definitely wouldn't provoke this primordial water. Since you didn't even leave when I asked you to, then, don't leave. Xiao Hua sneered. The hidden Buddha Saraira waved a Buddha seal and the surging primordial water suddenly boiled, shooting out giant wolves from everywhere. Ha ha ha. It's just primordial water. Why should I be afraid? The giant wolf's heroic spirit soared to the sky. He waved his sky piercer, and like Xiao Hua's wishful staff, it formed a temporary safe space around him, blocking all the splashing primordial water outside. Humph. Xiao Hua didn't refute at all. He gradually urged the primordial water to separate the giant wolf and Xia Hui, while he and Li Zongbao were separated in another place. Li Zongbao frowned, but since the entire primordial water was controlled by Xiao Hua, it didn't matter where Xiao Hua was. Sure enough, Xia Hui stood in midair for a moment and understood Xiao Hua's intention. After a short rest, he urged his spiritual power and threw the horsetail whisk in his hand. The horsetail whisk turned into a comet and shot towards the giant wolf. Dang! The horsetail whisk collided with the halberd. Although the horsetail whisk looked very light, it contained the spiritual power of Chu Hui, an early gold core stage cultivator. Once it collided with the halberd, it immediately emitted a strong brilliance, causing the halberd to stagnate for a moment. There were only a few strands, and each strand had rushed into the weak spot. Ha! The giant wolf roared and waved the sky piercer, cutting off the threads of the primordial water. However, at the moment when it was cut, a few drops still fell into the defense of the sky piercer. Chapter 25-22. The giant wolf hastily moved his body. However, Chu Hui's horsetail whisk came again. The giant wolf had no choice but to wave his Feng Tian halberd again. Just as he was distracted, the drop of innate primordial water landed on his feet. A series of sizzling sounds rang out, and black light and light smoke appeared on the giant wolf's feet. However, this light smoke was unable to withstand the Xiantian true water, and was instantly corroded. After a short while, the light and smoke finally disappeared, and the giant wolf's eyes flashed with shock and pain. Then, the giant wolf looked around and felt regretful. If it wasn't for the killing intent in his heart, he would have escaped from this karst cave a long time ago. At this moment, the innate primordial water had trapped him, and the young man who controlled the water was on the other side. Even if he wanted to kill the young man, it would be impossible. Just now, he was thinking about how to kill Chu Hui. Now, he was thinking about how to escape. The giant wolf was a beast cultivator. However, he didn't have Li Qingshu's protective talisman, and he didn't have the hands of a nascent soul realm cultivator. Facing Chu Hui's attack and Xiao Hua's innate primordial water, he was helpless. After Chu Hui disturbed him a few more times and a few drops of innate primordial water corroded his body, the giant wolf's eyes flashed with desperation. Wu, the giant wolf, raised his head and howled. His body started to emit a black brilliance and light smoke. When the brilliance covered him, a giant wolf shape appeared in midair. Before the innate primordial water landed, the giant wolf opened his mouth and spat out a black pearl the size of a thumb. As soon as the pearl appeared, it stirred up a huge gust of wind. However, the gust of wind only raged within the innate primordial water. Once it touched the innate primordial water, it turned invisible. The gust of wind stirred around the giant wolf shape and supported the innate primordial water. Although the innate primordial water was slowly pressing down, it was able to maintain the giant wolf shape and prevent it from being corroded. Oh! Although Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows, he wasn't too surprised. He still formed a Buddhist seal and urged the innate primordial water to attack the giant wolf's gust of wind. As for Xia Hui, he looked a little embarrassed. However, he also used his horsetail whisk to hit the wind again and again. Boom! Under the joint attack of the two, the giant wolf could no longer endure it. Its slight hesitation was also shattered. The thumb-sized pearl suddenly exploded, and an awe-like hurricane was formed from the pearl, piercing straight into the primordial water. Oh! This time, Xiao Hua was truly astonished. That hurricane seemed to have materialized. It was sharp and extremely fast, piercing through the innate true water that he had set up. Moreover, the tail of the hurricane, where it was rotating, was also rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded into a hurricane passage that was several feet wide. Roar! The giant wolf let out a low roar, and its body flashed with light. At the same time, it rapidly shrank and rushed into the hurricane passage. Xiao Hua hurriedly activated his true water and tried his best to shatter the passageway. However, this hurricane passage was abnormally tough. Although Xiao Hua had shrunk the passage by a bit, it was still impossible to shatter it. Damn it! At this time, Xiao Hua was also regretting. He had placed the giant wolf and Xia Hui together while he hid in another place. The path that the giant wolf rushed out of was in the opposite direction of him. If he was close, he could have used the wishful staff to kill the giant wolf. Unfortunately, he was not close. Open, Xiao Hua shouted. He saw that the innate primordial water near Xia Hui had a crack that led to the outside of the karst cave. Xia Hui really wanted to use his horsetail whisk to hit the giant wolf's tail. When he saw that, he immediately activated his magical treasure and rushed out of the innate primordial water. He rushed in the direction that the giant wolf had flown out of the innate primordial water. He wanted to stop the giant wolf before it rushed out of the innate primordial water. However, he was still too slow. When he caught up with it, the giant wolf had already rushed out of the innate primordial water and rushed into one of the karst caves. Xia Hui did not hesitate. He did not even turn his head and chased after it. Looking at his speed, he was still faster than the giant wolf that had lost its inner core. If there were no accidents, killing the giant wolf would not be a problem. Seeing that Xia Hui had chased after the giant wolf, Xiaohua waved his hand and activated a spell. The innate primordial water was slowly sucked into the innate primordial water. Big Brother Xiao Mao saw that the azure innate primordial water was slowly decreasing. He quickly said in a low voice, "What is it?" Xiaohua replied, Is this really innate primordial water?" Xiao Mao hesitated. "Why? Is it useful to you?" Xiaohua did not answer and asked directly. Yes. Xiao Mao said honestly. Little brother has a water attribute body. Master has a magical power that can only be cultivated by absorbing innate primordial water. Little brother has been looking for the whereabouts of this innate primordial water. I did not expect. Xiaohua nodded. How much do you need? 749 drops, Xiao Mao replied in a low voice. After all, this was a huge number. His master said that he only needed 7 drops to learn the magical power, Xiaohua nodded. He knew clearly that most of the magical powers on the Xiaoyu continent had 6 as the limit. The water magical power taught by Xunyan actually had 7 levels. It was obviously not bad. Where is your magical weapon? Xiaohua pointed with his finger. A thin stream of innate primordial water flew out and landed in front of Xiao Mao. Here. Xiao Mao was overjoyed. He quickly took out a square jade bottle. Xiaohua saw this and his expression did not change. The thin stream of innate primordial water slowly fell into the jade bottle. After a while, the thin stream of innate primordial water stopped. Xiaohua said, "This is 98 drops. Take it back and give it to your master." "Yes, thank you, big brother." Xiao Mao's face was filled with ecstasy. He quickly took out a strange yellow talisman and pasted it on the jade bottle. A yellow light flashed and the jade bottle returned to its normal appearance. Xiao Mao carefully kept it in his storage pouch. "Big brother Li, do you want it?" Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao with a smile. "I don't have it." Li Zongbao swung the immortal piercing whip in his hand. Golden light shot out in all directions. "I only need this immortal piercing whip." Sigh, Xiaohua sighed in his heart. He kept all the innate primordial water into the clear water bottle. Xiaohua. Li Zongbao looked at Xiaohua and suddenly said, "I'm afraid you have too many tricks up your sleeve." "You must not have too many tricks up your sleeve." "Thank you, big brother Li." Xiaohua bowed and said, "I know what I'm doing." Although Li Zongbao said, he shook his head slightly and said, "I have to reconsider your words." "Ha ha ha, big brother Li, do whatever you want." Xiaohua laughed and said. Then, he looked at the direction Xia Hui went and asked, "Do we still need to chase after him?" "No need." Li Zongbao said indifferently, "That beast cultivator spat out his inner core and exploded it. What other tricks can he have? If martial uncle Xia Hui can't even deal with this." As he was speaking, he saw a divine perception sweep over from afar. It was Xia Hui who flew over excitedly. "Greetings, martial uncle Xia Hui." Xiaohua and the others didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly bowed. "Get up." Xia Hui waved his hand. He didn't have the attitude of a senior and hurriedly returned the greeting. "I still have to thank you today. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to kill Yang Qi. I would have been lucky if I could have escaped safely." "I don't dare." Xiaohua still had some impression of Xia Hui. He smiled apologetically and said, "It's all martial uncle's credit." I don't dare to take credit for it. Hee, little friend Xiao, that day in Taiqing sect's Hao realm, I already knew that you would have great achievements in the future. Today, I see that it's true. It's only been a few years. Not only have you reached the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, your methods are also very powerful. You scared the giant away with great strength and even used a rare method to force the wolf cultivator to explode his inner core. This, even my Zongbao can't achieve this. When Xiao Hua heard this, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, Martial uncle is overpraising me. It's all thanks to martial brother Li Zongbao. If he didn't have this secret technique, I wouldn't have been able to combine his and Xiao Mao's magic power. I wouldn't have been able to have such great strength. That was a giant with the strength of an illusory sword. I wouldn't have fought it head-on. Hee, when Xia Hui saw Li Zongbao's expression, he smiled and extended his hand. In his hand was a storage pouch. He passed it to Xiao Hua and said, This is Liang Qi's storage pouch. It should belong to little friend Xiao. Hee, no need. Xiao Hua looked around at the supreme grade spirit stones and said with a smile, It's great that I have this. Haha. Xia Hui passed the storage pouch to Xiao Hua and said, Take a look at it first. Oh, Xiao Hua was stunned. He took the storage pouch and scanned it with his divine thought. He smiled and said, So this giant wolf didn't fight for nothing. The spirit stones inside should have been collected in the flowing ice valley. You can take it. Xia Hui waved his hand and said, If I take it, I will feel uneasy. How about this? Xiao Hua waved his hand and took half of the water-type spirit stones and the sky piercer. He smiled and said, The demonic weapon is useless to martial uncle, so I'll take it. The rest are martial uncle's. If martial uncle didn't fight with this wolf cultivator, I wouldn't have been able to kill him. All right. Xia Hui didn't decline anymore. He took the storage pouch and looked at Li Zongbao worriedly. He said in a low voice, Zongbao. Success depends on the celestial piercing whip. Failure depends on the celestial piercing whip. This celestial piercing whip is a famous magic weapon of the Utopia faction. Your cultivation level hasn't reached that level yet. Don't use it by force. If the celestial piercing whip backfires, you will have a hard time. Yes, I understand. Li Zongbao bowed and said, Master has already given me the secret technique. It should be able to restrain the celestial piercing whip's backfire. Sigh, that's senior brother Heng Feng of mine. Sometimes, he is too headstrong and cares about his face too much. Xia Hui sighed and said, You have to know that those who are too headstrong break easily, while those who are soft will never be defeated. Sometimes, you can't be too headstrong. Li Zongbao was silent. He didn't reply like before. All right, Chu Hui shook his head slightly. Just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed. He tilted his head slightly as if he was listening to something. Immediately after, joy appeared on his face and he hurriedly said, Cool Breeze Valley's Su Bo actually killed Black Phoenix Sword Sex LV Jing. Right now, he's teaming up with Cheng Bai Sex Li Fei Yu to hunt down Void Heaven Sword Sex Qin Mu Ming. This old man chased away that unknown giant and killed Gorilla Mountain's Liang Qi. Once this old man and the two Dao friends kill Qin Mu Ming, our Dao Sex Flowing Ice Valley battle will be a great victory. That's right, what about the battle between the Foundation establishment cultivators? Chapter 25-23. Only then did Chu Hui remember those Foundation establishment disciples. Alright, senior uncle knows. We will also win. Li Zongbao replied without hesitation. Great. Chu Hui clapped his hands and said, You all can return for now. After we kill Qin Mu, I will send you a message. With that, Chu Hui's face was filled with joy. He executed his flying technique and flew in one direction. Let's go. Li Zongbao took a look and flew back to the karst cave. Tsk tisk. Xiao Hua smacked his lips and smiled apologetically. Senior brother Li, there are so many supreme-grade spirit stones here. Don't you? Hee, you can harvest as much as you want. Li Zongbao raised his eyebrows and stood in midair. I will wait for you here. All right. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Xiao Mao, go. Yes. Xiao Mao heard and quickly flew to the front of the stone wall. However, no matter how fast he was not as fast as Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua had already taken out his wishful staff and smashed it on the side of the supreme-grade spirit stone. Xiao Mao knew that time was tight and did not dare to delay. He also took out his universe ring and smashed it on the side of the supreme-grade spirit stone. However, when he had just harvested 2 spirit stones, he realized that something was wrong. It turned out that other than the spirit stones on the surface, there was nothing deeper. Even when he smashed a few feet with his universe ring, it was still empty. This. Xiao Mao hurriedly raised his head. Just as he was about to shout, he saw Xiao Hua's gloomy face. Xiao Hua had excavated the jade essence in Spring Gold Mountain. He had just harvested a piece and realized that something was wrong. He had also smashed a deep hole. The spirit stone veins in Flowing Ice Valley have long been excavated. There are only a few pieces left. That's why Sky Patrol City reported this place to the meeting hall like 7 Extremes Mountain and Spring Gold Mountain. Li Zongbao said calmly, before we came, Master had already explained the pros and cons. This place is just to kill. Yes, to test the strength of the swordsmen in Flowing Ice Valley. It would be best if we could kill all of them. As for the spirit stones, this is an abandoned vein. Even if Junior Brother harvested all the spirit stones here, I'm afraid it would not be comparable to the spirit stones in the storage bag. Although a fly is small, it's still meat. Xiao Hua looked at the sparkling spirit stone with reluctance and said with a groan. A fly is meat, but if there is a big piece of fat meat outside, this fly can't be considered as fat meat. Li Zongbao said coldly. That's right. Xiao Hua slaps his forehead. Those sword cultivators' storage pouches definitely have more spirit stones than the ones here. Quick, Xiao Mao, let's chase after him. Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Hua excitedly flying around and couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Although spirit stones weren't bad, to treat spirit stones so seriously, it really didn't match Xiao Hua's cultivation. Then, Li Zongbao was a little envious. It seemed that having such a hobby was better than having no hobby at all. Okay? However, this thought only flashed in his mind for a moment before it was immediately killed. The parting feelings treasure mirror really needed to be parting feelings. These rather mundane hobbies had long been cleaned up by Li Zongbao. Xiao Hua excitedly rushed out of the karst cave, but immediately stopped at the entrance with a bitter expression. Not to mention finding those cultivators who were chasing after the swordsmen, Xiao Hua didn't even have a clue how to return to the karst cave from before. In front of him, the tangled and complicated karst cave that was like a spider web was simply 100 times, 1,000 times more ferocious than those giants and wolf cultivators. Senior Marshal Brotherly, please go first. Xiao Hua very politely stood in midair and raised his hand, inviting Li Zongbao to go first. Humph, the corners of Li Zongbao's mouth faintly curled into a smile. Although he was extremely unwilling to secretly laugh in his heart, he still couldn't help but laugh. Which cultivator who could step into the Qi refinement realm wasn't an outstanding figure among the mundane world? Moreover, since they were able to cultivate into the Foundation establishment realm, they were truly dragons and phoenixes among men. Their aptitude and insight made it difficult for others to catch up to them. Not to mention the ability to remember things with a single glance, this ability to recognize directions, even a slightly intelligent child could do it. However, Xiao Hua, who was able to easily kill a middle-stage core formation cultivator, was actually so weak in this aspect that it was hard to believe. This guy's divine sense is no small matter. If it wasn't for the fact that divine sense can't be used here, I'm afraid he would have already run away. A trace of emotion flashed in Li Zongbao's eyes. After carefully identifying for a moment, he flew in a certain direction without hesitation. Xiao Mao, look at the direction Senior Marshal Brother Li is flying in. Is there anything special? Xiaohua really couldn't see the difference between this karst cave and other karst caves, so he couldn't help but ask. Xiao Mao smiled and said, "This little brother also doesn't know. However, this little brother remembers the path we came from. Although this karst cave doesn't lead to the direction we came from, I feel that it should lead to the direction the swordsmen fled in." Really? Xiaohua looked at the endless stalactites in disbelief. No matter what, he couldn't see any difference. Damn it, this young master has the hand of karma. Xiaohua was extremely indignant. This young master can even sense the karma of the world. There's no reason why this young master can't understand this, right? However, Xiaohua, who could sense his own crisis, Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming's crisis, and even Xiao Mao's crisis, couldn't make sense of these minor details. Sure enough, after flying for less than an hour, under Li Zongbao's lead, sometimes left, sometimes right, sometimes up, and sometimes down, there was a rumbling sound in their ears. Moreover, the rich water element Heaven Earth Ling Qi in the karst cave also became more and more viscous, making people's skin feel moist. Hearing the sound, Xiaohua really admired Li Zongbao from the bottom of his heart. For him, this absolutely couldn't be so easy. It was like letting Li Zongbao kill that wolf cultivator Liang Qi. Just as he was thinking, several third-grade swordsmen fled in panic from the front. "Where do you think you're going?" Seeing this, Li Zongbao's figure floated up, and the immortal piercing whip in his hand was about to wave again. Unfortunately, when those swordsmen saw Xiaohua and the others, they immediately turned pale with fright. Their figures turned, and they fled toward a fork in the karst cave, simply faster than a shooting star. Li Zongbao's expression didn't change, as if sword cultivators should be like this when they see him. Just as he was about to chase after them, a dozen or so utmost happiness faction disciples rushed over from where the sword cultivators came from. When those disciples saw Li Zongbao, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. Most of them cupped their hands and chased after those sword cultivators. There were also 3 late-stage Foundation establishment disciples who stayed behind. They stepped forward and greeted, "Senior Brother Li." "I don't dare." Li Zongbao hurriedly returned the greeting and said, "I've only just reached the late stage of Foundation establishment. How can I be addressed by 3 senior brothers like this?" Alas, if we're talking about age, we're naturally Senior Brother Li's senior brothers. However, even if we've already reached the late stage of Foundation establishment, compared to Senior Brother Li's magical powers, we're really ashamed. If you don't deserve the title of Senior Brother, then we can only call you Martial Uncle. The oldest-looking old man said very sincerely. That's right. Another old man also stepped forward and cupped his hands. Previously, we were still thinking that if it weren't for the help of Senior Brother Li and these 2 fellow cultivators, I'm afraid that over 10,000 of US disciples would have been buried in this flowing ice valley one by one. Greetings to the 2 junior brothers Xiao. The 3rd disciple stepped forward with a smile and said to Xiaohua and Xiao Mao, "We disciples will always remember the help of the 2 fellow cultivators in our hearts. This is all Senior Brother Li's credit." Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hands. With his special permission from the conference hall, I was able to get together with junior brother Xiao Mao. Even coming to Flowing Ice Valley was under Senior Brother Li's command. We dare not claim credit. This disciple was a disciple of the Utopia faction. When he saw that Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder sect and Xiao Mao of the Xuanyan order were so humble and did not compete with Li Zongbao for credit, he was even more delighted. No matter how he looked at them, they were pleasing to the eye. You 2 fellow cultivators don't need to be humble. The joint attack of the 2 of you and Senior Brother Li was not only seen by the disciples of the Utopia faction, but also by the disciples of the Changbai sect and the Cool Breeze Valley. If there's a contribution from the disciples of the Utopia faction, then there's definitely a contribution from the Imperial Thunder sect and the Xuanyan order. When we return to the Sky Patrol City, we'll definitely report the truth. This great contribution will definitely belong to the 3 of you. Xiao Mao was overjoyed and bowed. Senior brother, you're praising us too much. As they spoke, Li Zongbao had more or less understood the situation of the battle. Just as he thought, the sword cultivators were defeated like a landslide. Under the pursuit of the Taoist sect cultivators, they could only rely on their familiarity with the terrain of Flowing Ice Valley to escape the fate of total annihilation. But even so, when Xiaohua chased the giant away, Chu Hui killed Liang Qi, and found this place, nearly 30% of the sword cultivators were killed. 30% of the sword cultivators, that was close to 4,000 people. It was inevitable that the elder of the Utopia faction was excited. Hee, not bad. Li Zongbao smiled and nodded. Junior brothers, you've worked hard. I just came over from Uncle Chu Hui's place. Uncle Chu Hui fought against the giant and the wolf cultivator alone. Just when we lured the giant away, Uncle Chu Hui unleashed his invincible power and killed the wolf cultivator Liang Qi. In addition, when the giant saw that things were not going well, he was so scared that he fled in panic. Great! When the three disciples heard this, their faces lit up with joy. At this time, several disciples in the late stage of the Foundation establishment stage flew over. They were the disciples of the Taibai faction and the Cool Breeze Valley. When they met, they exchanged pleasantries and expressed their gratitude. However, it was obvious that after the disciples of the two factions greeted Li Zongbao, they were more affectionate with Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao. They even, in their words, they gave the credit to Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao. Haha. Xiao Hua was secretly happy. He knew that the two factions didn't want the Utopia faction to take all the credit. However, he just smiled and pushed Xiao Mao forward. Although Xiao Mao's reputation was not as good as Li Zongbao's, he was also smooth in dealing with people, almost similar to Cui Hongshan. In just a moment, he had gradually become the focus of everyone's attention. Oh. At this time, Li Zongbao suddenly raised his hand and said, "Fellow cultivators, please be quiet." Chapter 25-24. When everyone heard this, they immediately shut their mouths. Li Zongbao suddenly flew several feet to the side. He clapped his hands and took out a strange-looking jade pendant. Under the influence of his magic power, the jade pendant turned into a stream of light and rushed out. Martial Uncle Chu Hui seems to have sent a message, but because this place is too far away. Xiao Mao explained. Sure enough, in less than half a cup of tea's time, two streams of light flew back from afar and landed in Li Zongbao's hands. When Li Zongbao's spiritual sense entered the flying message talisman, he suddenly understood. He raised his head and looked at the eager crowd. He smiled and said, "The Battle of Flowing Ice Valley has ended. Martial Uncle Chu Hui, Martial Uncle Li Feiyu of Changbai Sect, and Martial Uncle Su Bo of Cool Breeze Valley joined forces and killed Qin Mu Ming of Void Heaven Sword School. However, Martial Uncle Li Feiyu was killed by Qin Mu Ming's last attack." When everyone heard the first half of the sentence, they were about to cheer. However, the last sentence destroyed their excited expressions. Everyone from Changbai Sect showed anger on their faces. "Let's go, we'll kill the remaining sword cultivators and avenge Martial Uncle Li." Okay. All the disciples of Changbai Sect agreed in unison and sent out requests to the disciples of Utmost Happiness faction and Cool Breeze Valley. Let's go. Kill the sword cultivators. The disciples of Utmost Happiness faction and Cool Breeze Valley were duty-bound. However, at this moment, a faint rumbling sound came from afar. At first, it was extremely soft, like the sound of thunder in the sky, but this sound was continuous, one sound after another, coming closer and closer from afar. What was special was that the vibration spread very quickly. It had long been affected by the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The rich water spiritual energy trembled rapidly. As the sound approached, it almost exploded. This is bad. Others might not know the depth of the sound, but Xiao Hua came out from the spiritual stone vein of Spring Gold Mountain. His first reaction was that someone had activated the defensive array of the spiritual stone vein of Flowing Ice Valley. Spring Gold Mountain. Xiao Hua's expression changed greatly. He gritted his teeth and shouted these three words. Xiao Hua didn't need to explain too much. Everyone's face turned ashen. Everyone present, who didn't know about the tens of thousands of sword cultivators and sword cultivators that died at Spring Gold Mountain. Quick! Everyone no longer talked about taking revenge for Li Feiyu. They all ran towards the place they thought was the safest. Don't rush. Li Zongbao climbed up and shouted, "Panic is the most important thing right now. If you trust me, the three of you will follow behind us." After saying that, he didn't care about what the others thought and took the lead to rush out. The bystanders were in a state of panic. While they were deciding between themselves and Li Zongbao, Xiaohua did not hesitate to follow Li Zongbao. Since Xiaohua had left, even if Xiaomao didn't trust Li Zongbao, he trusted Xiaohua. Naturally, he would fly away. The battle between the three of them was so eye-catching that it left a deep impression on the onlookers. Seeing that the three of them didn't panic and rushed into a karst cave, the disciples of the Utopia faction also followed them. Then, no one left. The disciples of the Changbai sect and the Cool Breeze Valley also followed them closely. Everyone tried their best to activate their true core strength. Their magic power was completely spent on the flying technique. They wanted to leave this underground mine as soon as possible. However, although they were flying extremely fast, the sound of the explosion was even faster. It was just like Xiaohua's thunder riding technique in the sky earlier. The crackling sound and the rumbling sound of the earth shaking and mountains shaking quickly caught up to them. Seeing a huge impact catching up to them from behind, even though they had already expected it and had already activated their protective spells to resist, there was a loud, woo sound. The impact threw everyone high up into the cave. The true essence in everyone's meridians suddenly condensed for a moment, and they couldn't mobilize the slightest bit of magic power. Fortunately, it was only for a moment. The true core strength could flow smoothly again. Everyone struggled to stand in midair. Even Xiaohua was astonished. The impact was really too big. Even with his cultivation, he was also struggling to resist it. Just as they were struggling to stand, a violent rumbling sound came from all around them. It was as if a pair of big hands were shaking the 1,000-kilometer flowing ice valley. Xiaohua and the others, who had just stabilized their bodies, were once again affected by the violent tremors. One by one, they fell to the ground in a sorry state. Fortunately, although these cultivators' bodies hadn't been specially tempered, they were still much stronger than ordinary people. They didn't have to worry about being injured. Pa, 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 a series of explosions sounded in the air, following the violent tremors. However, the tremors were really strong, making it easy for everyone to ignore them. This is. Xiaohua also fell to the ground. A light blue brilliance just happened to flash above his head. The pa sound was like a bolt of lightning piercing through the air. Xiaohua's gaze swept over and saw it. He was very shocked and whispered in a low voice. Li Zongbao was right next to Xiaohua. His eyes also lit up. He immediately raised his head and looked left and right. He saw that the pa sound was continuous. At the same time, the violent tremors continued forward. Even in the rock wall 100 feet away, the light blue brilliance and the pa sound were also produced in the rock wall. What puzzled everyone was that after the frightening tremors and the impact that pushed all the cultivators down from the sky, it was as if nothing had happened. Everything returned to normal. If it weren't for the rumbling sounds in the distance and the fact that everyone fell to the ground in a sorry state, everyone would think that it was just a dream. What's going on? Xiaohua scratched his head. He didn't believe that such a huge thing would have no effect. It was actually not a plot against the cultivators. Senior Li? Xiaomao was also surprised. He crawled up from the ground and whispered, "Was the movement just now flowing Ice Valley's forbidden technique?" Li Zongbao shook his head slightly and said, "This flowing ice valley has been in the hands of the enemy for many years. Even if there was a forbidden technique, it would have been destroyed by the swordsmen long ago. So, this forbidden technique must be targeted at the cultivators of our Daoist sect?" Xiaomao's eyebrows knitted together. "It should be, right?" Li Zongbao activated his true core strength. When the true core strength circulated in his meridians, he didn't see any abnormalities. This was indeed abnormal, so he couldn't help but answer with some hesitation. "Oh no. Xiao Hua suddenly shouted. What's wrong? Junior Li, what did you think of? Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao asked hurriedly. Xiao Hua's expression changed. The guarding disciples of this flowing ice valley are from the Void Heaven Sword faction and the Black Phoenix Sword faction. Isn't Qin Jian from the Void Heaven Sword faction? Qin Muming, who was just killed by martial uncle Chu Hui, should be Qin Jian's blood relative, right? Xiao Hua explained. Yes, so what? Li Zongbao still didn't understand. The other disciples of the Utmost Happiness faction also gathered around. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. That day, Tu Hong from the Sky Patrol City killed tens of thousands of people at Golden Spring Mountain. His reputation spread and he became the #1 hero of our Dao sect. He suppressed Qin Jian's fame. Senior Li, think about it, how could Qin Jian, who cherishes his reputation, let go of such an excellent opportunity? Since he could break into our Sky Patrol City and kill Tu Hong, I'm afraid he could turn this flowing ice valley into the second Golden Spring Mountain. Killing tens of thousands of swordsmen and cultivators should be his goal in this battle, right? Hiss. Li Zongbao hadn't experienced Golden Spring Mountain, so he definitely didn't think as deeply as Xiao Hua. After hearing Xiao Hua's words, he immediately gasped. That's right, this flowing ice valley has been in Qin Jian's hands for many years. He had already arranged everything. He was just waiting for the cultivators of our Dao sect to come and snatch it. As long as they snatched it, he could take advantage of the situation and kill the cultivators of our Dao sect, and those swordsmen in the underground of the flowing ice valley. In this way, not only could he kill Tu Hong, but he would also have more achievements than Tu Hong. Wouldn't he be more famous than before? But, big brother, Senior Li. Xiao Mao said in a low voice, we didn't do anything wrong. This guy must be guarding the exit. Li Zongbao's expression changed drastically. I'm afraid he destroyed all the karst caves just now and wanted to bury us here alive. Quick. The disciples of the Utopia faction heard this and became anxious. Let's quickly find the exit. Even if we have to risk our lives, we must rush out. Let's go. The disciples of the Changbai sect hurriedly activated their flying spell and rushed in the direction that Li Zongbao had flown to. Li Zongbao only hesitated for a moment before he hurriedly waved his hand and said, no matter what, let's find the exit first. Yes. Xiao Hua nodded, but he felt a little relieved. Others might not have the 5 elements escape spell or the ground escape spell, but he was not afraid. Even if there was a restrictive spell, he could use the rabbit's spiritual talisman to break it. Even if this place was deep underground in the flowing ice valley, he could still escape underground. At most, he would knock Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao out. Everyone flew in a panic for a moment, and there were even more cultivators who were like headless flies scurrying around. When they saw Li Zongbao and the others, they were immediately overjoyed and flew up together with them. As the number of people gradually increased, everyone calmed down. It seemed that the situation was not as bad as they had imagined. The karst cave did not seem to have any changes, let alone collapse. However, just when everyone had calmed down, someone suddenly said in surprise, not good. I's true core strength is about to be used up. Huh, you're just a foundation establishment stage cultivator. A cultivator from the Cool Breeze Valley laughed. He was about to mock I, but when he said that, he turned pale with fright and said, not good, as expected, my true core strength is also rapidly depleting. Stop quickly. Li Zongbao checked a little and his face changed greatly. He hurriedly shouted. As Li Zongbao stopped in midair, the crowd of about hundreds of people also stopped in midair. It's not working, Senior Li. Xiao Mao said bitterly. Even if we stop in midair, our true core strength is still depleting. Chapter 25-25. Seeing this, Xiao Hua landed on the ground without hesitation and said happily, everyone, come down quickly. If you don't use your magic power, your true core strength won't disappear mysteriously. As expected, when Li Zongbao and the others landed on the ground, the true core strength in their meridians stopped disappearing. Let's meditate quickly. Li Zongbao hurriedly ordered. Not good. A disciple of the Utopia faction shouted, we can't use our skills. If we do, our true core strength will disappear after the spiritual chi of heaven and earth enters our bodies. Spiritual chi of heaven and earth? Xiaohua suddenly realized and shouted, Senior Brotherly, do you still remember the blue brilliance just now? I'm afraid the secret is here. In this karst cave, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth under the spirit stone vein can't be refined. Sure enough, although Xiaohua didn't dare to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, the dense and almost moist water vapor from before had dried up a lot. Qin Jian, that guy, is really cunning. Li Zongbao sighed. He used this method to prevent us from using our magic power and absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. How can we be a match for a sword cultivator? He can kill a cultivator and protect a swordsman. His method is 100 times better than Tu Hong's. At this moment, Xiaohua, who was originally confident, was no longer confident in his heart. Since Qin Jian was after the cultivator's true core strength and not burying the karst cave, he might not be able to escape. Xiaohua's meridians were tough and wide, and his true core strength was absolutely incomparable to that of an ordinary cultivator. When he was flying just now, the true core strength he used was also extremely small, so he didn't notice it at that time. However, although the amount was small, it couldn't be produced by using his skills. If he used it little by little, it would be digested sooner or later. Thinking about this, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He waved his hand and was about to take out the green spirit pill. However, a depressed voice was heard again, using the pill also doesn't work. It seems that when we were flying just now, we had already absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Now, using the pill can't produce true core strength at all. And when we used our skills, the true core strength in our meridians disappeared again. Damn it. Xiaohua bit his lips. This news indeed made him feel very helpless. The water element heaven and earth spirit chi in this flowing ice valley is poisonous. A disciple shouted loudly, his voice sounding somewhat hysterical. After all, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was the foundation of a Dao sect cultivator's cultivation. They were constantly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and all their spells relied on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth as well as their true yuan. If the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was poisonous, wouldn't that be a drastic measure? Even if they had miraculous spells and incomparable divine abilities, they were all like the moon in the water, flowers in the mirror. Qin Jian's arrangements are so vicious. Xiaohua sighed with emotion in his heart. This move was definitely more powerful than Tu Hong's that day. It directly knocked the Dao sect's cultivators down from the clouds and turned them into lambs waiting to be slaughtered by swordsmen. Fellow Daoists, let's hurry up and find the exit while we still have dermic powers in our bodies. Maybe we can escape. A Cool Breeze Valley disciple hurriedly shouted. He himself also wanted to rush into the air regardless of anything. Stop. Li Zongbao berated, if you want to live, then wait here first. Right now, the most important thing is to stay calm. Senior Brother Li. That Cool Breeze Valley disciple sneered, we don't have Senior Brother Li's dermic powers. We can't hold on for a long time. When I's dermic powers are exhausted, then I'll be no different from a mortal. A sword cultivator can kill us with just a flick of his finger. How is your cultivation compared to a golden core master? Li Zongbao suddenly asked. That disciple was stunned and somewhat baffled. He asked in confusion, how can I compare to a golden core master? Yes, if a golden core master was here, wouldn't their dermic powers be affected? Li Zongbao said coldly. The golden core master's true yuan comes out from their golden core. That disciple hesitated for a moment before answering, even if they absorb this poisonous water element heaven and earth spirit chi into their bodies, as long as their golden core doesn't release true yuan, they shouldn't be affected, right? What does Senior Brotherly mean? This junior brother is right. Li Zongbao nodded, a golden core master must have a defense against this kind of poison. Even if they can't resist it, their dermic powers should be enough to support them to find the exit. However, since Qin Jian of the Void Heaven Sword School used such a method, wouldn't he wait at the exit? Ah. This logic wasn't too profound, but everyone was too frightened to think about it. They only wanted to rush out, but when they heard this, they couldn't help but be shocked. Not only that, even if Qin Jian didn't wait at the exit of the flowing ice valley, those swordsmen who had been beaten to a pulp by them would still be dead. Senior brotherly, since we can't go to the exit, then what should we do? That Cool Breeze Valley disciple immediately asked for help. His eyes were as eager as the other disciples. In fact, most of the time, the so-called wise men or leaders were just like ordinary people, and no one could see anything unusual about them. It was only in such extreme situations, when others were panicking and losing their minds, that these people would show the difference. Xiao Hua was calm, but that was because he had the strength. Even if everyone in front of him had to die, he would definitely be the last one. He was even confident that he could rush to the exit under Li Zongbao's lead. However, if he had to lead this group of cultivators to rush out, he was a little hesitant. At this moment, a voice came from beside Xiao Hua. In my opinion, the most important thing for us is to avoid the danger and escape from Qin Jian's trap. We shouldn't look for the exit of the flowing ice valley. Xiao Hua looked to the side and saw Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao was biting his lips slightly. Although he looked confident, his eyes were still looking at Li Zongbao and Xiao Hua. Obviously, he was still worried. That's right. Li Zongbao clapped his hands and said, Junior brother Xiao is right. As long as we don't use our dermic powers, our true essence won't disappear. Even if swordsmen come, we won't be afraid for a while. There's no reason for us to walk into a trap. Moreover, if I'm not wrong. Xiao Mao received Li Zongbao's encouragement and said with courage, those swordsmen are scattered after being chased by us. They are also terrified. They might not dare to come to us and can only wait at the exit. We aren't in any danger right now. Not only that. Xiao Hua said with a smile, I even suspect that the swordsmen in the flowing ice valley don't know about Qin Jian's trap. Those swordsmen who were chased by us are still running away. The swordsmen guarding the exit are from the Void Heaven Sword School. Ah. Li Zongbao was also surprised. However, he immediately realized and nodded, that's true. If those swordsmen knew about such a powerful backup plan, how could they fight so fiercely with us? They were also kept in the dark. Yes, everyone looked at Li Zongbao, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao with admiration. Only Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. If he hadn't been bait at Jingquan Mountain, how could he have seen it so clearly? Although Qin Jian wasn't as generous as Tu Hong, he wasn't lacking in scheming. We will first find a safe place. The disciple of the Utmost Happiness faction shouted, Senior brotherly, we will listen to your arrangements. We will go wherever you say. Good. Li Zongbao waved his hand and said, we will only walk on the ground and don't use our true core strength. As he spoke, Li Zongbao looked in the direction and walked toward a karst cave. However, at this moment, Xiao Hua grabbed Li Zongbao and said with a smile, Senior brotherly, if you want to find a way out, I will definitely listen to you. However, if you want to find a dead end, Senior brotherly, you can't compare to this little brother. Oh. Li Zongbao was slightly taken aback. At this moment, Xiao Hua didn't hesitate to step forward. He didn't even try to identify him as he walked towards another cave. This. Li Zongbao only thought for a moment and followed Xiao Hua without hesitation. When the others saw this, although they didn't trust Xiao Hua, they still followed. What made everyone stunned was that in just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, they saw Xiao Hua calmly walk straight. He was leading them to a dead end. Everyone looked at the karst cave that was thousands of feet in size. Except for a small entrance, there was no other way out. Everyone was really speechless. Big brother, you are really tall. Xiao Mao looked back at the karst cave entrance that was only about the height of a person. Compared to the other karst caves that were tens of feet in size, even if a swordsman passed by, he might not be able to see it. Xiao Hua was embarrassed and said shyly, Big brother can only do so much. The rest will depend on you guys. Yes. Xiao Mao nodded. He looked at Li Zongbao and said, if nothing unexpected happens, we should be safe here for the next few days. Even if a swordsman finds this place, we have the ability to resist. However, this is just treating the symptoms and not the root cause. In my opinion, the second thing is to detoxify the poison. We need to find the poison in this water-type heaven and earth spirit qi. I agree with junior brother Xiao. Li Zongbao nodded and looked at the others. Junior brother Xiao is right. A Changbai sect disciple agreed. However, whether there is something wrong with the water-type heaven and earth spirit qi, or whether there is poison in the water-type heaven and earth spirit qi, we are all guessing. Even whether it is Qin Jian lying in ambush outside is also our guess. Who cares if it is true or not? As long as we can find the reason for the disappearance of the true Yuan. The Cool Breeze Valley disciple said impatiently. Yes, which fellow Daoist knows how to detoxify and use poison? Li Zongbao raised his voice. I am not good at this and I have never heard of such a strange method. Seeing that everyone was silent, Xiao Hua said, Senior Brother Li, regarding detoxification, I have some insights. You? Li Zongbao was really stunned. If it was anyone else who said that they knew how to use poison, Li Zongbao would not be surprised. However, it was Xiao Hua who said it. He could not help but be surprised. He almost grabbed Xiao Hua's hand and asked, Junior brother Xiao, other than giving birth, what else can you not do? Chapter 25-26. Great. A disciple of the Utmost Happiness faction hurriedly said, how does senior brother Xiao explain this poison? I won't hide it from everyone. Xiao Hua raised his voice, just now, I've already taken the antidote pill, but it's useless. Of course, I have other ways to detoxify the poison that I haven't tried yet, so I can't say that it will definitely detoxify the poison, but I feel that this poison. I'm afraid it won't be easy to detoxify it, or even, this might not be the same poison. When Xiao Hua's words came out, everyone was depressed, but there was still someone who hurriedly said, Senior brother Xiao, if you have other ways, please try it quickly, it would be best if it works. Okay, I'll try it myself first. As Xiao Hua spoke, he looked up at the cave entrance that was taller than a person and asked, which fellow cultivator has a concealment array? How about covering this cave entrance? Xiao Hua asked 3 times in a row, then a disciple of the Cool Breeze Valley whispered, I do have an array, but it's very crude, it might not be of any use. Fellow cultivator, please give me the array talisman and array disc, I'll set up the array for you. Xiao Hua knew what that cultivator meant and said. That's great. When that disciple heard this, he hurriedly took out a few array talismans and array disc and handed them to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua took them, looked at the jade slip, slightly pondered, and urged his magic power to set the array talisman down. He pointed his finger at the array disc, but with a flash of brilliance, the cave entrance was indeed blocked by the array, but Xiao Hua's true core strength was also consumed a lot. Then, Xiao Hua sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, waved his hand, and took out the green python's poison, preparing to use the antidote secret technique to fight poison with poison. However, when he was about to cast the spell on the snake poison, he hesitated again. Fighting poison with poison, you have to have poison in your body first. If you don't have poison and take the snake poison yourself, isn't that just courting death? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua sighed and put away the snake poison. What that disciple of the Cool Breeze Valley said was reasonable, it might not be poisonous, how could he fight poison with poison? However, Xiao Hua still didn't get up, slowly urging his cultivation method, carefully observing the changes in his true core strength. True core strength followed the urging of his cultivation method and slowly flowed in his meridians. Just as it started to flow, the true core strength in his body disappeared, there was no sign at all, or any other special situation. How strange. Xiao Hua frowned as he pondered. It was not like he had never encountered anything that could devour true qi. Wasn't Mo Bao extremely powerful in the Mo Zhao Black Forest? Once the ink sand entered the meridians, it immediately blocked them. Even if it entered the dantian, the gold core would be corroded by the ink sand. However, the ink sand was a tangible object after all. How could it be like today? There were no clues at all. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard outside the cave. It sounded like there were quite a number of people. Junior brother Xiao opened the cave entrance. These footsteps belong to my Dao sect's disciples. Let them in. The more of us, the better. Li Zongbao and the others were in a predicament. No one knew what the poison was. The entire cave was quiet, and it was easy to hear the footsteps outside. Yes. Xiao Hua took out the formation plate and activated his magic power. With a flash of brilliance, the entrance to the cave was revealed. Hey, there's a cave entrance here. A burst of noise immediately came over. Fellow cultivators, come in. Xiao Hua walked out of the cave and saw a group of hundreds of people. He called out in a low voice. Senior brother from the Imperial Thunder sect. The sharp-eyed crowd immediately recognized Xiao Hua, who had just fought with Li Zongbao against the enemy, and their faces showed joy. Immediately after, when everyone had entered the cave, Xiao Hua once again covered the entrance of the cave. However, with this opening and closing of the cave, a lot of true essence disappeared. Alas, what kind of poison is this? When Xiao Hua used the magic art, he was very careful to check it. However, he did not see anything unusual. The hundreds of people were the same as Xiao Hua and the others. They were also a mix of the disciples of the Utmost Happiness faction, the Changbai sect, and the Cool Breeze Valley. Moreover, their thoughts were the same as Xiao Hua and the others. However, they did not have any purpose and had not found a suitable place to hide. Alas, don't say that others are stupid. This world has never lacked smart people. Xiao Hua sighed and sat down again. He held his chin and pondered. The jade slips he obtained from the 10,000 Poisons sect were limited. That Shangcheng was not a particularly famous person in the 10,000 Poisons sect. He could not find any useful clues. Oh. Xiao Hua suddenly realized something. He slightly opened his left hand and opened his illusion breaker Dharma eye. This time, Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. He saw that the entire karst cave was like a sea of blue, a sea of blue. That usually extremely light blue water-based spiritual chi of heaven and earth seemed to have been thickened by ink. The color was much heavier. Moreover, this color dyed the inside of the cave. What he saw with his magic eye seemed to be what he saw at the bottom of the sea. Xiao Hua quietly looked inside the stone wall again. It was the same deep blue, as if the whole world was this blue. Xiao Mao, come here for a moment. Xiao Hua called Xiao Mao over and said in a low voice, you exercise a little bit, okay? Xiao Mao was very puzzled by Xiao Hua's words. However, he still exercised his true core strength. In his magic eye, he saw that Xiao Mao was not in a human form. There were only a few azure veins that looked similar to meridians. As Xiao Mao exercised his true core strength, the azure veins moved slightly. Other than these azure veins, the other places were only light blue. However, this light blue was slowly becoming heavier. It should be that this special water-based spiritual chi of heaven and earth was gradually seeping into Xiao Mao's body. Yes, it's done. Xiao Hua said in a low voice. Xiao Mao looked at Xiao Hua and wanted to ask, but when he saw Xiao Hua frowning and looking pensive, he didn't speak and returned to the crowd. Fellow Daoists, we've already discussed it. The most important thing now is to find what exactly caused our true core strength to disappear. I wonder which of the new fellow Daoists knows? Li Zongbao asked after greeting the crowd of cultivators. Unfortunately, a disciple of the Utmost Happiness faction answered in a low voice, Senior brotherly, we've also discussed this matter on the way here. None of us have heard of such a strange thing. Our 3 kingdoms of cultivation admittedly also have this kind of poisonous thing, but it's definitely not as mysterious as this thing. It can cause us to be poisoned without us noticing at all. We feel that this might not be the doing of a poisonous thing. It might be some kind of sword cultivator's secret technique. Yes, Li Zongbao nodded and declined to comment. However, as long as we don't use our magic power, we'll be fine for now. Let's wait for a while. Maybe there's a chance of survival? The disciples' plans seemed to be similar to that of Xiao Hua and the others. Senior brother Li. Xiao Hua sent a message to Li Zongbao. In my opinion, our previous plan might not work. Junior brother, what did you find? Li Zongbao was slightly surprised. He knew Xiao Hua was afraid that the others would panic, so he also sent a message to Li Zongbao. This karst cave is the same as the outside world. The water-based spiritual qi of heaven and earth is polluted. Xiao Hua explained, although we don't move, our bodies are surrounded by the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The poisonous thing keeps entering our bodies. After a long time, we don't know what will happen. Moreover, according to Qin Jian's calculation, he wouldn't have guessed that we were hiding here. He must have some other poisonous trick to force us out and even kill us here. Hiss, Li Zongbao also took a deep breath and sighed. What junior brother said is really reasonable. Compared to Qin Jian, we're really too far apart. Not only in terms of cultivation, but also in terms of scheming. Senior brotherly, how can you boost others' prestige and destroy your own spirit? Xiao Hua said with a smile. This is just my guess. It can't be taken seriously. Yes, what are your plans? Li Zongbao didn't say much and asked. You wait here to discuss. I'll go out for a walk. Firstly, I'll see if I can gather more disciples. Secondly, I'll see if I can find a golden core master. Xiao Hua replied. Of course, if I can meet a golden core master, that would be the best. Alas, I have a secret technique with martial uncle. However, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth is polluted. Not only can I not use the secret technique, but even if I could, I wouldn't dare to use it. Li Zongbao sighed. However, I don't agree with junior brother's idea. After all, although your magic power is profound, your true essence will disappear and can't be replenished. Hearing this, Xiao Hua also extinguished the idea of asking Li Zongbao for the secret technique. He smiled and said, Senior brother, don't worry. I have some confidence. If it doesn't work, I'll come back again. All right. Li Zongbao sighed and watched Xiao Hua open the restriction and take the array disc. Senior brother Xiao, what are you doing? A Cool Breeze Valley disciple asked hurriedly. Oh, I'll go out and see if I can find other senior brothers or find another way out. Xiao Hua didn't hide anything and said. That's great. I also have the same idea. I wonder if I can go with senior brother? The Cool Breeze Valley disciple said happily. Xiao Hua glanced at him and said coldly, if you want to go out, none of us will stop you. However, I don't plan to go with others. After saying this, he turned around and left. Cough cough, Li Zongbao saw this and looked at the thousands of cultivators in the cave. He said, we're hiding here for the sake of expediency. We need to work together. If any of you have your own ideas like Xiao Hua, you can go out now. I also hope that you can find a suitable way. Of course, for our safety, you only have one chance. If any of you want to go out, you can leave now. In the future, I'll be in charge of this array disc. Only others can come in and no one can go out unless we all leave together. Alright, I'll go out and try my luck. The Cool Breeze Valley disciple cupped his hands and was about to leave. Wait. A Changbai sect disciple stopped him and said coldly, you can go out, but you have to swear a blood oath that you can't reveal our location. Otherwise, I won't be at ease letting you go out. But Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder sect just left. Why didn't you make him swear a blood oath? The Cool Breeze Valley disciple said angrily. Chapter 25-27. How can you compare to Senior Brother Xiao? Senior Brother Xiao defeated tens of thousands of sword cultivators with Senior Brother Li. Of course, he's going out for us. I'm not worried. The Changbai sect disciple replied without hesitation. That's right. Any disciple who wants to leave must first make a blood oath. The group of disciples came to their senses and said, "Oh. Okay." The Cool Breeze Valley disciple was quick to make a blood oath and hurriedly left. Then, another dozen disciples left. There were disciples from the Cool Breeze Valley and the Utmost Happiness faction. However, none of the Changbai sect disciples left. Not to mention the other disciples' motives for leaving, Xiaohua didn't activate his magic power when he came out of the cave. Instead, he used the ethereal steps. Although his speed wasn't as fast as the flying technique, it was still much faster than an ordinary person. He floated out of the cave like a wisp of smoke. After waiting for a few breaths, Xiaohua slightly checked his true essence. There was also some consumption, but it was much less than when he used the flying technique. It seems that the blue thing in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth isn't as simple as I thought. If it accumulates in my body for a long time, even a slight movement will devour my true essence, right? Xiaohua thought. His body slowed down again. As he walked slowly, he released his divine sense. Fortunately, there was nothing wrong with his divine sense. It could even go a little farther. At this time, the cave was dead silent. Only the sound of Xiaohua's footsteps could be heard. There was no one else in sight. Presumably, the other cultivators had the same idea as Xiaohua and the others. Here it is. Xiaohua looked left and right. His body flew up and rushed toward the stone wall. When the stone wall was near, he used the earth escape technique and entered the stone wall. Oh, this stone wall is also strange. As soon as Xiaohua entered the stone wall, he immediately felt a great resistance. It was not as easy as before when he used the earth escape technique. After a few dozen feet, he felt like he was wading through a quagmire. Even the true essence in his body was greatly consumed. He didn't dare to go any further and hurriedly retreated from the stone wall. Landing in the cave, Xiaohua's expression was extremely ugly. Looking at the stone wall above his head, he lightly bit his lips. The last hope in his heart had also dissipated. Looks like if I can't find a thin enough stone wall, this young master's fa won't be enough. If this vicious scheme wasn't done by Qin Jian, I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Qin Jian's face appeared in Xiaohua's mind. He really wanted to stab Qin Jian's face a few times. This guy mainly schemed against those few golden core cultivators, but he didn't expect to trap me as well. Xiaohua sighed. Although his magic power was profound and was comparable to late-stage golden core, he was also helpless when encountering this thing that consumed true essence. Let's find where the stone walls are thin first. Xiaohua thought as he opened his left hand and looked at the four walls of the karst cave. However, he only knew the name of the Dharma Eye. He didn't know the origin of the Dharma Eye at all, and there was no need to talk about any cultivation. Everything depended on the instincts of the Dharma Eye. Normally, when looking for the flaws of the Dharma Eye was right in front of him, and he could look at it. However, at this time, he had to look further and deeper. All of a sudden, Xiaohua was stumped. He didn't know how to look deeper, how to find where the stone walls were the shallowest. Even if I can't find it, then I still have to find it. Xiaohua knew that this was the only way for him, Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and the others to survive. He could only grit his teeth and slowly explore. The stone walls were filled with azure. It was no different from the other places in the karst cave. However, as Xiaohua wandered aimlessly, he gradually discovered a difference. The azure within the karst cave was just like that. It was like a clear sky, and it felt as if it stretched as far as the eye could see. However, the stone walls seemed to be mottled, and the brightness of the azure was somewhat different. It was as if some of the clouds in the sky were blocking the azure color. The inside of the stone walls are all rock layers, and there is also water-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If the stone walls are thicker, there will be more spiritual energy contained, and this azure color will be bright. Xiaohua inwardly pondered. If the stone walls are thinner, there will be less spiritual energy contained, and the azure color will naturally be dim. I only need to find where the color is the dimmest, and also the place that can be broken through the most. Then, I can use the overturning C seal to break through this layer. Wouldn't I be able to escape? This place is definitely beyond the expectations of a sword cultivator, right? As it turned out, Xiaohua wanted to use the overturning C seal to break through the layer and create a passage. However, Xiaohua didn't know how thick this rock layer was, and how much spiritual energy he would need to use to break through it. Therefore, he could only try his best to find where the azure color was the dimmest. Every time he found a place that looked similar, Xiaohua would use his Buddhist awareness to make a mark, and then continue to walk down. It was the same as when he left the karst cave, he also used his Buddhist awareness to make a mark. He didn't have the confidence that he could successfully find Li Zongbao and the others again. After searching for several hours, Xiaohua felt that he had walked more than 10 li. He had also made over 100 marks. Unfortunately, these marks were all similar, and there wasn't a particularly obvious dimness. Xiaohua sighed slightly. Just as he was about to turn back, he heard movement in front of him. "Cunning cultivator, where are you going?" And the voice was getting closer and closer. Oh. Xiaohua heard that a cultivator was being chased by a sword cultivator. How could he ignore it? He hurriedly walked a few steps, and just as he was about to go over to take a look, he saw a few sword lights in the distance flying towards him. Since when did Changbai sect cultivators understand sword cultivator flying swords? Seeing a Changbai sect disciple in Daoist robes desperately escaping on a flying sword with 3 sword cultivators chasing behind him, Xiaohua couldn't help but be stunned. But just a moment later, Xiaohua said self-deprecatingly, "Since this young master can practice the flying sword techniques of sword cultivators, the Changbai sect is disciples who practice flying swords, there is no reason not to practice the flying sword techniques of sword cultivators. Senior brother Xiao, save me." That Changbai sect disciple wasn't fated to die. When he saw Xiaohua from afar, he was overjoyed and hurriedly shouted. Even if Xiaohua didn't want to save him, he couldn't escape now. Fortunately, Xiaohua's awe-inspiring aura from before was still present. When the 3 swordsmen saw that it was actually this fiend, their expressions changed and they immediately turned to flee, afraid that Xiaohua would catch up to them. Heh. Xiaohua's little tail also stood up when he saw how mighty he was. Little did he know that the sword cultivators who had escaped were all curling their lips as they whispered in unison, "Just let this guy be free for a while. After this round of killing, he will know the methods of us sword cultivators." The Changbai sect disciple landed and bowed respectfully with lingering fear. Junior brother Niuming from Changbai sect greets senior brother Xiao. "Thank you senior brother for saving my life." "Don't mention it." Xiaohua waved his hand. "I didn't even lift my hand. What life-saving grace is there?" It's all because of senior brother's awe-inspiring reputation. You were much more powerful than anyone else when you raised your hand." Niuming flattered. Then he looked behind Xiaohua and asked curiously, "Senior brother Li Zongbao and junior brother Xiao Mao, and they hid like the other disciples. Why didn't you hide?" Xiaohua didn't directly tell him where Li Zongbao and the others were hiding and asked him a question instead. Junior brother feels that just hiding isn't the best strategy. We should find a place to break through before the sword cultivators make their next move. Otherwise, we can only be slaughtered by the sword cultivators." Niuming didn't hide anything and said. Xiaohua nodded slightly. "Did you find anything?" If it was so easy to find, then the sword cultivators' preparations over the past few years would have been in vain. Niuming sighed. Junior brother only searched for 2 hours and saw that the number of sword cultivators in the cave gradually increased. They must have come out to kill us. Junior brother tried to hide, but I was still discovered by several sword cultivators. If it wasn't for senior brother Xiao, junior brother probably wouldn't have been able to escape. And Xiaohua didn't comment. He looked at Niuming and narrowed his eyes. Niuming didn't understand. He looked at himself in surprise and then looked around. When he saw the flying sword in his hand, his expression changed slightly. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Junior brother Niu, since you already found something wrong, do you still need me to say it?" Senior brother Xiao, Niuming hurriedly smiled apologetically. I am indeed a disciple of the Changbai sect. I'm definitely not a sword cultivator. This flying sword. Sigh, since I've reached this level, I don't dare to hide it. However, when I was practicing the secret technique, I already swore a blood oath that I couldn't reveal a single word. I hope senior brother Xiao can understand. The disciples of the Changbai sect are good at flying swords. It's normal for them to practice the flying sword technique of sword cultivators. Xiao Hua said with a smile, but the restriction of the Sky Patrol City is specially designed to check the sword origin. How did you escape? Of course, there's a secret technique. Niuming smiled bitterly. Obviously, this involved a blood oath. But I'm really curious. I also want to prove that you're not a sword cultivator. Xiao Hua continued to ask. Although there are jade slips in my storage bag, if senior brother Xiao forces me, I'd rather die together with you. Niuming said sternly. Whoosh. It was Xiao Hua's Daoist robe swaying. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand without hesitation and grabbed Niuming's throat like a flash of lightning. Ah! Niuming was shocked. Although he was prepared, he didn't expect Xiao Hua to be so fast. The strangest thing was that there didn't seem to be any spiritual power fluctuations. However, he was only shocked when Xiao Hua pressed his thumb on his neck. His vision turned black and he fainted. Huh, Xiao Hua looked at Niuming who had fallen to the ground, then reached out and took his storage pouch. He opened it and looked carefully. There weren't many jade slips inside, so he didn't look at them carefully. He copied them one by one and put them back into his storage pouch. Then, he put the storage bag in Niuming's arms. He took the jade slips and checked them one by one. Chapter 25-28. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua was proficient in the art of flying swords. He only needed to read it once to understand. Some of the Changbai sect's disciples had been nurturing swords since they were young, but these disciples were specially selected. Their primordial spirits are strong enough to withstand the division. It seems that Reverend Bright Sword left some of his secret techniques in the Changbai sect. These disciples have both vital essence and sword essence in their bodies. They usually use vital essence to drive ordinary flying swords and use secret techniques to conceal sword essence. But now, they don't use vital essence and only use sword essence. Of course, they won't be affected by the strange spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, the Changbai sect doesn't allow this secret technique to be publicized, so these disciples don't dare to use it easily. Moreover, with sword cultivation alone, these disciples who are in the foundation stage can only fall into the realm of nurturing swords. They are no match for sword cultivators, so... Xiao Hua pinched his chin and pondered. Senior brother Xiao, what happened to me? Why did I suddenly faint? Niuming slowly woke up and asked in surprise. You were being chased by sword cultivators just now. Maybe your qi and blood surged. Xiao Hua collected his thoughts and said with a smile. So that's how it is. Niuming nodded. Thank you senior brother Xiao for looking after me. Well, do you want to go by yourself now? Or do you want to go by yourself? Xiao Hua asked. What? Xiao Hua's question stunned Niuming. Then he came to his senses and said with a bitter smile, since I've already come out, there's no reason to turn back. I'd better find a way out myself. Okay. Xiao Hua nodded and pointed in a direction. Senior brother Li Zongbao and the others are there. You can go there and find them. If there's a chance, you can go by yourself. If not, we'll be together and take care of each other. Oh, right, there are hundreds of your sect's disciples there. Hearing this, Niuming's eyes lit up. He bowed again and said, Thank you senior brother Xiao for your advice. I understand. I'll go now. Senior brother, you have to be careful too. Well, go. Xiao Hua waved his hand and watched Niuming leave on his flying sword. Damn it, the Changbai sect is indeed powerful. Why didn't I think of this? They actually concealed sword essence. Xiaohua turned around and walked in Niu Ming's direction. As he walked, he took out a jade slip and carefully examined it. His dream executioner and mountain splitter had been successfully nurtured into swords, and he had been using dream executioner for a long time. However, he had never deliberately cultivated the flying sword arts of sword cultivators. He had always used his original spiritual sense to control the flying sword, which was no different from using a magic treasure. However, such a flying sword could only be a magic treasure and not a true flying sword, even if it had a sword spirit. Although he had recently begun to comprehend the sword arts of ordinary sword cultivators, he was still hesitant. Sword cultivation was different from the Buddhist sect. Sword essence could be easily seen by cultivators. Moreover, in the midst of a great sword Dao battle, he was already afraid that he would be discovered by others. How could he dare to cultivate sword essence? When he thought of sword origin, Xiaohua understood why his 7-star Great Formation was not as powerful as Ling Yunwu's 7-star Great Formation. Not only did he control it through his sword pouch, not only did his 7-star Great Formation consist of 7 flying swords transformed from illusory swords, but most importantly, it should be sword origin, right? And the reason why his flying sword could not produce sword intent was probably because of sword origin, right? But Reverend Bright Sword's jade slip did not mention that one must cultivate sword origin. Xiaohua was somewhat baffled. But how could Reverend Bright Sword's flying sword have sword intent? Unfortunately, Reverend Bright's sword had already fallen. Xiaohua was dead and could not testify. Forget it, let's wait and see. If it can really conceal sword origin, this young master will also give it a try. Xiaohua secretly made up his mind. Moreover, this Niu Ming's jade slip also has the sword arts of nurturing sword and drawing sword. If he can cultivate it, then this young master can naturally cultivate it too. Where is this? Xiaohua originally went back the way he came, but when his mind relaxed slightly, he immediately showed his instincts. He actually walked to a dead end, a place similar to the karst cave Xiaohua first found. Xiaohua only looked and was about to turn around, but at this moment, he casually raised his hand again. The brilliance here is very dim. After Xiaohua saw it with his Dharma eye, he could not help but be overjoyed. It's here. Xiaohua did not hesitate to use his Buddhist sense to make an imprint, hurriedly walked out, and then walked back. The way back was naturally not as easy as before. Xiaohua easily found several dead ends, and these dead ends without exception, the walls of the karst cave looked extremely thin. Damn it, did I make a mistake? Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. If that's the case, then the first karst cave this young master found was the thinnest place, right? Didn't this young master's efforts go in vain? Oh, that's not right. At that time, I already saw it in the karst cave. It was not like that. Xiaohua immediately shook his head again. But fortunately, Xiaohua had other Buddhist sense marks along the way. Although he spent a lot of effort, he finally found the way back. Not far from the karst cave where Li Zongbao and the others were hiding, Xiaohua found another karst cave. This karst cave was smaller than the previous one, but it looked darker than the others. Moreover, Xiaohua also gradually fumbled around. The smaller the karst cave on the dead end, the thinner the walls. Like the one he found before, the walls were naturally thick. After Xiaohua removed his Buddhist sense imprint and hammered the walls a few times, Li Zongbao noticed the movement and opened the restriction, letting Xiaohua in. Seeing Xiaohua come back safely, Li Zongbao was overjoyed. Without waiting for him to speak, Xiaohua's eyes swept the karst cave, and he could not help but be stunned. Before he left, there were only a few hundred people in this karst cave, not 1,000. But now? The inside of the karst cave was dark. At a glance, there were thousands of people, perhaps tens of thousands. Why are there so many people? Xiaohua felt inconceivable. After all, it was only a dozen or so hours. Most importantly, he only met that cultivator, Niu Ming, along the way. However, Xiaohua immediately understood. It was not that there was no one in this karst cave, but everyone was looking for a way out. Only he could not find a way out. He was looking for a dead end, and on this dead end, he could only meet Niu Ming, who was also forced into a dead end. Damn it, is this young master so unlucky? Xiao Hua rubbed his nose, almost touching the phoenix talisman on his chest. Hee, it's like this. How could Li Zongbao know that Xiao Hua suddenly raised this matter to countless heights? He explained, after junior brother Xiao left, we discussed for a long time, but we did not have any ideas. We did not even have the slightest clue about this strange poison. We thought that we could not just sit and wait for death, and put all our hopes on junior brother. Therefore, we chose a few disciples with profound magic power from each sect and asked them to go out and find the disciples of other sects. So it's like this. Xiao Hua let out a sigh of relief and smiled, that's the best. Junior brother also felt that the weight on his shoulders was very heavy, and I was afraid that I could not bear it. I just don't know how the discussion went. Sigh, what the hell? Li Zongbao also cursed, there are nearly 10,000 cultivators in my Dao sect, but none of them have seen this poison before. They say that it is a strange poison that can devour one's vital energy. Also, a few disciples have some antidote pills on them, but they are all useless. Even, a disciple lost his life because of it. Fight poison with poison. This idea immediately appeared in Xiao Hua's mind. He was very glad that he did not use it forcefully before. While they were talking, there were some fluctuations of magic power at the entrance of the cave. Li Zongbao did not even think and wanted to activate the formation plate. Junior brother should do it. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand, in such a dangerous place. One more bit of true essence is one more bit of guarantee. With a flash of his hand, Xiao Hua took the formation plate that Li Zongbao did not want to return to him. He pointed his hand and a green light slowly flew towards the entrance of the cave. After the array flashed, it revealed close to 100 Changbai sect disciples at the entrance of the cave. Senior brother Li, senior brother Xiao. These disciples clearly recognized Xiao Hua and Li Zongbao. They cupped their hands and quickly walked in. All right, senior brothers, please come in. Behind Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao had already arrived. However, when he saw Li Zongbao talking to Xiao Hua, he did not greet them. Instead, he stepped forward and nodded slightly at Xiao Hua, and was about to lead the Changbai sect disciples in. Senior brother Li. A Changbai sect disciple at the front said softly, I have an older senior brother who seems to have some understanding of this strange poison. I did not dare to delay and quickly brought them over. Oh. Is that so? That's great. Li Zongbao was overjoyed. He turned around and said to Xiao Mao, invite senior brother Yi Bei from Changbai sect and senior brother Jian Boming from Qingfeng Valley over. We will discuss this together. Yes. Xiao Mao hastily turned around. Before long, two white-haired late-stage foundation building old men quickly walked over. Both of them greeted Xiao Hua. Then, the 100 or so Changbai sect disciples left with Xiao Mao. A short and wrinkled middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator stayed behind. However, Yi Bei from Changbai sect saw that this elder was unfamiliar. He cupped his hands and said, forgive me for not recognizing you, but I don't think I've seen you in the sect before. Senior brother Yi, I'm only a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. I'm just a good-for-nothing disciple of the Changbai sect. How could the sect catch your eye? The old man smacked his dry lips and smiled apologetically. That's true. Yi Bei nodded. Changbai sect has many foundation establishment disciples. There are also many disciples from the 18 Sword Peaks. There are too many that I haven't seen before. How should I address you, junior brother? I'm Bai Fei, the elder was slightly surprised as he replied. Alright, junior brother Bai, what do you know? If you can help with the detoxification this time, our lives will be saved by you. This is a great contribution. I will definitely ask for a reward for you. Chapter 25-29. This. Bai Fei bit his lips and his eyes flickered. Oh. What's wrong? Yi Bei was slightly stunned and asked curiously, could it be that you have some concerns? Hearing this, Li Zongbao and the others unconsciously took a few steps back. If Bai Fei said yes, they would retreat immediately. However, Bai Fei smiled and said in a low voice, of course not. Although this thing is very old, it is far from being a secret. Moreover, this matter is very important. I naturally won't have any concerns. Yi Bei's expression softened and he nodded. This matter concerns the lives of tens of thousands of disciples from the 3 sections. Even if it is a secret of the Changbai sect, we can't not reveal it. Just say it. If there is anything wrong, Senior Brother Li and Senior Brother Jian will bear witness. I will bear all responsibility. Actually it is not as secret as Senior Brother said. Bai Fei smiled and finally spoke, I don't want any special rewards. I just want to ask Senior Brother Yi for a cultivation method. Oh? You don't want this amazing merit? When Yi Bei heard this, he instantly felt that something was amiss. However, he still said, if your information is effective and can save the lives of these 10,000 people, not to mention the rewards from the sect, even the gratitude of these 10,000 people would be more useful than any cultivation technique. With this, won't the sect reward you with a cultivation method? Senior Brother Ye's words are naturally reasonable. Bai Fei smiled apologetically, however, these merit are all needed by Senior Brother Li, Senior Brother Xiao, Senior Brother Yi and Senior Brother Jian. Why would you want merit from a nobody like me? It's not as practical as some of the sect's secret techniques. Yi Bei looked at Li Zongbao and bit his lips hard. If I can't take out this cultivation method, you will not save them? Will you let these disciples be killed by sword cultivators? Don't forget, Bai Fei, you've also been poisoned by this strange poison. If you say it out loud, who among us has a way out? Do you still have a way out? Jian Boming could not bear to watch any longer and said in a low voice. Unexpectedly, Bai Fei swept his gaze over Jian Boming and sneered, Senior Apprentice Brother Jian is probably a direct disciple of Cool Breeze Valley, right? You don't know the suffering of us low-level disciples. There are some secret techniques that we have long coveted, but no matter what kind of contributions we make, they will not be rewarded. Even if I reveal this information today, even if tens of thousands of disciples are saved, most of the battle merits will belong to others. How much will I lose? Even if I have these merits, I may not be able to give you the secret technique I want. Why can't I just ask for it? Are you sure that I know the secret technique you want? Yi Bei asked thoughtfully. Aren't you afraid that I will search your soul? Jian Boming asked coldly. Of course I'm scared. Bai Fei wasn't afraid at all. However, do you think the other disciples of the Changbai sect will just stand by and watch you perform a soul search for no reason? Do you think you'll be able to soul search the things you know? Do you think that I don't have any other fellow apprentices that I'm close to? Even so, I still want to try. Jian Boming narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice. Bai Fei, what secret technique do you want? Yi Bei glanced at Jian Boming and asked in a low voice. Bai Fei ignored Jian Boming and said to Yi Bei, I want that sword. At this point, Bai Fei glanced at Xiao Hua and the others and said a few words through voice transmission. Obviously, Yi Bei's expression didn't change when he heard this. Only the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. It was obvious that this request wasn't out of his expectations, but this request really put him in a difficult position. Of course, if Senior Apprentice Brother Yi doesn't agree, then I'll pretend that I never said this. Bai Fei said confidently. Why wouldn't I agree? Yi Bei only thought for a moment before he clapped his hands and took out 2 jade slips. He copied one of them and handed it to Bai Fei. He said, if it's for the lives of the tens of thousands of disciples of the 3 sects and the thousands of disciples of the Changbai sect, my blood oath is nothing. Good. Xiao Hua's blood boiled as he watched this. He clapped his hands and said, Senior Apprentice Brother Yi, just based on what you said, the heavens will definitely not let that bullshit blood oath take effect. Thank you for your auspicious words, Senior Apprentice Brother Xiao. Yi Bei sighed in his heart. He really didn't expect that at this critical moment, there would be a disciple of his sect like Bai Fei who would ask for a price using a jade slip. He despised and hated Bai Fei in his heart, but he had no choice but to listen to him. After all, this was the lives of tens of thousands of disciples. Wait. Jian Boming said anxiously, Bai Fei, what if the information you take out isn't related to this exotic poison? Hee, I'm in this karst cave. If the information is wrong, you can take the jade slip away at any time. Bai Fei's face was distorted with joy. He stared at the glowing jade slip in Yi Bei's hand. Give it to me. Yi Bei's expression didn't change as he stretched out his other hand. Yes. Bai Fei wasn't afraid that Yi Bei would change his mind. He opened his hand and a broken jade slip was handed over. However, when he let go of it, his other hand took the jade slip from Yi Bei's hand first. After Bai Fei read it with his divine sense, he bowed deeply and said, Thank you, senior apprentice brother Yi. Humph. Yi Bei snorted and ignored him. He immersed his divine sense into the jade slip and read it. However, when he first looked at it, his face was still filled with joy, but gradually, it changed. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Everyone was surprised but they waited quietly. After a while, Yi Bei handed the jade slip to Li Zongbao with a bitter smile and said, Senior apprentice brother Li, take a look, what's wrong? Is the information Bai Fei gave wrong? Isn't it this exotic poison? Jian Boming said fiercely, if that's the case, even if he's a disciple of your Changbai sect, I won't forgive him. Sigh. Yi Bei shook his head and smiled bitterly, what Bai Fei gave is indeed correct. We were poisoned by the spirit-binding juice mentioned in his jade slip. However, even if we know this item and the method to detoxify this item, I'm afraid it's useless. Oh. Is that so? Even Xiao Hua was stunned when he heard this. Sure enough, after Li Zongbao finished reading, his face darkened. It was obvious that what Yi Bei said was true. Li Zongbao raised his hand to hand the jade slip to Jian Boming, but Jian Boming hurriedly stepped back and handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua did not stand on ceremony. He took the jade slip and immersed his divine sense into it for a moment. He really did not know whether to laugh or cry. He handed the jade slip back to Jian Boming and looked at Bai Fei who had already sneaked into the Changbai sect disciples in the distance. He shook his head vigorously. It turned out that according to the records in the jade slip, this so-called spirit-binding juice was once used in the sword battle 10,000 years ago. That battle was participated by the nascent soul masters. It was a sword array set up in a water-based place near the sword tomb. At that time, one nascent soul cultivator, 10 golden core cultivators and thousands of foundation establishment cultivators were ambushed. They barely escaped after losing 8 golden core cultivators and 2,000 foundation establishment cultivators. This incident caused a huge sensation at that time. Everyone in the Sky Patrol City was in a state of panic. Everyone was very afraid that they would encounter such a terrifying sword array one day. However, after the nascent soul cultivator recovered his spiritual power and discussed with many other nascent soul cultivators, he discovered that although this spirit-binding juice was powerful, it also had a huge drawback. This spirit-binding juice could only be used in water-based places with rich spiritual power. Moreover, it was only effective for 3 days. After these 3 days, the spirit-binding juice would lose its effect and the cultivator's spiritual power would gradually recover. The most ridiculous thing was that this spirit-binding juice did not require any antidote. As long as the cultivator who was affected by the spirit-binding juice left the range of water-based spiritual power and was blown by a strong wind in mid-air, the spirit-binding juice in his body would immediately disappear. Of course, after the spirit-binding juice disappeared, there were still side effects. However, the jade slip only mentioned it occasionally and did not go into detail. That day, the nascent soul cultivator persevered for 3 days before he defeated the sword array and broke out with the remaining disciples. Even those disciples with cultivation in the early stage of foundation establishment did not take any antidote and their spiritual power was also restored. It was also this spirit-binding juice that relied on the element of surprise to kill 8 gold core cultivators and 2,000 foundation establishment cultivators. Later on, the sword cultivator used it several times, but it did not have any effect, so he did not use it again. Therefore, there were only a few records in the ancient books of many sections. By now, it had probably been forgotten by others. This Bai Fei had probably obtained the jade amulet from somewhere by chance. Only then did he know the reason for the spirit-binding juice. No wonder that Bai Fei did not want any battle merits or rewards. It's fine if others don't know about this thing, but if they do, the things on the jade slip are really not worth half a spirit stone. How can the conference hall give him battle merits? Xiao Hua sighed and said, he might as well take this opportunity to ask for some secret method of the sect. Sigh. Jian Boming also sighed when he saw this. Now that we know the origin of the spirit-binding juice, but it's useless. It's useful. Xiao Mao smiled and said, we only need to persevere for 2 more days and this spirit-binding juice will be removed. It's a pity that Qin Jian won't give us 2 more days. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. With Qin Jian's cunning, how could he let them recover their spiritual power? Xiao Hua even felt that gathering tens of thousands of people here might be Qin Jian's arrangement to catch them all in one fell swoop. That's right. Li Zongbao nodded. I think we'll be able to. Woo-woo, a faint sound like a cow mooing came from afar, followed by the sound of water dripping into everyone's ears. This is... Xiao Hua's expression changed slightly. He suddenly thought of the river he saw in Flowing Ice Valley and immediately understood. He said anxiously, not good. Qin Jian poured the river water of Flowing Ice Valley into the karst cave. Of course, the entrance of Flowing Ice Valley's spirit stone vein was in the river. It was easy to pour the river water in. Besides, Qin Jian had already made arrangements. There were probably more than 10 entrances to the river. Chapter 25-30. Under normal circumstances, these foundation-building cultivators and even aura-refining cultivators wouldn't pay attention to this surging river water, but what about now? The river water would definitely stimulate the effect of the spirit-binding juice, and cultivators would also have to use their magic power to avoid the river water. No matter how one looked at it, pouring the river water was the most poisonous trick. That's right, it was the river water. Soon, the sound of the surging river water and waves hitting the karst cave quickly spread over. Of course, many cultivators began to panic. Follow me. At this moment, Xiao Hua made up his mind and waved his hand. I have a way. Oh. Junior Marshal Brother Xiao. Li Zongbao was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed because Xiao Hua had never disappointed him. Li Zongbao hastily flew into the air and shouted, disciples of all sects, get into formation and follow us out. Junior Marshal Brother Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder sect has already found a way out. Thank you, Senior Marshal Brother Xiao. Thank you, Senior Marshal Brother Li. Everyone cheered loudly, and a few aura-refining disciples were almost crying tears of joy. Seeing Li Zongbao's momentum, Xiao Hua said anxiously, Senior Marshal Brother Li, I only have a way. I don't dare to say it'll be completely useful. As long as it's a way, it might be useful. Li Zongbao answered indifferently, if it's not like this, they'll be in chaos first. How will we defend against the enemy? How will we contend against the river water? Xiao Hua nodded, feeling his shoulders immediately become heavy again. Not daring to be negligent, Xiao Hua hastily flew out of the karst cave, closed his eyes, released his Buddhist sense, and flew towards the place marked previously. Xiao Hua muttered as he flew, secretly praying that he wouldn't lose it this time. Perhaps Xiao Hua's prayer was effective, or perhaps Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense was effective. In short, after a while, Xiao Hua successfully found the karst cave marked last. It's here. Xiao Hua heaved a long sigh of relief, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. There's a way out here? Li Zongbao scanned with his divine sense and saw another karst cave without a way out. Beside him, Xiao Mao was also surprised. There's no way out now, but this little brother will soon find a way out. Xiao Hua flew into the cave and clapped his hands. The seal of overturning sea landed in his hands. With a tap of his hand, the seal of overturning sea rapidly expanded. Seal of overturning the sea? Li Zongbao exclaimed in shock. Where did you get it from? Ah. You actually recognize him? Xiao Hua was speechless. According to Ji Yi, this thing had disappeared for thousands of years. How could Li Zongbao from the utmost happiness faction recognize it? Li Zongbao frowned as if he thought of something and said, I know a thing or two about the famous magic treasures of the various sections. The seal of the Changbai sect is also famous in Meng, how can I not know? Although he had mysteriously disappeared for 1,000 years, to think that he had fallen into the hands of a sword cultivator, I have no other choice. Xiao Hua pointed at the rock wall and said, I can only rely on the magic power in my body to activate the seal of overturning the sea to break through this place. Other than that, there is indeed no other way. Good brother. Li Zongbao nodded. Go ahead and do it. This thing is given to you by me. Ugh. Xiao Hua shook his head. I'm afraid this reason is not very useful. Li Zongbao came to his senses and looked outside the karst cave. He said, I will go out now and ask many disciples to set up a defense in front of the karst cave. First, they will block the river water. Second, they will block the sword cultivators. I will not let them in. Thank you, senior brother Li. As he spoke, Xiao Hua activated his magic power. The seal of overturning the sea emitted a yellow brilliance. Spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered like a swarm of bees. Lines of jade appeared on the seal of overturning the sea. Go! Xiao Hua shouted. He grasped the seal of overturning the sea with his bare hands and used his strength to smash it at the place he had chosen earlier. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out and the entire karst cave shook. A hole of several feet in size and several feet deep was smashed out by the seal of overturning the sea. Countless stones fell down from the sky with a crackling sound. When Li Zongbao saw that Xiao Hua had taken action, he didn't have time to ask why he had chosen this place. He hurriedly flew out of the karst cave. Li Zongbao raised the divine piercing whip in his hand and shouted, Disciples, listen to my command. Whoever dares to use his divine sense to spy on the karst cave, whoever dares to take half a step into the karst cave will be killed by me. Disciples of the Utopia faction, set up a defense in the center. Disciples of the Taibai faction, set up a defense in the left. Disciples of the Cool Breeze Valley, set up a defense in the right. The terrain here is very high. We will release our magic weapons to block the river water. Don't let the river water rush into the karst cave. As long as we hold on for a few breaths, the river water will naturally flow to another place. Yes, we understand. Although the disciples didn't know what Li Zongbao, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao were doing in the karst cave, they saw that only Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao came out. Xiao Hua must be doing something inside. At this time, the loud rumbling sound had already reached everyone's ears. Those who were smart already knew what Xiao Hua was thinking. Although Xiao Hua's action was really the stupidest method, at this time, what other methods did they have? Although Xiao Hua's method was the stupidest, it was the most effective. As long as the path was opened, they could rush out of the underground. Then, the sword cultivators and the spirit-binding juice would be turned into smoke. Therefore, these disciples were very obedient to Li Zongbao's arrangement. They took out their magic weapons and lined up in a formation. With their backs to the karst cave, they quietly waited for the river water to come. Of course, they didn't dare to use their divine sense to spy on the karst cave. They were afraid that Li Zongbao's divine piercing whip would fall on their bodies. However, in the formation of the Changbai sect, the disciple Bai Fei, who had just exchanged the spirit-binding juice jade pendant for one of Yi Bei's secret arts of the Changbai sect, was shocked again. He took out his flying sword and waited for the river water to come. At the same time, he listened carefully. The sound of Xiao Hua hitting the rock wall with the seal of the tumbling sea came again and again. First, it was like an earthquake. Then, the sound became softer and softer, but the vibration was still there. After listening for a while, Bai Fei's face suddenly showed astonishment. Then, joy appeared in his eyes. Then, Bai Fei turned and flew towards the karst cave. Bai Fei, what are you doing? Yi Bei was behind the Changbai sect disciples. Seeing Bai Fei's strange behavior, he shouted angrily. All right, senior brother Yi, this little brother has something to tell senior brother Xiao Hua Xiao. Bai Fei shouted. It's important, it's absolutely important. Stop. Yi Bei sneered. What other shady business do you want to do? Don't take advantage of our kindness. I wouldn't dare, Bai Fei smiled bitterly. This matter is really important. It's definitely different from before. If there's any falsehood this time, I'll let senior brother Xiao punish me. Yi Bei was a bit embarrassed and looked at Li Zongbao. Come here. Li Zongbao originally wanted to refuse, but when he thought about how this guy actually had a jade talisman that recorded a poison like the spirit-binding juice from 10,000 years ago, he knew that he definitely had something else. Bai Fei arrived in front of Li Zongbao and stole a glance at the karst cave. He transmitted his voice. I'll be frank. Did senior brother Xiao Hua use my Changbai sect's cloud-suppressing seal or ocean-overturning seal to break through the walls? How do you know? Li Zongbao's expression didn't change. I judged it from the sound. Bai Fei didn't hide it. I have the secret technique to use these two items. I'm willing to give it to you. Oh. Li Zongbao was moved. He knew that even if Xiao Hua had the ocean-overturning seal, he might not have the complete method to refine and use it. I don't know whether it's these two treasures or not. Li Zongbao said coldly. He couldn't be bothered to deal with this rare oddity in a Dao cultivator battle. Then. I'll have to ask senior brother Li. This concerns my life. I can't just sit back and do nothing. Bai Fei said with deep emotion. Oh. So, you're willing to give it out for free? Li Zongbao looked at Bai Fei strangely. He really didn't believe it. Hee, of course I can't give it out for free. Bai Fei smiled apologetically. However, my condition is very simple. I'm sure senior brother Li can fulfill it. Tell me. Li Zongbao didn't ask for the jade slip at all. He just asked for the conditions first. It's nothing. Just two conditions. Bai Fei's eyes were filled with hope. Say it. Li Zongbao replied indifferently. The first condition is very simple. If this passage is broken through, I hope to pass through after senior brother Li and the two senior brothers Xiao. Or if the three senior brothers don't take the lead, then I'll be the fourth. Bai Fei bit his lips and smiled apologetically. The second condition. The second condition is also very simple. I need a cultivation method and a flying sword. The cultivation method is for sword cultivators. It can be cultivated all the way to the third grade of illusory sword. The flying sword is for illusory sword swordsmen. What? Li Zongbao was stunned. You're a Changbai sect disciple and a Daoist sect cultivator. What do you need the flying sword and cultivation method for? Senior brother Li, you don't have to worry about this. Bai Fei smiled embarrassedly. Senior brother Li and the two senior brothers Xiao are so brave, they must have this item in their storage pouches. As long as senior brother Li agrees, this little brother will immediately give senior brother Xiao the secret technique of refining and using the seal. I don't have what you want. Li Zongbao waved his sleeves and shook his head. What about the other senior brother Xiao? As he spoke, Bai Fei looked at Xiao Mao. However, he had been transmitting his voice to Li Zongbao. Xiao Mao didn't know at all. When he saw the white-haired old man looking at him, he was rather surprised. What he didn't know was that he had been promoted to senior brother in this old man's words. Forget it. Li Zongbao said indifferently. You wait. I'll ask junior brother Xiao first. Thank you, senior brother Li. Bai Fei's lips curled into a smile. He was very sure that his ears didn't mishear. Xiao Hua would definitely exchange with him. Sure enough, when Xiao Hua heard Li Zongbao's words, he couldn't help but be shocked. What? Bai Fei can actually hear with his own ears that I'm using the seal of overturning the sea. How can this be? It seems like it's true. Li Zongbao nodded. This guy is also a genius. If he used his mind on the righteous path, he should have achieved great success. However, his methods are somewhat despicable. In my opinion, his future achievements will be limited. Chapter 25-31. Xiao Hua said with a smile, "That's your opinion. Bai Fei might not think so." Moreover, he deliberately searched for every opportunity to cultivate. Every step was calculated by him. His achievements might not be inferior to yours and mine. So much so that he'll far surpass us in the future. Heaven rewards the diligent, but heaven doesn't reward despicable people. Even if his cultivation far surpasses mine and his methods are contemptible, I still don't think highly of him. He doesn't need you to think highly of him. Xiao Hua angrily responded to Li Zongbao. Alas, that's true. Li Zongbao actually understood in his heart. He sighed, everyone has their own way of cultivating. Everyone has their own way of living. Why should I impose my own way of thinking on others? Moreover, Bai Fei's plan is really common on Dawn Rain Continent, and it's also really effective. Now, which cultivator doesn't look at immediate benefits and place the great Tao at the bottom of cultivation advancement? That's right. Seeing Li Zongbao sigh with emotion, Xiao Hua smiled, "Go get his jade slip. If it's useful, I'll agree to his conditions. And I'll go right away." Li Zongbao said and was about to turn back, but at this time, Xiao Hua stopped Li Zongbao again, and said, "Also, Senior Brother Li, the river is about to arrive, but the swordsmen haven't attacked yet. Blocking the river doesn't require so many people, right? Let the remaining disciples come over. Each of them will consume 10% of their magic power to help me open up the passage. There are thousands of disciples here. Even if each of them opens up 3 feet, those 3 will still be 10 feet. If everyone works hard, it'll be close to 2,000 feet, almost a dozen miles. It's much more effective than me doing it myself." Li Zongbao looked at the passage that Xiao Hua opened up, and shook his head slightly. Human strength is sometimes limited. You can think of borrowing the power of other cultivators at this juncture, it's really praiseworthy. However, even if you say so, it might not work. Just now, I also thought about this. Among the thousands of disciples, at most 60% will have suitable treasures. Among these 60% will be at the mid or late foundation establishment stage. In fact, less than 40% will be able to come out. Also, the higher you go, the more difficult it will be. Even the inner layer of restrictions is not something we can break. That formation also consumes a lot of magic power, so don't be too optimistic. And that's indeed the case. Xiao Hua also nodded. Just now, when I was circulating my energy, I was already thinking about it. However, I might not be able to clear it by myself. Only with the help of these disciples will we be able to succeed. Li Zongbao nodded and instructed, "All right, expand the passageway a little more. When the passageway gets deeper, one disciple will enter, and the other will follow. Don't waste time." "Got it. Also, tell them to put the broken stones into their storage bags. Don't worry, everyone knows about such details." Li Zongbao said disapprovingly. "Yes. Little brother will expand the passageway right now." Xiao Hua agreed, swinging his arms. He started to work hard. Not long after, Li Zongbao came back with an old jade pendant, which was similar to the one that Bai Fei had given to Yi Bei. Xiao Hua looked at it with his divine thought, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He snorted coldly and said, "Bai Fei was right. This is indeed the secret art of refining and using the cloud-suppressing seal, the sea-overturning seal, and the mountain-crushing seal. It's absolutely correct. This Bai Fei, what's his background? How could he have so many secret arts of the Changbai sect?" Who cares who he is? Li Zongbao sneered. He's just a disciple in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage. He's not from the Utopia faction. He can do whatever he wants. All right. Xiaohua said, and took out a sword slip and a flying sword from the space and gave them to Li Zongbao. He said, give this to Bai Fei. Little brother will go to the side to refine the sea overturning seal. I still need to comprehend the secret art of using it. You let the other disciples come in and open the passageway. Li Zongbao didn't say anything. He took the sword slip and the flying sword and walked out. Not long after, the disciples of the Utopia faction came in first. One by one, they rushed into the passageway that Xiaohua had already opened, which was more than 10 feet long. At this time, the rumbling sound of waves could be heard from outside. The torrential river water had already rushed into the karst cave with a huge amount of ice. According to Li Zongbao's previous arrangement, the disciples of the three factions each stood in a place and took out their magic weapons. The magic weapons emitted a bright brilliance, like a barrier blocking the river water. Everyone looked at the different magic weapons in the river water. The magic power in their bodies was like the river water, and disappeared very quickly. They were terrified. If it weren't for the calm disciples like Li Zongbao, and the support of the disciples like Xiaohua who could find a way to escape, they really didn't dare to imagine what would happen to them if they were alone in the river water. Disciples, if more than half of your magic power is consumed, immediately withdraw and let the disciples behind you support you. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao stood behind the crowd. Li Zongbao arranged for the disciples to enter the karst cave to open the passageway. Xiao Mao saw the light curtain in front of him faintly flickering and immediately shouted. Yes, we understand. The crowd of disciples shouted. Their voices rushed into the karst cave and echoed back and forth. The momentum was like a rainbow, suppressing the torrential river water. The river water seemed to be endless. In one breath, it poured in for less than half an hour. Although the cultivators guarding in front of them had changed dozens of times, the river water still continued to surge. The waves in front of the light curtain were several feet long. Looking inside the karst cave, the disciples of the Utopia faction had all entered. Li Zongbao roughly estimated that there were less than 2,000 people. Moreover, he had already asked the disciples who fell in the passageway. Their magic weapons were not suitable for them, and the rock wall was incomparably hard. Each person could only open about 2 feet of the wall, and they were powerless to do more. However, even so, Li Zongbao estimated that there should be a distance of 3 to 4 miles. Moreover, as the height increased, the disciples flew up and down, which consumed a lot of magic power. Originally, they entered the passageway one by one, but now, the passageway, which was more than 3 miles long, accommodated nearly 40 disciples of the Utopia faction. Alas, how deep is this karst cave? Li Zongbao sighed. When I came in, I didn't think it was so deep. Oh no. Senior Li. While Li Zongbao was thinking, Xiao Mao flew in and said hurriedly, the river water has gradually stopped, but the sword cultivators are attacking again. There are also thousands of them. Hearing this, Li Zongbao was a little surprised, but it was not beyond his expectations. He waved his hand and said, disciples of the Utopia faction, listen to my order. We will go out to meet the enemy. Let the disciples of the Cool Breeze Valley come in. Yes. The rest of the disciples of the Utopia faction flew out, and the disciples of the Cool Breeze Valley outside the karst cave lined up and flew in again. At this time, the river water had stopped flowing. However, in front of the defensive light curtain, nearly 3 feet of river water gathered and did not recede. Looking into the distance, there was a black mass of sword cultivators crossing the river water on their flying swords and rushing over. Good. My fellow cultivators, now is the key to our survival. The cultivators inside are breaking through the rock wall. We only need to hold on to the end, and we will be able to escape from here. Li Zongbao flew in the air and said coldly as his holy whip emitted a faint golden light. Senior Li. Yi Bei of the Changbai sect saluted and said, now that we have reached the most critical moment, we disciples of the Changbai sect do not dare to hide anything anymore. In this battle, we disciples of the Changbai sect will take the lead, and the disciples of the Utopia faction and the Cool Breeze Valley will help us on both sides. What do you think? Great! Li Zongbao clapped his hands and said, I want to see the secret arts of the Changbai sect. All right. Yi Bei raised his hand and said loudly, Junior brothers, we've been forced to a dead end now, and we've fulfilled our blood oath. Since it's like this, then let's allow those damnable sword cultivators to see who's the true cultivator of the sword. Kill. Then, nearly 3,000 disciples of the Changbai sect flew up. About 40% of the disciples were standing on flying swords like the sword cultivators, and all kinds of sword lights were shining. The other 60% of the disciples were using the flying technique, and they were holding the usual Daoist flying swords. However, they were all charging towards the sword cultivators without hesitation. This. Li Zongbao was stunned at first, but then he understood. He waved his hand and said, Disciples of the Utopia faction, listen to my command, kill. Kill. Nearly 2,000 disciples of the Utopia faction flew up and activated their magic weapons to fight against the enemies. Just as Li Zongbao flew up, an old man said hurriedly, Seniorly, don't fight against the enemies. You still need to stay in the middle and guard the karst cave. This karst cave is the key to our escape. Li Zongbao stopped in the air and thought for a while. Then he bowed and said, Thank you, junior brother. Okay. The old man had already flown up and rushed into the battle. Then, Li Zongbao looked at the 2,000 disciples of the Cool Breeze Valley and said a few words to Jian Boming. Jian Boming waved his hand and said, Disciples of the Cool Breeze Valley, listen to my command. We will split into two groups. One group will fly into the karst cave as soon as possible and open up the passage. Then we will immediately get into formation to fight against the enemies. The other group will follow me to fight against the enemies. Yes. Naturally, the 1,000 disciples of the Cool Breeze Valley who stayed behind turned around and flew into the air under Jian Boming's command. They formed a formation and rushed towards the sword cultivators. Suddenly, the karst cave that had been silent for a day and a night was filled with the sounds of killing again. However, the fight this time was different from the previous one. The sword cultivators were clearly delaying. They would either form a sword formation to attack the cultivators, or they would fight the cultivators on their flying swords. Whenever there was danger, they would immediately retreat. They did not fight to the death with the cultivators. On the other hand, the cultivators were stingy with their magic power and did not dare to forcefully chase after them. The flying techniques of the swordsmen were originally faster than that of the cultivators. As a result, in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, although there were many screams, most of them were cultivators who died. The number of swordsmen who fell into the river was even fewer. Of course, it was good that the cultivators today were not afraid of the sword cultivators. They still had some strength left in them, so it seemed that they were not in a bad situation. Chapter 25-32. Very quickly, another hour passed. Half of the Cool Breeze Valley disciples had entered the tunnel, but the progress of the tunnel was even more severe. After asking, Li Zongbao knew that the tunnel was less than 2 miles long. When the second batch of Cool Breeze Valley disciples prepared to enter the karst cave, another problem occurred. After an hour of fighting, not to mention the casualties, even the returning disciples had expended more than half of their spiritual power. They flew up the tunnel, used their spiritual power again, and flew back to the karst cave. The amount of spiritual power they could use was even less. When they entered the battle again, the situation was even more dangerous. In other words, these disciples could either stay here and kill sword cultivators or enter the cave to open the tunnel. If they did both, their lives would be in danger. Li Zongbao was a bit anxious, but he had no choice. This tunnel could not be opened by Xiao Hua alone. He could only let the Cool Breeze Valley disciples open the tunnel as much as possible. Looking at the sword cultivator disciples, they saw that the cultivators who were fighting with them had suddenly retreated and lined up to retreat into the karst cave in the distance. Seeing that there were other disciples coming out of the karst cave, they naturally felt strange. After a while, the swordsmen who were in charge immediately realized that something was amiss. On one hand, they changed their tactics and tried their best to encourage the swordsmen to fight, while on the other hand, they hurriedly sent out swordsmen to report. Seeing this, Li Zongbao was even more anxious. At this time, it was the drawing sword and the nurturing sword disciples who were fighting. Not a single illusory swordsman had appeared. Even so, all the Dao sect cultivators should only have half of their dermic powers left in their bodies, right? As time passed, the spirit-binding juice continued to devour his magic power. His previous thought of persevering for another 2 days and 2 nights was absolutely wishful thinking. All the paths were blocked, and he could only hope that the tunnel and the cave behind him would open up in time. The swordsmen changed their tactics, and their morale soared. The cultivators were completely suppressed, and many of the disciples fell from the sky, never to emerge from the river again. Looking at the Changbai sect disciples at the front, they activated their sword energy and stepped on their flying swords to meet the swordsmen. Their flying swords were filled with sword intent and sword chi. They were no different from the flying swords of the sword cultivators. The sword cultivators were shocked at first, but then they sneered and skillfully controlled their flying swords to fight against the Changbai sect disciples. At first, the two sides were evenly matched and the Changbai sect disciples even had a slight advantage. But in just the time it took to eat a meal, the Changbai sect disciples were at a disadvantage. After all, they were used to using magic to control their swords. At first, they could still concentrate, but as the danger increased, they started to make mistakes. As a result, naturally, many Changbai sect disciples used sword energy to fly on their swords while using their vital essence to activate their flying swords to fight against the swordsmen. This was supposed to be the best choice between the two sections. It should have been effective. However, after a short while, many disciples of the Changbai sect showed signs of pain. It seemed that there was a problem with the flying sword. After a long time, several disciples even fell into the river for no apparent reason. Therefore, the Changbai sect disciples were forced to take back their sword cultivator flying swords and focus on channeling their magic power to use their Dao sect flying swords to fight the enemy. Of course, even so, the Changbai sect disciples used the least amount of magic power. In this battle, they were the main force against the sword cultivators. Seeing the situation, Li Zongbao wanted to call the Changbai sect disciples back and prepare to enter the tunnel, but he gave up. Opening the tunnel was important, but they could not underestimate the enemy. If the Changbai sect disciples were to retreat, the sword cultivators would be able to reach the karst cave. Not to mention the tunnel could not be opened, all the cultivators would die. Senior brotherly, what's the situation? Xiaohua quietly appeared behind Li Zongbao. Not good. Li Zongbao's face was dark. If we can't open the tunnel in an hour, when the thousands of disciples run out of magic power, we will all be souls under the sword of the sword cultivators. Sigh. Xiaohua also sighed. He did not know how long the tunnel would be, but he knew that Li Zongbao was right. Even if he rushed up now, it would be like throwing a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. His magic power would not be able to resist many sword cultivators. I will follow the Cool Breeze Valley disciples to open the tunnel. The other disciples do not need to come. Xiaohua looked at the Cool Breeze Valley disciples who were still waiting to enter the karst cave and said, "Okay." Li Zongbao glanced at Xiaohua and nodded slightly. "I will leave this matter to junior brother Xiao. We will definitely stall for time and leave you some time." Let's pray that the rock wall is not too deep. Xiaohua smiled. "I only have so much magic power. If I run out of magic power and still can't open the rock wall, it will be useless no matter how much time we have." Then Bai Fei's secret technique. Li Zongbao did not forget to ask as he turned around. "It's the real deal." Xiaohua only answered with 4 words and then followed behind a Cool Breeze Valley disciple. Under Jian Boming's arrangement, the remaining Cool Breeze Valley disciples charged into the Dao sect cultivators who had already fallen into a declining battle. Xiaohua had already flown to an extremely deep passageway when he saw a disciple flying out, followed by another disciple flying in. He then used his divine perception to scan the Cool Breeze Valley's disciples who stopped every 10 feet or so in the passageway. He sighed with emotion. There's strength in numbers, there's no mistake about that. Previously, I thought that I could open the tunnel by myself, but now that I see it, I really do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. How many miles have we gone? I'm afraid it's 6 to 7 miles. I haven't reached the end yet. If I were to open the tunnel by myself, I'm afraid that 1 mile would be the limit, right? However, if Xiao Hua's 1 mile was heard by others, they would definitely be dumbfounded. 1 mile was 150 feet. Other cultivators could only shoot out 1 or 2 feet, and that was already not bad. This guy directly shot out 100 feet. How could others live with this? As the Cool Breeze Valley disciples flew out one by one, Xiao Hua also flew into the tunnel. At this time, the tunnel was a few feet wide, barely enough for the two of them to brush past each other. Just as Xiao Hua was calculating where to go, a disciple above him transmitted a message, reporting to senior brother Xiao, the senior brother in front has encountered a restriction. He is unable to break the formation. Please give us your orders. Ha ha ha. Great. Hearing this, Xiao Hua could not help but be overjoyed. Since they had reached the formation, how far could the surface be? You all can go out. I will take care of the rest. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. You all send a message to senior brother Li. If there are no accidents, an hour should be enough. Yes. That disciple passed the message to his superiors. He immediately cupped his hands towards Xiao Hua and flew down, saying, Thank you for everything, senior brother Xiao. I will never forget this great favor. I don't dare. Xiao Hua was all smiles as he watched that disciple land. However, who would have thought that the remaining disciples seemed to have made an agreement? Each of them said one sentence after another with such sincerity that Xiao Hua really could not bear it. After waiting for the 40 disciples to leave, Xiao Hua also flew to the top of the passage. He saw that there was a layer of restriction that was surging with blue light. The blue brilliance was like rippling water. If there were some fish swimming in it, it would definitely be like seawater. Hiss! Xiao Hua scanned with his divine sense and took a deep breath. He said curiously, This is clearly the formation of a Dao sect cultivator. It is not a sword cultivator's sword formation. Then, Xiao Hua used his Dharma eyes to look for a moment and found that the spirit-binding juice had fused with this formation. Moreover, it was now dispersing into the rock wall along with the formation from time to time. I understand. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Since I can understand Buddhism and the Changbai sect disciples can practice the flying swords of sword cultivators, why can't sword cultivators practice my Dao sect spells and formations? This flowing ice valley formation probably did not have any special changes and it was used by that bastard Qin Jian. Fine. Fine. Fine, I don't care what kind of formation it is. Even if it is a sword formation, in my hands, it is just a piece of paper. Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out the rabbit spirit talisman. He opened his Dharma eye and examined it. Then, he placed the spirit talisman on the weak point of the array. Immediately after, he grabbed the spirit talisman with his hand. The spirit talisman flashed with brilliance, and several small dots began to vibrate within the blue brilliance. All of the brilliance slowly overlapped, and slowly linked together. Finally, it formed a rapid whirlpool. When the whirlpool spun faster and faster, a hole several feet in size appeared within the array. Humph, I don't dare to touch you now. In a moment, I will show you how powerful I am. Xiao Hua waved his hand again and threw 2 fire talismans at the hole in the rock wall. Then, he took a deep breath and activated his Dharma powers. With a slap of his hand, the yellow overturned ocean seal flew out. Quick! Xiao Hua chanted and his hands formed a seal. The Dharma powers in his body surged and rushed into his fingertips. As the Dharma powers entered the overturned ocean seal didn't expand like before. Instead, it suddenly sucked in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and emitted a fierce flicker, roar. Then, the dragon head coiled around the overturned ocean seal suddenly raised and actually let out a dragon roar. Moreover, the dragon body coiled around the overturned ocean seal also began to move. Attack! Xiao Hua knew that his time was limited and didn't dare to be negligent. He pointed his finger again and saw the coiling dragon fly away from the overturned ocean seal. It opened its mouth in midair and actually sucked the overturned ocean seal into its mouth. Woo! A thunderous sound reverberated. The coiling dragon held the overturned ocean seal in its mouth and charged straight into the rock wall. Rumble! A loud sound rang out and the tunnel was opened by nearly 10 feet. Damn it, it is indeed powerful. The Dharma powers used are much less than before, but the effect is several times more. A complete Dharma treasure is indeed powerful. Although Xiao Hua was looking forward to it, the result was really beyond his expectations. He originally thought that it would be good if he could push it out 30 to 40 feet. Who knew that it would actually be close to 10 feet? A secret technique is indeed a secret technique. A secret technique combined with a Dharma treasure is even more powerful. Xiao Hua pondered that Bai Fei took this opportunity to blackmail me, but every cultivator carries a humble heart to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Every cultivator racked their brains to find a 1 in 10,000 chance to raise their cultivation. Perhaps Bai Fei didn't have a chance like me. I'm afraid that he could only use this chance to thicken his face and ask me for a sword cultivator's sword technique. Forget it, who cares about him? I will benefit even more from this. Chapter 25-33. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua's view of Bai Fei gradually improved. Ignoring everything else, he urged his Fa Li to activate the seal of the overturning sea in one go. That earthen yellow dragon shape rushed out from Xiao Hua's hand again, and each time it penetrated deeper into the earth. Xiao Hua was secretly delighted. He understood that this layer of earth was about to reach its end. However, Xiao Hua was still happy too early. The seal of the overturning sea was a complete magic treasure. The amount of Fa Li required to activate it was definitely not ordinary. Xiao Hua was already much more careful, but seeing that the true yuan in his body was gradually drying up, the front was still pitch black and there were no signs of it reaching its end. Granny, I won't fail, right? Xiao Hua was somewhat restless. How about, this young master uses the wishful staff again? Secretly taking a deep breath, Xiao Hua very naturally activated his cultivation technique. Just as he activated it, he immediately came to a realization and hurriedly stopped his cultivation technique. This was because this was drinking poison to quench thirst. However, at this moment, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly flashed with a bolt of lightning. This young master is confused. That Qin Jian used the flowing ice valleys array to activate the spirit binding juice. Even if there is spirit binding juice on top of this forbidden technique, but most of it should be facing downwards. This place is already close to the top of the cliff. How could there be a lot of spirit binding juice? Thus, Xiao Hua impatiently opened his eyes. Sure enough, the azure color near him was very faint. It was not even different from what he usually saw. Ha ha ha, Xiao Hua laughed loudly. He hurriedly waved his hand and a few pills entered his mouth. A wave of pure heaven and earth spiritual qi rushed into Xiao Hua's meridians. Xiao Hua took advantage of this to activate his cultivation technique. The long-lost true yuan immediately began to circulate. Although some true yuan suddenly disappeared, compared to the newly formed true yuan, it was still a bit less. This young master understands now. This spirit-binding juice was probably left in this young master's body before. Didn't that Bai Fei's jade amulet say that it was good? It can be removed with just a blow of the wind. There's no wind here, so I'll let it have wind. Xiao Hua waved his hand and several more elixirs entered his mouth. Immediately after, the immortal body bestowment technique and dragon transformation art circulated once more. The surrounding world's spirit qi turned into tiny hurricanes and poured into Xiao Hua's body. Within his meridians and body, the amount of true origin that was regenerated increased. Very quickly, it exceeded the amount of true origin that was disappearing. Clearly, as the world's spirit qi poured into Xiao Hua's body, the spirit binding juice in Xiao Hua's body was gradually removed. Watch me. With true essence, what was there for Xiaohua to be afraid of? He roared and no longer held back on his magic power. Almost all of his magic power was channeled into the sea-overturning seal. Roar. The yellow dragon on the sea-overturning seal was also as excited as Xiaohua. It roared and held the seal in its mouth as it rushed into the soil again and again. Rumble. Xiaohua had actually forcefully activated the seal of overturning sea to attack the passageway for nearly the time it took to eat a meal. He reckoned that he had probably opened up another several kilometers of passageway. This time, he heard a loud noise, and a strand of starlight was reflected in his eyes. Soon after, a gust of cold wind blew into the passageway. Great! Xiaohua hastily withdrew his magic power and put away the sea-overturning seal, afraid that it would attract the attention of the sword cultivators. He also didn't delay in the slightest. He took a few pills, turned around, and used the awakening lightning escape technique to fly into the cave. The battle inside the cave was really tragic. Every cultivator fought until the very last moment. The magic power in their bodies could only support them for a few breaths of time. Many people's gazes looked towards the cave from time to time. Everyone's figure also involuntarily gathered towards the cave. Li Zongbao and Xiaohua had agreed on an hour. However, this hour had already passed, and he still hadn't received any message from Xiaohua. I'm afraid that today will be the day of my fall. Li Zongbao urged his magic power. The immortal piercing whip drew a golden whip shadow and repelled a sword cultivator. Li Zongbao sighed and habitually looked towards the cave. Unfortunately, this time, it was still the same. There was no figure that surprised him. Hiss, eat my whip. Looking at the sword cultivator who was repelled by him flying towards him again, Li Zongbao was angry. When he was about to urge his magic power again, he saw a crimson-red messaging charm flying in front of his eyes. Xiaohua. Li Zongbao almost cried with joy. There were too many surprises in this world. How could he, who practiced the parting love treasure mirror, endure? When he took the messaging charm and scanned it with his divine thought, he immediately shouted, "Fellow cultivators, Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder sect has opened the passage. We will act according to the previous discussion." Senior Li. Not far away, Bai Fei was still alive. He hurriedly said, "Don't forget about me. You're the first to go out." Li Zongbao was extremely disdainful and pointed with his finger. "Thank you, Senior Li," Bai Fei shouted. He left his opponent and immediately rushed into the cave. Seeing Bai Fei run away, the disciples were a little confused. "Don't panic. Disciples of the Utopia faction, listen to my command. Turn the formation outward and let the disciples of the Changbai sect and the Cool Breeze Valley go first." "Yes." The disciples of the Utopia faction shouted loudly and responded. "Ha, ha, ha, Senior Li, you've underestimated the disciples of the Changbai sect." Yi Bei was injured, but he shouted straightforwardly, "I will lead the disciples of the Changbai sect to accompany the fellow cultivators of the Utopia faction. Let the disciples of the Cool Breeze Valley go first." "Good. A friend in need is a friend indeed." Li Zongbao clapped his hands and said, "Junior Yi, you're my friend. There's also me." Jian Boming's injuries were more serious, but he was also full of pride. He flew into the air and said, "Let the injured disciples and those who don't have enough magic power go first. We'll bring up the rear." "Ha, ha, 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 there's also me." Xiao Mao was also injured, but he also flew to stand beside Li Zongbao. "Good," everyone laughed heartily. However, their divine senses scanned the surroundings vigilantly. When the disciples of the three factions heard the words of the three people, even though they had a strong desire to live, they did not dare to be too presumptuous. Not to mention, there were many disciples who stood in front of Li Zongbao and the others, ready to fight to the death. In fact, the situation was as such. The passage could only allow 2 people to go out at the same time. If they left early, they could escape. But if they left late, or even slightly late, how could they escape? Don't forget, there were thousands of swordsmen. How could they let the cultivators escape so easily? Li Zongbao, Yi Bei, and Jian Boming's words were their final plan. They knew in their hearts that among the 6,000 cultivators, there were about 2,000 who would not be able to escape. The three of them would be the last three, hoping that they could save more cultivators by fighting to the death. The injured disciples rushed into the karst cave in an orderly manner, but it was troublesome to enter the passageway. Under everyone's command, the entrance to the passageway was a mess. Many disciples rushed in, causing chaos. Xiao Mao. You go and command them. Li Zongbao pointed and shouted. Yes, I understand. Xiao Mao received the order and hurriedly flew to the entrance of the karst cave. Li Zongbao's voice rang in his ears again. Xiao Hua entrusted you to me, so I have to think for you. When the time is right, enter the passage. Xiao Mao bit his lips slightly and did not reply. He only flew to the entrance of the passage and scolded, Don't rush. You, go first. You, follow behind. Alas, this is a real man. Li Zongbao saw that Xiao Mao did not respond and knew what Xiao Mao was thinking. He secretly shook his head and waved the holy piercing whip again to command the disciples of the Utopia faction to resist the crazy attacks of the swordsmen. As long as one was a human, there would always be competition in their hearts. Even cultivators were the same. If there was no one to lead them and they saw someone else enter the passage before them, they would definitely mutter, Why is it you and not me? When will I be able to enter the passage? But if there was someone to command first, the cultivator had a rule in his heart. He knew that it would be his turn soon, so he would listen to the command of others. Not to mention that Xiao Mao was now famous for his fighting prowess. Everyone was very convinced by him. When Xiao Mao came to mediate, order was quickly restored. More and more people left, and fewer people stayed. However, the attacks of the swordsmen did not stop. In fact, they were even more ferocious. Li Zongbao and the others could not hold on any longer. Seeing that there were still more than 3,000 people left, Li Zongbao sighed and looked up. Tens of thousands of swordsmen activated their flying swords. Every time, they would take away a life. Every drop of blood sprinkled into the river, to be able to save 3,000 people, is already good enough. Li Zongbao thought to himself and shouted again, Fellow cultivator Jian, fellow cultivator Yi, you and the others should also prepare to leave. We will leave as many as we can. Let the disciples closest to the karst cave retreat. Yi Bei saw that there were fewer and fewer people in the karst cave and shouted loudly. Ha ha ha. Damn it. You're squeezing me to death. Just when Li Zongbao was about to agree, he heard a bright laughter in the small karst cave. Senior brother Xiao is here, senior brother Xiao is back. Everyone in the karst cave cheered loudly, as if they had suddenly found a pillar of support. Xiao Hua, why did you come back? Li Zongbao's heart warmed, and he actually complained secretly. Big brother. Xiao Mao was also very surprised. Walk slowly, don't be anxious. Xiao Hua glanced at the somewhat messy karst cave and said coldly, Since this Xiao is here, all of you can leave. Don't worry, no one will be left behind. Yes. A few disciples who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to enter the passage immediately calmed down. You command here. Xiao Hua instructed Xiao Mao, whoever dares to act recklessly, directly kill them. Yes. Xiao Mao replied loudly. Fellow cultivators. You and the others slowly retreat. Don't mess up the formation. Xiao Hua saw that the situation was urgent and didn't say much. He slowly flew out of the karst cave and stood in midair like a proud god. His voice slowly rippled in the karst cave without any hint of panic. It was as if in Xiao Hua's eyes, these thousands of swordsmen were just dust. Yes, we understand. Nearly 3,000 disciples shouted in unison, and their morale immediately surged. Although Xiao Hua was only standing in mid-air and had only spoken a few words, his appearance was actually more powerful than any magic treasure or divine ability. Not only did the hearts of the Daoist sect disciples stabilize, even the sword cultivators were somewhat afraid, and their momentum of attack actually slowed down. Chapter 25-34. A moment later, many cultivators slowly retreated, and there were fewer enemies in front of them. The sword cultivators clamored again. Seeing this, Xiao Hua slowly flew to the front of the cultivators. Junior brother Xiao. Li Zongbao called out worriedly. Senior brother Li, tell junior brother Jian and junior brother Yi to prepare to retreat. I'll be here to block them. Xiao Hua said confidently, however, quickly send a message to them. When I count to 5, immediately close your eyes and use your divine sense to retreat to the cave. Don't open your eyes and don't use your divine sense to look at me. Whoever dares to, don't kill them. Yes, I know. Li Zongbao was overjoyed. Knowing that Xiao Hua had another method, he hurriedly sent a message to Jian Boming and Yi Bei. Xiao Hua waved his hand, holding the wishful steel staff in his hand. He actually stood there and began to count. The sword cultivators were all stunned. They didn't know what Xiao Hua was doing. Several sword lights attacked Xiao Hua, but they were all easily defeated by Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff. When Xiao Hua counted to 5, all the Dao sect cultivators closed their eyes together and released their divine sense with great ease, retreating towards the cave. Xiao Hua pointed his finger, and a wave of Xiantian true water surged out like a blue wave, engulfing many of the sword cultivators closest to the cultivators. Moreover, the Xiantian true water separated the sword cultivators from the cultivators. I forgot. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. If I use this Xiantian true water, I'm afraid I can directly kill these sword cultivators. Why do I have to use so much strength to open the passage? Moreover, this Xiantian true water may also be able to eliminate the spirit-binding juice? But then, the screams of the swordsmen could be heard. Hundreds of swordsmen lost their primordial spirits and fell from the sky like puppets. However, many of the other swordsmen had strong primordial spirits. They struggled to break free from the illusion and screamed in fear as they flew into the distance. Hee, the sword cultivators are all flying away. Who will I kill? Xiao Hua laughed. Moreover, I don't dare to use this true water casually. Who knows how to eliminate the spirit-binding juice? Of course, among the thousands of sword cultivators, there were still many sword cultivators with brilliant methods. They each used their secret techniques to resist the true water. At the same time, they used their flying swords to attack the true water, wanting to kill Xiao Hua after he exhausted his magic power. Unfortunately, they were wrong again. Xiao Hua's true water. Junior brother Xiao, how is it? Li Zongbao naturally did not dare to open his eyes, nor did he dare to use his divine sense to scan the area. When he saw that most of the cultivators in the karst cave were gone, he sent a voice transmission. Senior brother Li. If you want to wait, you can stay. Let's go out together. Xiao Hua indifferently replied. Good. Li Zongbao was very happy. He knew that he was right to call Xiao Hua over on a whim. After Li Zongbao urged Jian Boming, Yi Bei, and the others to leave, he called for Xiao Mao and Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua slowly withdrew the innate primordial water and looked at the dozen or so disciples of the 3 sects who stood there like puppets not far from him. He coldly smiled and said, in this world, there are always some people who think that other people's words are all lies. Then, he ignored them and flew to the tunnel. Let's go. You and I are the last 3. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Okay, Xiao Mao will go first. Xiao Hua will bring up the rear. Li Zongbao instructed. Xiao Mao didn't refuse. He flew into the tunnel and used his last bit of magic power to rush to the cave entrance. Xiao Hua waited for Li Zongbao to fly into the tunnel. He turned around and looked at the sword cultivators who also rushed into the cave. He stretched out his hand and curled his fingers, as if he was calling them over. Xiao Hua's action scared the sword cultivators into retreating a few steps. They waited until Xiao Hua's figure disappeared. Then, they gathered their courage and flew in. Everyone looked in disgust for a moment. Like the cultivators of the Dao sect, a portion of the disciples flew into the tunnel on their flying swords. The other disciples flew out of the cave. However, in just the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, within this passageway, there was a continuous rumbling sound of explosions. The fire talismans that Xiao Hua left in the passageway exploded one after another, killing all the swordsmen that were blocked by the restriction of the flowing ice valley within the passageway. Even the restriction of flowing ice valley and all the passageways above it were destroyed without a trace by the fire talisman. Above flowing ice valley, the thin crescent moon was like a willow eyebrow on a branch. It was indiscernible and boundless. It couldn't compare to the stars in the night sky. The rushing river water created waves. The sound of waves drifted endlessly in the valley. However, the noise of the night sky couldn't hide the slaughter in the mortal world. Countless screams, sounds of collisions, and the sound of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth exploding could be heard without end. At a mountain stream not far away from this massacre, under a protruding eagle-like beak, a series of black shadows suddenly rushed out. These black shadows seemed to be really intertwined with each other, but when these black shadows rushed into the air, they immediately fell on the protruding walls between the cliffs with a plop-plop sound. These black shadows appeared in a flash. However, the falling black shadows were continuous. When the last thin and tall black shadow appeared in the air with 2 black shadows in his hands, there were actually over 100 black shadows that fell onto the cliffs. Ha ha ha. That thin and tall black shadow was Xiao Hua. He looked at Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao on his left and right and laughed. If it wasn't for this little brother having some strength, I'm afraid that senior brother Li would be the first cultivator to fall to his death. I'm afraid I won't fall to my death. I'll be crushed to death. It was rare for Li Zongbao to joke. It was actually quite amusing. That's right. Xiao Hua flew out from the passage. How could he have known that many cultivators who flew out from the passage already had no magic power left in their bodies? Even if they used flying techniques, they couldn't. Fortunately, Xiao Hua flew at the end and had enough strength. Only then was he able to push over 100 cultivators out. At this moment, behind Xiao Hua, there was a series of rumbling explosions. The entire mountain rock was shaking. Senior brotherly, fellow Daoists. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept out. He already knew that the cultivators who flew out earlier were either hiding nearby or flying out to meet the enemy. He immediately shouted, "This place was originally hidden. However, with so many disciples flying out earlier, I'm afraid it has already attracted the attention of sword cultivators. Moreover, I destroyed the passage and attracted the swordsmen. You all have already taken medicinal pills and your true essence has been regenerated. Don't wait any longer. Quickly leave flowing ice valley. As for the next step, it won't be too late for us to discuss it later." All right. After flying out of the restriction, Li Zongbao also took medicinal pills in succession. Currently, true essence was slowly being regenerated in his meridians. It was naturally impossible for him to fight, but it was enough for him to fly. Quick, there are fleeing Dao sect cultivators here. Several hundred feet away, there was an extremely ear-piercing sword cry. Dozens of divine senses quickly swept over. Let's go. Li Zongbao struggled to fly into the air. With a wave of his hand, he determined the direction and flew in a certain direction. Jian Boming and Yi Bei also flew up. They each organized the disciples of their respective sects and flew behind Li Zongbao and the other 2. Looking at the pitch-black night sky and sweeping it with his divine sense, Xiao Hua didn't feel that there was anything special about the place Li Zongbao was heading to. However, when he thought about the strangeness of not meeting a second Dao sect disciple in the underground cave, Xiao Hua didn't have any other thoughts. He would just follow Li Zongbao. Where do you think you're going? After flying for less than half an incense stick's worth of time, a sword cry soared into the sky from Xiao Hua's right hand, followed by an angry roar that reverberated in the night sky. A beautiful sword light flickered, letting out a roar like a wild beast, the night wind, the sword cry, and soon after, a rumbling sound of thunder could be heard. Quick! Amidst the thunderous roar, there was a light shout. A rainbow was born from the opposite side of the sword light. In an instant, it seemed to have traversed hundreds of feet and rushed into the sword light. Crackle. Crackle. It sounded like beans being fried in a hot pan. At the same time, there was another deep voice. Beside the rainbow, thousands of golden threads streaked across the sky and rushed into the sword light. They let out an extremely sharp cc sound. Roar. The sword light let out a strange sword cry. It was like the cries of thousands of birds and the roars of hundreds of beasts. It covered the sound of the rainbow and the golden threads. Even the sword light, which was several hundred feet in size, suppressed the rainbow and the golden threads. Rumble. After the sword cry, there was the sound of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth exploding and colliding. The sound waves and air waves washed away the mountain rocks and the river water. Countless lights and shadows swayed and illuminated several hundred feet in the sky. After seeing the sword light, a tall swordsman wearing a red sword suit appeared. Who else could it be but Qin Jian, whose portrait was hung all over the Sky Patrol city? The figure behind the rainbow was a white-haired female cultivator wearing a Daoist robe from the Cool Breeze Valley. As for behind the golden threads, it was the cultivator from the Utopia faction, Chu Hui, whom Xiao Hua and the others were familiar with. However, when Xiao Hua and the others saw it, it was after the brilliance flashed. Two blood-curdling screams rang out at almost the same time. Hundreds of sword lights broke through the rainbow and golden threads, rapidly piercing through the bodies of the two people. The almost invisible protective golden light flickered, unable to block the sharp sword lights. After the sword lights pierced through their bodies, the two cultivators' corpses fell into the river water. Uncle Chu Hui. Li Zongbao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Uncle Su Bo. Jian Boming also sighed. Let's go. Xiao Hua saw Qin Jian's divine thought sweep over here and was very anxious. He had already seen clearly that when the flying swords entered Su Bo and Chu Hui's bodies, the protective golden light didn't have much effect. He knew that their magic power hadn't recovered. They must have rushed out from the exit of the flowing ice valley. Their cultivation levels were not as high as Qin Jian's, so it wasn't strange that they both died. Qin Jian. Li Zongbao's eyes were red and his magic power was surging. He wanted to rush over. What's wrong with you? Xiao Hua saw this and pulled Li Zongbao back. He poured magic power into Li Zongbao's meridians and sealed Li Zongbao's true core strength. How can you be his opponent? Xiao Hua grabbed Li Zongbao and flew up. Chapter 25-35. Li Zongbao regained his composure. An indescribable expression flashed across his eyes. I know. I am not his opponent, but, Li Zongbao wanted to say that he had an uncontrollable urge to kill Qin Jian with his immortal piercing whip, but Xiao Hua said anxiously, but if you want to take revenge, you have to wait until the next opportunity. Although Xiao Mao also wanted to kill Qin Jian, he knew that he was not Qin Jian's opponent. Perhaps Qin Jian would not personally make a move, but they were not the opponents of the other swordsmen. Thus, he hurriedly activated his magic power and flew away with Xiao Hua and Li Zongbao. Who knew that Qin Jian's spiritual sense would detect the movements of Xiao Hua and the others? While the swordsmen were chasing after them, he also stepped on his flying sword and easily chased after them. This is bad. Xiao Hua frowned. If it was a normal day, he might not be afraid of Qin Jian. However, he only had less than 50% of his magic power left. How could he fight with Qin Jian? But looking at the thousands of cultivators, they were really like monkeys fleeing from a tree. They were all panicking, and their faces were filled with extreme fear. Qin Jian's reputation was really like the sun in the sky. After today, it would be even more resounding. At this time, perhaps only I can fight. Xiao Hua slowly stopped and coldly turned around. He did not even take out his magic treasures like the wishful staff. He just stood in the air with his hands behind his back. Big brother Xiao Mao was shocked and was about to shout. Li Zongbao also stopped. You all quickly leave. Xiao Hua said coldly, don't turn back. If possible, don't let these cultivators talk. Are you confident? Li Zongbao's eyes narrowed as he only asked one question. Yes. Xiao Hua replied, you all settle these cultivators down and quickly return. Okay, don't worry big brother. Xiao Mao said anxiously, as long as we settle them down, immediately, they naturally have their own places to go. Why do they need me to settle them down? Li Zongbao laughed and took out his immortal piercing whip. Xiao Mao came to his senses and smiled, that's right, big brother. This time, you can't get rid of us. And that's good too. Xiao Hua looked at Qin Jian and the swordsman chasing after Qin Jian. He waved his hand and said, come with me. After saying that, Xiao Hua brought Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao and flew in another direction. The disciples of the Utopia faction, the Changbai sect, and the Cool Breeze Valley were led by Jian Boming, Yi Bei, and the others to fly away under Li Zongbao's orders. Qin Jian was not an idiot. When he saw that the three of them had separated, he knew that it was a trap. He waved his hand and ordered the swordsman to chase after them while he continued to chase after the disciples of the three sects. Qin Jian, do you want to know where Ling Yunwu is? Seeing this, Xiao Hua waved his hand to signal Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao to leave first, while he himself stopped and stood quietly in midair as he spoke indifferently via voice transmission. Ling Yunwu? Qin Jian frowned slightly. When he saw Xiao Hua's Imperial Thunder Sect's Daoist robe, he suddenly realized something and said in shock, you're the horrifying phoenix. That's right, Qin Jian. You actually know me. I've been chasing after you for a long time. I didn't expect to meet you here. Xiao Hua's body was surrounded by a hurricane, and countless spiritual qi of heaven and earth gathered around him. He looked extremely arrogant. Ha ha ha, you're actually the horrifying phoenix. Qin Jian saw that Xiao Hua's appearance was similar to the one in the voice transmission and that he was in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage. He had already thrown the thousands of disciples of the three sects aside and waved his hand to signal his disciples to chase after Xiao Hua. At the same time, he stopped and flew toward Xiao Hua. I really didn't expect this. I just casually tampered with the flowing ice valley and wanted to kill a few cultivators in the early stage of the golden core stage to satisfy my craving. I didn't expect that the famous horrifying phoenix would be attracted here. Qin Jian was really happy. He knew that killing Xiao Hua was much better than killing thousands of cultivators. These thousands of cultivators were saved by you alone, right? Qin Jian looked at Xiao Hua, who was standing quietly, and then looked at the Foundation establishment stage cultivators who were fleeing in the distance. He asked with interest, I didn't expect that you, a Foundation establishment stage cultivator, could actually do something that even Golden Core stage cultivators couldn't do. Just now, the two Golden Core stage cultivators from the Utmost Happiness faction and Cool Breeze Valley rushed out of the Spirit Stone mine with their lives on the line. They only had 1,000 people with them. You saved more than 6,000 people in one go. You really live up to your reputation. You flatter me. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and smiled, this little one's reputation is really nothing. Compared to Brother Qin, I'm still far behind. Brother Qin must have been in charge of this flowing ice valley for many years, right? This scheme really opened the eyes of this Xiao. It scared this Xiao so much that this Xiao's heart is beating wildly. This is nothing. Qin Jian laughed when he heard this. He carefully flew closer to Xiao Hua and said, however, to be praised by the terrifying phoenix, this old man is also very happy. Of course, today can't be considered perfect. I only killed 3 Golden Core stage cultivators and more than 10,000 Foundation establishment stage cultivators. If I can take the terrifying phoenix's head and kill the 6,000 cultivators, then it can be considered perfect. That's right, that's right. Xiao Hua also clapped his hands and said, this little one only saved 6,000 cultivators and killed Qin Mu Ming and Liang Qi. If I can kill Brother Qin, then today can be considered perfect. Ha ha ha, great minds think alike. Qin Jian also clapped his hands and said, I didn't expect the terrifying phoenix to have such lofty ambitions at such a young age. She's only in the foundation establishment stage. This old man really admires the new generation. I wouldn't dare. The new generation in Flowing Ice Valley pushes the old one, and the old one dies on the beach. Brother Qin, why don't you be the old one? Xiao Hua said with a smile. What? Qin Jian's words were also followed by Xiao Hua's sarcastic retort, which was out of his expectations. When he understood, he almost held his stomach and laughed. Ha ha ha, terrifying phoenix, terrifying phoenix. You're really terrifying, extremely terrifying. Qin Jian laughed until he was rocking back and forth. Seeing Xiao Hua rubbing his nose and enjoying himself, he sneered and said, Xiao Hua. You've been talking for so long. Has the spirit-binding juice in your body been removed? Has your true essence recovered? Oh. So Brother Qin saw through it long ago? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. The heaven and earth spirit qi around him swarmed into his body. How could others not see through it? Humph, you just came out from the array I set up. How could I not know? But you're different from those two bullshit golden core stage cultivators. Qin Jian straightened his back in an instant. You're the opponent I've admired for a long time. Ling Yunwu died in your hands, Yu Ming went crazy because of you, and Zhong Haoshuan also died in your hands. If I can't have a fair fight with you, how can I be at ease? Damn it, you should have said so earlier. Hearing this, Xiao Hua sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, several pills entered his mouth. He actually closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. You. Seeing Xiao Hua like this, Qin Jian was stunned again. Which cultivator dared to do this when fighting with him? However, his eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He actually didn't make a sound and really waited in the air. Wrong, wrong, definitely wrong. Although Xiao Hua sat down cross-legged casually, how could he peacefully cultivate in front of the infamous Qin Jian? How could he treat his words as true? This doesn't make sense. Qin Jian was able to kill thousands of foundation establishment stage cultivators and even boasted that he was stronger than Tu Hong. How could he be so righteous? However, no matter if it was a Dao sect cultivator or a sword cultivator swordsman, they were both wretched and righteous people. Not to mention Immortal Bright Sword and Li Xiubai, the closest ones were Ji Yi and Li Zongbao. They were both upright people. However, even if Qin Jian wasn't as vicious and merciless as Tu Hong, he definitely wasn't a kind person. Based on how Qin Jian cleanly killed Xia Hui and Su Bo, Xiao Hua knew that dealing with Qin Jian was different from dealing with Ji Yi. But, what plans does Qin Jian have? Xiao Hua was bewildered. While exercising the heaven-human body bestowment technique and the cultivation technique he was practicing, he tried his best to refine the pills and absorb the natural energies to restore his magic power. At the same time, he unleashed his Buddhist consciousness and scanned the area several hundred feet around him. It is impossible for Qin Jian to give me the time to recover. So, why did he tell me so much? I want to recover my vital energy. What does he want to recover? Could it be that he used up a huge amount of vital energy to kill those two golden core stage cultivators? After another half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua's heart was even more shocked. It was indescribably strange. What was even stranger was that Qin Jian really stood with his hands behind his back and looked at him with a smile. Suddenly, a face flashed in Xiao Hua's heart. A pretty face. It was that female sword cultivator called Guyu. Formless sword. Xiao Hua's heart jumped and he almost shouted out. Guyu. I'm afraid she's Qin Jian's nephew. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua slightly opened his hand and opened his delirium breaker Dharma eye. He carefully examined his surroundings. However, within several feet of him, there was only the usual brilliance of heaven and earth spiritual qi. There was only a slightly rich blue brilliance. Strange. Could it be that I'm judging a gentleman with my own mean heart? Xiao Hua secretly muttered. Just as he was about to close his Dharma eye, an indescribable sharpness came from his body. Instantly, goosebumps appeared all over his body. Xiao Hua's eyes turned. His delusion breaker Dharma eye was still open. He looked around, but his body moved a little. He smiled and said, "Brother Qin is indeed benevolent. This is far from the heartless and unscrupulous people in the rumors." As he said that, his other hand took out a few more pills and put them into his mouth. Hee, can rumors be trusted? Qin Jian's smile did not change. He said, "The rumors say that the terrifying phoenix is a person with a phoenix Dharma body. He's several feet tall and has a bloody mouth. He's also good at lightning escape and controlling lightning. But little friend? He seems to be too weak to even stand a gust of wind." "Oh, that's right. Little friend is in the late stage of foundation establishment. This pill is too fierce. Don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. This old man has plenty of time to wait for you." Cough cough, Xiao Hua seemed to be choked by the cold wind. His body trembled rapidly. After a moment, he sighed and said, "This little one is so handsome. To think that the rumors say that I'm like that. This little one is really disappointed." Chapter 25-36. As he spoke, a hint of coldness flashed through Xiao Hua's eyes. Just now, he clearly saw that in the instant his body moved, all the lights within 100 feet to the left were the same as before. Then, a few feet above his head, a faintly discernible golden thread suddenly stopped. It really is the invisible sword. And it's actually moving so slowly from 100 feet away. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. Qin Jian is an illusory swordsman, but he's actually so guarded against me. I can only say that he's a scheming person. Of course, if not for my reputation, he wouldn't be so cautious. However, it's also strange. I've clearly been hit by the spirit binding juice and my magic power is greatly depleted. Why didn't he directly attack? Why did he use such a sinister method, to act in secret? Isn't this giving me a chance to catch my breath? Xiao Hua really didn't understand. Unfortunately, he didn't know that those who were used to scheming would treat scheming as their everything. Qin Jian was famous for his ambushes during the Sword Dao War and was proud of it. He didn't dare to say that this was his only method, but once he made a move, the first thing he would think of was how to set up an ambush. This was already a habit. Moreover, Xiao Hua's reputation was really resounding among sword cultivators. Ling Yunwu, Yu Ming, Zhong Haoshuan and the others might not be comparable to Qin Jian, but they were also illusory swordsmen. Qin Jian was still quite afraid of Xiao Hua. Besides, Xiao Hua actually saved nearly 7,000 cultivators and opened up the spirit stone mine in Flowing Ice Valley. How could the spirit binding juice be effective? Qin Jian was almost certain that Xiao Hua's weak appearance was for him to see. It was a trap set up for him, waiting for him to fall for it. Since that was the case, Qin Jian naturally had to use his most proficient invisible golden thread sword as a method to kill Xiao Hua. According to Qin Jian's thoughts, even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to easily detect this invisible sword. Unfortunately, not only did Xiao Hua encounter Guyu before, he also had the delusion breaker Dharma eye and the hand of karma. Qin Jian's most prideful technique was extremely clumsy in the eyes of Xiao Hua. Furthermore, Xiao Hua even took the opportunity to consume a pill to recover his mana. After a short moment, Xiao Hua moved again. Sure enough, that strand of golden thread stopped again. Cough, cough. Xiao Hua used his hand to cover his mouth and laughed bitterly. Brother Qin's spirit binding juice is truly formidable. I've rested for so long, yet I still haven't completely recovered. Thank you for your righteousness, Brother Qin, for allowing me to have time to consume medicinal pills. If that's the case, please don't show any mercy when you attack later. This is a fair fight between us. Even if I die, I will die honorably. Qin Jian said righteously. Cough cough, since Brother Qin has said so, this little one really can't bear to do it. Xiao Hua was a bit embarrassed, and as the two of them were talking, the golden thread slowly approached again. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't speak, the golden thread stopped again, as if it was trying to guess whether Xiaohua was paying attention. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't pay attention, it slowly moved again. However, Xiaohua's casual movement, even if it was a tremble of his shoulder or a twitch of his finger, that golden thread would stop. Only when Xiaohua didn't make any further movements, would it slowly descend. Therefore, after the time it took to eat a meal, that invisible sword of golden thread was only a few feet away from Xiaohua's head. Seeing that Qin Jian was so cautious, Xiaohua almost laughed involuntarily. Suddenly, he thought of fishing. It was as if the golden thread above his head was the hook, and he was the big fish. The hook was trying to approach him, afraid that it would disturb him, and as the fisherman, Qin Jian, had an expression as if a mountain was pressing down on him. However, from Xiaohua's point of view, it was as if he was the fisherman, and Qin Jian had become the big fish. Yes, fish or human or butterfly, who could say for sure? Seeing that the golden thread was already 2 feet away, the golden thread suddenly accelerated, preparing to pierce Xiaohua's head with lightning speed. At this time, Xiaohua suddenly moved again, and said with a smile, "This little one forgot to say something." When Xiaohua moved, Qin Jian habitually paused, and the golden thread stopped in midair. Qin Jian asked, "Little friend, what do you want to say?" Xiaohua laughed heartily, and his left hand covered his head with his robe. He suddenly used the heaven and earth in the sleeve technique and said, "Ha ha ha, this little one forgot to say thank you." Ah. When Qin Jian saw that Xiaohua actually covered his head with his robe, he knew that the situation was not good. However, his sword technique had just been used, and the invisible golden thread sword was in a state where it could not be released, so it was impossible for him to control the flying sword as he wished. Moreover, Xiaohua wanted him to be in this critical state. The transcendence energy in his body was suddenly sent out, and in an instant, the invisible golden thread sword was covered in his robe, cutting off the connection between Qin Jian and the invisible sword. Without waiting for Qin Jian to activate his sword origin, the invisible sword was sent into Xiaohua's space. After all, the invisible sword was only invisible on the surface, and Qin Jian had not cultivated it to the level of drawing it into the void. Xiaohua's heaven and earth in the sleeve technique caught him off guard. Even Daoist Jing Si's natal magic weapon was taken away by Xiaohua, so how could Qin Jian's invisible sword escape from Xiaohua's evil clutches? "You." Qin Jian was so angry that his arms were trembling. "You're going too far." He was truly speechless. He was truly infuriated. He had schemed for so long and wasted so much time and effort, but in the end, it was all for Xiaohua. Although he didn't know how Xiaohua discovered his invisible sword, and how he could accurately take it away, did he even need to ask? Qin Jian waved his hand without saying anything. An array of sword light shot out from his hand. Roar! A sharp wolf's howl shook the surroundings, like a hungry wolf howling at the bright moon on a full moon night. Ah! Qin Jian's sword intent is actually. Seeing an extremely ferocious wolf's head gradually appear in the sword light, and that bloody and murderous intent passed through the wolf's head and covered the area around Xiaohua, Xiaohua was stunned. He had participated in the battle of Dao cultivators for a long time, and had seen many sword cultivators' sword intent, such as plum blossoms, flowing water, tall mountains, and so on. However, this was the first time he saw a wolf's head. Seeing the wolf's head, Xiaohua suddenly thought of Daoist Bright Sword's little deer. Damn it, Qin Jian's sword intent is so ferocious, it can't be stronger than Daoist Bright Sword, right? The wolf's head flashed, and the ferocious sword intent passed through space and firmly enveloped Xiaohua. That sword intent stirred up the ferocity in Xiaohua's heart, and waves of murderous intent repeatedly attacked Xiaohua's mind. Moreover, Xiaohua's blood vessels expanded, and the blood essence in his entire body surged, as if it was about to burst out of his body. Hiss! Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Qin Jian's sword intent is murderous, ferocious, and the wolf's head directly targets one's heart. This murderous intent is only an external cause, but it can actually lure out the murderous intent in this young master's heart. Qin Jian's ability is indeed superhuman. Murderous intent is human nature. Although Xiaohua could silently guard his heart and act according to the Tao of Heaven, it did not mean that there was no murderous intent in his heart. The Dao Cultivator battle had been going on for close to 10 years, and the number of swordsmen and cultivators who coveted Xiaohua was truly innumerable. The murderous intent in his heart had long reached the heavens. Now, Qin Jian's ferocious wolf's sword intent had instantly ignited the desire in his heart. Although he knew that it was inappropriate, and already knew the intention of Qin Jian's wolf's head sword intent, it was still hard to suppress the impulse, and immediately ignited his ambition or murderous intent. Come, it's just a wolf's head sword intent. Do you think this young master is afraid of you? Xiaohua laughed wildly, and with a wave of his hand, the seal of the overturning sea appeared in midair. The magic power in his body surged, and a dragon's roar resounded, even more ferocious than the wolf's head. Roar! With a roar, an earthen yellow dragon's shape rapidly swam in midair. With the seal in its mouth, it pounced towards the enormous sword light of the wolf's head. The seal of the overturning sea was so huge. Although the wolf's head had already expanded to several dozen zhang, it was still suppressed by the seal into a kind of flat sword light. There was even a large depression in front of the wolf's head, and the sword light inside was faintly flickering, as if it was about to be extinguished. Seal of the overturning sea? Although Qin Jian already had a high opinion of Xiaohua, when he saw the seal of the overturning sea, his expression still changed. Ji also died in your hands? Ha ha ha, Ji is not the first, and you will not be the last. Xiaohua's voice was filled with wildness. The magic power in his body surged out, and the yellow dragon rushed to the front of the wolf's head, and spat out the seal like a pearl. Wang, with a sharp sound, the seal of the overturning sea once again expanded. The light around it suddenly retracted, forming a black hole. The space around the black hole was slightly distorted, and the entire black hole was pressing down on the enormous wolf's head. Roar! The wolf's head that was formed by thousands of sword lights let out a sorrowful cry. All of the sword lights were like fireflies at the end of autumn, and were instantly extinguished. Nascent soul. His strength is actually close to that of a nascent soul. Qin Jian couldn't help but groan when he saw that the seal of overturning the sea had released such a powerful aura even before it collided with the sword light. He was secretly astonished. However, this situation was also extremely normal. If Xiaohua didn't have such strength, how could he have killed so many illusory swordsmen? However, Qin Jian's eyes were also very bright. The sword energy in his body surged, and he waved his hands, open. Rumble, with a loud sound that shook the earth, the seal of the overturning sea collided with the thousands of sword lights, and directly scattered the wolf's head. Moreover, the wolf's head was pushed back dozens of feet before it finally stopped. This collision created a hurricane that not only completely disrupted the spiritual energy in the air, but also lifted the water in the flowing ice valley into the air. Satisfying. Xiaohua's eyes were slightly red. He was extremely satisfied with the effects of the seal of the overturning sea. Similarly, he waved his hands and shouted. The yellow dragon once again swam in the air, and the seal of the overturning sea also emitted an intense yellow light, and fell into the yellow dragon's mouth. Wang, just as the seal of the overturning sea was crazily absorbing the spiritual energy in the air, a ray of sword light suddenly appeared in the void where the light was extinguished. That sword light was like breathing, and it gradually grew stronger as Qin Jian activated the sword technique in his hand. After a while, that sword light was like a candle that lit up the space. The sword lights that were extinguished just now lit up one by one, and the light even spread, gradually forming a fierce wolf that was comparable to the yellow dragon. Chapter 25:37. Attack! Xiaohua waved his hand. Without waiting for Qin Jian's sword intent to form, the yellow dragon on the seal of the ocean pushed the seal towards the wolf's sword intent, just like how it opened up the passage before. Roar! Qin Jian's face became serious. He hurriedly urged his sword technique. The wolf roared and actually opened its mouth, swallowing the seal of the ocean into its stomach. Seeing the seal of the ocean and the yellow dragon disappear, a powerful sealing power came from the wolf's sword light, as if it wanted to cut off its connection with the seal of the ocean. Xiaohua smiled coldly. The spell in his hand changed again. A strong ray of light came out from the wolf's stomach like a needle. Then, thousands of rays of light shot out from different parts of the wolf's sword light. With a loud boom, the sword light that transformed into a huge wolf was completely suppressed by the light of the seal of the ocean. It was torn into pieces by the light of the seal of the ocean. Ha ha ha, Xiaohua laughed proudly. Qin Jian, you're only a so-so. Even if you have such a fierce sword intent, what's the use of it against me? Looking at Xiaohua's appearance, he seemed to have forgotten about his lack of true essence earlier. He didn't even care about the magic power he was using to urge the seal of the ocean with all his strength. He didn't even care about the lack of true essence in his meridians. Seeing Xiaohua being so arrogant, Qin Jian's expression changed. Xiaohua was using true essence, and he was also using sword essence. He really couldn't figure out how much true essence Xiaohua had in his body. He also couldn't figure out whether Xiaohua was a golden core or foundation establishment. Go! Qin Jian shouted. The sword light started to gather again. That terrifying wolf had appeared again. You think I'm afraid of you? Xiaohua smiled coldly. His magic power surged. The seal of the ocean turned into a dragon again and again. Rumbling sounds echoed in the air of flowing ice valley. In the distance, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao stood in the air. Even though no sword cultivator came to chase after them, their hearts were clenched together. However, their clenched hearts were also incomparably shocked. An indescribable feeling spread in their hearts. Today, they had seen Xiaohua's true strength. It was definitely a strength that overturned their original understanding. Not to mention themselves, even if they were masters, how could they reach such heights? Li Zongbao's heart was filled with bitterness. He had already overestimated Xiaohua's cultivation, but now it seemed that what he overestimated was only the tip of the iceberg. What he knew was nothing more than a tree in the forest. Other than being shocked, Xiao Mao was also envious and longing. He was deeply aware of the power of the dragon transformation art, but he never thought that the dragon transformation art would have such an effect. When he first met Xiaohua, he was disdainful of Xiaohua, but now, Xiaohua's height was something he could only look up to. However, he remembered that he also had the dragonization ability, which meant that he also had a path forward. Xiao Mao was extremely eager to learn it, and he might be able to reach that level in the near future. This is for sure. Xiao Mao's eyes flashed with determination. Xiaohua's encouragement to him was far more than any encouragement in the world. All of his master's methods were also insignificant in his eyes. He knew that as long as he relied on the dragon transformation art, he would definitely be able to condense a core in the future, or even conceive a baby. However, the two of them turned their heads almost at the same time and exchanged glances. They seemed to have realized something. Xiaohua had always been concealing his strength. Even when he met a strong enemy, he would hide some of his cultivation. When had he ever tried to be brave like today? Could it be that his spiritual power wasn't affected by the spirit-binding juice at all just now? Could it be that his spiritual power is so abundant that it can be compared to a nascent soul cultivator? The moment the two of them looked at each other, they saw a trace of doubt in each other's eyes. Qin Jian's scheme. The two of them exclaimed at the same time. Li Zongbao hurriedly shouted, "Junior brother Xiao, let's send a message quickly." At this time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on the battlefield was in chaos. Qi waves and shock waves spread out. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao knew that they couldn't get close, but they were also afraid of disturbing Xiaohua's attention, so they could only do this. However, no matter how they sent a message, Xiaohua didn't respond. It was as if Xiaohua turned a deaf ear to everything outside the battlefield. This is not normal. Li Zongbao immediately came to a conclusion. He raised the immortal piercing whip and said anxiously, "Junior brother Xiao, wait a moment. I'll go over now." "I'll go over too." Xiao Mao was naturally very anxious. The two of them had already thrown caution to the wind. Why would they care about their own lives? However, at this time, the situation on the battlefield changed again. After more than 10 collisions, the huge wolf shape had already dimmed. It was like a candle in the wind that could be extinguished with just one more breath. Xiao Hua's heart was filled with ecstasy. He urged his true essence and his magic power surged into the spell that was gradually forming at his fingertips. However, at this moment, Xiao Hua's meridians trembled and signs of his true essence drying up flashed by. If it was normal, Xiao Hua would have been alert. However, at this time, Xiao Hua's eyes were bloodshot. He only wanted to tear Qin Jian's head off. Why would he care about such minor details? He waved his hand and a few more elixirs were sent into his mouth. He shouted, "Come, come, come. I'll let you have a taste of my power." Then, the medicinal power of the elixirs was quickly refined. His spiritual power surged like waves. Just as Xiao Hua's spell was sent into the seal of Overturn the Sea, two rays of light flew out from Xiao Hua's left and right. One was the shadow of Li Zongbao's immortal piercing whip, and the other was Xiao Mao's universe ring. They turned into flowing light and rushed into the battlefield. Boom, boom. Although Xiao Hua's seal of Overturn the Sea and Qin Jian's flying sword did not collide directly with the two's magical treasures, the two of them had fought for a long time. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth nearby was completely disturbed. Not only was the sword light overflowing, but the light and power of the seal of Overturn the Sea were also nearby and did not dissipate. Although the two magical treasures were used by Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, when they collided with the light of the seal of Overturn the Sea and Qin Jian's sword light, they could only let out a roar. The two magical treasures were sent flying. At the same time, their primordial spirits were also heavily injured. They could not help but fly backwards for more than 10 feet. Pu. 2 mouthfuls of blood essence were spat out from their mouths at almost the same time. The two of them were originally injured in the karst cave. Their spiritual power was exhausted. Now that they had just recovered a little, how could they be a match for the two of them? However, even though the two of them were dispirited in mid-air and barely managed to stabilize their bodies, they still had some gains. After all, they had two magical treasures as an external cause. Xiao Hua was slightly shocked. The spiritual sense that he had left behind on the battlefield hurriedly swept outwards. When he saw the injuries of the two of them, he was slightly shocked. However, it was only a shock. The killing intent in his heart surged up again, almost unstoppable. Killing. Xiao Hua's heart suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. Everyone has killing intent in their hearts. Everyone has darkness. It's just that this darkness has always been covered by light and cannot be discovered. Even though this young master feels that he is extremely open and aboveboard, this young master is not an immortal, but only an immortal cultivator. This darkness is far from being removed. Now that there is an opportunity, a reason to trigger this darkness can't be suppressed. However, even though Xiao Hua knew, even though he felt that this kind of unrestrained killing was indeed refreshing, but what was the end of the refreshing feeling, he was not clear in his heart. However, he was clear in his heart that this pleasure of killing was provoked by Qin Jian. He had already unknowingly fallen into Qin Jian's scheme. Falling into the opponent's scheme, could the ending be a rise in cultivation? Could it be a safe escape? Xiao Hua hurriedly tried to think of a way to save Qin Jian. He wanted to calm himself down, but that uncontrollable impulse kept attacking him, making him unable to control his true essence. His magic power surged out again, and the seal of ocean overturning roared as it rushed towards Qin Jian's sword light. Why can't I control myself? Xiao Hua was aghast and began to form hand seals again. Not good, spirit binding juice. Spirit binding juice. Xiao Hua suddenly had a thought in his mind. In the jade pendant, it mentioned the after effects of the spirit binding juice, but it was not clear what it was. Could it be? This is the after effects of the spirit binding juice? Immediately, Xiao Hua's divine sense swept across the calm Qin Jian in the distance, only to see the corner of Qin Jian's mouth slightly raised. He actually looked like he had a card up his sleeve. Damn it. Why does this young master have the after effects of the spirit binding juice? Why don't Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao have any after effects? Xiao Hua was secretly surprised, but in a moment, he gave the answer himself. Nonsense, the two of them just fought in the underground cave for a long time. Even if there were any after effects, it would have long been gone. This young master. Alas. What should I do? Xiaohua naturally did not know that when Li Zongbao saw his martial uncle being killed by Qin Jian, the killing intent in his heart also went out of control. If not for the fact that he had already killed many sword cultivators in the cave and was firmly restrained by Xiaohua, he might also be in some danger. Xiaohua's spiritual power uncontrollably flowed into the seal of tumbling ocean. The seal of tumbling ocean overflowed with brilliance, the yellow dragon stirred the air, and it was full of yellow shadows, completely suppressing Qin Jian's sword light. Xiaohua seemed to be winning, but Xiaohua understood that he was only looking good on the surface, completely relying on the support of the elixir. He was falling step by step into the grave that Qin Jian had dug for him. Roar! Qin Jian's giant wolf took shape again, roaring towards the sky. Not only did it absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, it also awakened the last trace of killing intent in Xiaohua's heart. Kill! Xiaohua's eyes were also completely red. The seal of tumbling ocean smashed towards the giant wolf. At this moment, the giant wolf was vivid and lifelike. The sword light in its eyes revealed a kind of cunning and cruelty. It was reflected in Xiaohua's eyes, and also penetrated into Xiaohua's heart. Seeing such a vivid beast's nature, Xiaohua could not help but think of Reverend Brightsword's little deer sword intent. Like a flash of lightning, Xiaohua's mind entered the space without hesitation. With a wave of his hand, Reverend Brightsword's flying sword appeared in his hand. Immediately, a cool feeling from Reverend Brightsword's flying sword entered his hand, and this cool feeling slowly but clearly rushed into his heart meridian, rushing into his body. This cool feeling was like the little deer nimbly jumping over the stream, jumping over the grass, and hiding in the cave. Chapter 25-38. This coolness was like a drizzle, drenching Xiaohua's body in the scorching heat. All of his impatience, all of his killing intent, all of his boiling blood gradually calmed down. See, Xiaohua was awake. Or rather, he was awake just now, but he was unable to control himself. At this moment, his control over his body and meridians were gradually recovering. A faint soreness came from his meridians. Humph! Xiaohua let out a cold snort after some lingering fear. His meridians had been ravaged by black sand and countless spirit herbs. At the same time, he had the support of the dragon transformation art. Qin Jian's scheme was to trap him, but if he succeeded, it would not be so simple. Of course, even if Qin Jian did not succeed, what would Xiaohua be like at that time? Thinking about it, Xiaohua felt some lingering fear. At any time, he could not underestimate his opponent, and he could not let his guard down. Seeing Xiaohua suddenly retract his magic power and the seal of the overturning sea only hovered in the air, Qin Jian was a little surprised. However, he still urged the giant wolf to pounce on Xiaohua. Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? Xiaohua sneered and pointed his finger. The yellow dragon of the seal of the overturning sea landed on the seal. The seal suddenly expanded and smashed towards the giant wolf. The sound was still earth-shattering. Although the giant wolf was not completely torn apart like before, it was still scattered. Flying sword? Seeing that Xiaohua's defense was no longer as crazy as before, Qin Jian felt that it was a pity. He thought that the effect of the spirit-binding juice had worn off. However, when he saw the flying sword in Xiaohua's hand, he was puzzled. At this moment, the flying sword in Xiaohua's hand flashed with a faint light. The little deer slowly walked out from the light. The little deer also emitted a faint sword light. Although the sword light was faint, it was extremely sharp. Every time the little deer took a step, the sword light would expand by 1 zhang. When the little deer walked into the air, its small head slightly raised, and it even sneezed. The sword light immediately enveloped an area of several zhang around it. Like sunlight piercing through the darkness, the little deer's quiet sword light pierced through the giant wolf's brutal sword intent without any obstruction. All of the killing and savagery were annihilated by the faint sword light. Sword intent? Deer. Tranquil deer? Qin Jian was dumbfounded. Why does this guy have the sword spirit of a swordsman? Where did he get it? And this sword intent is so complete, so supreme. Qin Jian was almost jealous of Xiaohua. Great. Using stillness to overcome hardness with softness. When Xiaohua saw this scene, he sighed with emotion. His heart was incomparably calm, as though he had received a baptism. That little deer looked so weak, yet so agile. However, this pure feeling was precisely the nemesis of Qin Sword's giant wolf, completely suppressing it. Perhaps it's because of Reverend Bright Sword's high cultivation? Xiaohua attempted to use the flying sword to attack the Qin sword with the young deer. Unfortunately, the young deer only stayed in midair for a moment before barking at Xiaohua. It flashed again and entered the long sword. Seeing that the little deer wasn't under his command, Xiaohua felt helpless. He stored the sword into his space and used his divine sense to scan Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, who had fallen at the foot of the mountain in the distance. After confirming that the two were fine, he withdrew his divine sense. "Ha, Qin Jian, you old fogey." Xiaohua laughed. "This young master's luck is at its peak. Your thousands of schemes will only be for naught. Hand over your head. There's no need to keep the bounty of my Sky Patrol City anymore." "Ignorant child." Qin Jian sneered. "Even if this old man's scheme fails, how much true yuan do you have in your body? You don't even have a golden core. Why should this old man be afraid of you?" As he spoke, Qin Jian waved his hand. The sword light that was scattered in midair gradually condensed into a pitch-black flying sword. That flying sword was extremely bloody. "Go!" Qin Jian let out a soft roar. The flying sword rushed into the air and suddenly split into two. There seemed to be a mysterious connection between the two flying swords. One flying sword drove the other flying sword, and the other flying sword drove the other flying sword. Flying swords were originally extremely fast, and in this way, the two flying swords streaked across the sky like shooting stars chasing after the moon, piercing towards Xiaohua's ribs from two sides with incomparable speed. "Io, this young master understands." Xiaohua saw that the two flying swords were piercing towards him at a breakneck speed. Instead of being shocked, he was delighted. It was as though he had discovered something that he had never discovered before. "Pooh!" Xiaohua opened his mouth and a green and red flying sword flew out. It was Zhu Meng. Zhu Meng flew out and similarly split into two, like two stars rushing towards Qin Jian's flying sword. You still have a flying sword?" Qin Jian was completely stunned. When he saw Xiaohua take out a long sword with sword intent, he was already surprised. However, when Xiaohua was unable to control it, he was relieved. He knew that Xiaohua did not know anything about flying swords. However, now that he saw Xiaohua easily controlling a flying sword and splitting it into two like him, how could he not be shocked? However, Qin Jian sneered. "You're just using your spiritual sense to control a sword. How can you be a match for me, a sword cultivator?" "Kill." As Qin Jian activated his sword energy, the flying sword suddenly accelerated. Xiaohua's flying sword was not slow, but it still managed to block the two flying swords. Bang! Two crisp sounds rang out. Qin Jian's flying sword knocked Zhu Meng away. Zhu Meng did not seem to be a match for him at all. The quality of this flying sword is better than this old man's flying sword? Seeing that Zhu Meng was knocked away but his flying sword was still intact, Qin Jian was delighted. On the other hand, Xiaohua sighed and secretly said, "Alas, as expected. My flying sword can't be called a flying sword. Perhaps it can be compared to a drawing sword swordsman, but in the eyes of a real illusory sword, it is child's play. Give me your life." Qin Jian laughed sinisterly. He knew the power of his flying sword. Not to mention Xiaohua, who was only a foundation establishment cultivator. Even golden core cultivators like Xie Hui and Su Bo could not block the sharpness of his flying sword. Furthermore, Qin Jian sent out two sword lights. Even if Xiao Hua's escape technique was fast, he would not be able to dodge. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua didn't seem to be flustered as the two sword lights flew about 3 meters away from him. He casually waved his hand, as if he was taking something out of his storage pouch. A pitch-black magic staff appeared in his hand. With 2 swings of the staff, he effortlessly struck the flying swords. Bang! The flying sword shrank, as if it was damaged. What? There's still a magic weapon? Just like all the swordsmen and cultivators that were killed by Xiao Hua, Qin Jian could not help but ask as Xiao Hua's bottom line was revealed. So what if there's a magic weapon? This old man will let you die of exhaustion in the sword array. Qin Jian sneered and opened his mouth. Pu. With 2 consecutive sounds, 2 sword lights rushed into the night sky and landed on both sides of Xiao Hua like lightning. Together with the previous 2 sword lights, Xiao Hua was firmly trapped in the middle. A powerful restrictive force was emitted from the 4 sword lights and revolved around Xiao Hua in a mysterious trajectory. The force was like a whirlpool in the sea, but also like a whirlpool in a hurricane. It firmly controlled Xiao Hua's body. Not only did the true essence in Xiao Hua's body slowly condense, even the blood in his veins showed signs of stagnation. Oh. This is a sword array. Xiao Hua originally wanted to struggle, but when he saw that Qin Jian actually used the 4 flying swords to form a sword array, he could not help but feel happy. He also had a sword array, for example, the Sword of the World, which seemed to be a sword array. As for the Great 7 Stars array, he could only control it through the sword pouch. He could only drive the sword array to display a restrictive force, but he was still unable to display this kind of force similar to a whirlpool. He was somewhat curious about the sword array that Qin Jian used the 4 sword lights. After the 4 flying swords trapped Xiao Hua, the cautious Qin Jian began to approach. The 4 flying swords began to revolve, but no matter how they revolved, the position of the 4 flying swords did not change. Xiao Hua was trapped in the core position and did not change in the slightest. At the same time, with the rotation of the flying swords, the restrictive whirlpool also sped up. Every time the whirlpool rotated, it was like a stone mill turning a circle. The crushing force on Xiao Hua's body also increased by a bit. However, when he saw the faint golden brilliance flashing around Xiao Hua's body, and it did not seem to be weakening, Qin Jian understood that Xiao Hua's body could withstand the power of the sword array. Hiss. Qin Jian took a deep breath. He felt that Xiao Hua was like a hedgehog with thorns. No matter where he attacked, he would not be able to succeed easily. However, his 4 symbols sword array only had this kind of power. If he wanted to increase it, he was afraid that he would have to cultivate to the transformation sword realm. Rise! Qin Jian clenched his teeth and formed a sword seal with both hands at the same time. The 2 flying swords on the 4 symbols sword array flashed with resplendent sword lights. The sword lights left the body and swam around the sword array like fish, piercing towards Xiao Hua who was in the middle of the array. Xiao Hua calmed down and felt the changes in the restrictive power of the 4 symbols sword array. He felt that the power of the sword array had reached a certain level and it was difficult to increase it again. He knew that the power of the sword array had reached its limit. At this moment, Qin Jian changed his move again. The 2 sword lights followed the restrictive power of the sword array and rushed towards him. Moreover, these 2 sword lights were the same as before. There was a mysterious connection between them. As the 2 flying swords flew faster and faster, they pierced towards his shoulder at a faster speed than the previous 2 sword lights. As the saying goes, the expert looks at the skill while the layman looks at the excitement. When other cultivators saw these meteor-like sword lights, they had already panicked and were only thinking of how to block them. However, when Xiao Hua's gaze swept over, he was first surprised. That's not right. There are 4 flying swords. How can there only be 2 sword lights? Xiao Hua was actually very curious, because he saw the interaction of 2 sword lights, which was much faster than 1 sword light. What if there were 3 sword lights or 4 sword lights? Wouldn't it be even faster than before? If that was the case, Li Xiaobai's 9 stars transit was 9 flying swords. How fast would the flying swords be? Although there was no record of this in the sword slip left behind by Li Xiubai, Xiaohua felt that the 9 stars transit was not as simple as he thought. Chapter 2539. How could Xiaohua be afraid of these 2 sword lights? The sword array of Yin Yang Twin Spring Mountain was many times more powerful than this sword array. Xiaohua was also leisurely strolling around. How could he put this sword array in his eyes? His shoulders trembled as he roared, "Old man, let me show you how powerful this young master is." With that said, the wishful steel staff danced in the air. Flowers bloomed and shadows of the staff appeared. Not only did it defeat the 2 sword lights, but it also broke free from the shackling power of the 4 divisions sword array. The wishful steel staff hit the 4 swords directly through the shackling power. 3 faint sword sounds were emitted from the 3 flying swords. The 4 flying swords were originally rotating in a regular manner, but now it was somewhat chaotic. Oh! Why are there 3 sword cries? Xiaohua's heart moved, and then his eyes narrowed as he laughed. Ha ha ha, this young master understands. This Qin Jian originally had 4 flying swords, but unfortunately, the invisible sword sneak attacked this young master. This young master first broke the sword array. He used one of the flying swords to create a sword light. It seems like there are 4 flying swords, but in fact, there are only 3 flying swords. Since Xiaohua had this idea, he immediately noticed the flaws of the 4 symbols sword array. He did not need to use his Dharma eye to check. The illusory flying sword followed the mother sword every time it spun, almost imitating it. The strength of this sub-sword was also inferior to the other 3 flying swords. How can this sword array imprison this young master? Xiaohua's eyes narrowed as he looked at the strange Qin Jian. That Qin Jian was like a hungry wolf, opening his bloody mouth wide to devour Xiaohua, this hedgehog. Who would have thought that although Xiaohua was forced to curl up, the sharp spikes on his back were so shocking, every single one of them could stab him. No wonder he could kill so many illusory swordsmen. His strength is amazing, and his body is well-tempered. In addition, he also has a flying sword and has studied the flying sword technique of us swordsmen. How can we have an advantage against him? Qin Jian hesitated. Moreover, this guy has not used the phoenix celestial body that made him famous. I don't know how powerful it is. It is said that the flying technique of the Imperial Thunder sect is also very powerful. I don't know how good this guy's lightning escape technique is. This old man. I'm afraid I'll have to see the situation today. Qin Jian had the intention to retreat, but he still did not want to give up this great situation. Just as he was thinking about how to use the secret technique again, he heard Xiaohua sneer, "Such a sword array is really broken. You actually dare to use it to show off in front of this young master." This sentence ignited Qin Jian's arrogance. Ordinary swordsmen only cultivated 1 flying sword, but he had outstanding talent and obtained the opportunity to cultivate 4 flying swords. Moreover, he relied on these 4 flying swords to set up the sword array, which made him famous in the sword domain. In this sword battle, Black Phoenix Sword Sex LV Ruochang was appointed as the strategist of the battle by the sword transformation master. He originally had a trace of dissatisfaction in his heart, which was why he challenged the cultivators of the Daoist sect at the beginning of the battle. In recent years, he had been moving unhindered between the country of Shi and the country of Huan. Although he relied on countless calculations and racked his brains, this flying sword technique and sword array technique were really powerful. Not to mention Foundation establishment cultivators, even if a dozen golden core cultivators were to fall into his hands, they would not be able to fight back. Whether they were dizzy from the invisible sword or trapped by the 4 symbols sword array, they would lose their lives in vain. And today, Xiaohua actually said that he was trash. How could he let him breathe his last? This old man wants to see. Qin Jian sneered. Just as he was about to say something ruthless, he saw Xiaohua's figure suddenly accelerate. Like lightning, he rushed to a spot in front of him. This place was originally where his illusory flying sword's confinement force was. If it was under normal circumstances, the invisible sword would have already confined this place. However, His illusory flying sword was half a beat slower than the flying sword in front of him, and Xiaohua just happened to fly to the place where the confinement force was not produced. How did he see the flaw? Qin Jian turned pale with fright. Just as he was about to perform the sword technique, Xiaohua covered his Daoist robe and used the heaven and earth sleeve technique again, attacking the illusory flying sword. Boom! A muffled sound rang out, and a patch of fireflies was produced from the sword's light. Qin Jian's illusory flying sword was directly shattered by Xiaohua. How did this guy have magic power again? How did his magic power recover so quickly? The reason why Qin Jian hesitated was because he knew that Xiaohua had used up a lot of his magic power. Even if his methods were heavenly, without magic power, Xiaohua would not be Qin Jian's opponent. However, Xiaohua did not rely too much on magic power when he controlled the flying sword and waved the wishful scepter. Furthermore, the heavenly man body bestowment technique and the dragon transformation art were constantly circulating in his body. Naturally, his magic power recovered very quickly. When the corner of the four symbols sword array was broken, the sword array immediately collapsed, and all the confinement force disappeared. Qin Jian was afraid that Xiaohua would take back his other flying swords, so he immediately performed the sword technique and the three flying swords flew far away. Go, I will let you see the power of this young master. Xiaohua did not care about the three flying swords. With a wave of his hand, the sword pouch flew out. He performed the sword technique and 7 flying swords flew out. The shining sword light illuminated the night sky and surrounded Qin Jian. 7 stars sword array? Qin Jian's face showed surprise, but he was not particularly surprised. After all, he also knew about the sword array of the Lingfeng sword sect. He also knew that Ling Yunwu died in the hands of Xiaohua. Furthermore, Xiaohua knew about flying swords. With Qin Jian's scheming mind, how could he not guess? However, Qin Jian was still surprised that Xiaohua could control the sword pouch. Seeing the 7 flying swords of the illusory swordsman releasing the confinement force, the sword light around Qin Jian's body slightly overflowed. It fought against the sword array, but when the confinement force of the 7 stars sword array reached a certain level, it did not increase anymore. Furthermore, the 7 flying swords followed the trajectory of the 7 stars sword array and did not change further. Qin Jian's heart was at ease. Haha! Ignorant child! Qin Jian sneered, you only learned a little of my sword cultivation and you dare to say that you are teaching me a lesson. With your flying swords, you can't even compare to my grand disciple's disciple. As he spoke, the sword light around Qin Jian's body slowly moved as if he was breathing. This breathing was very rhythmic, as if it was responding to the confinement force of the 7 stars sword array. As he gradually synchronized with the sword array, the confinement force also began to fluctuate, matching with his sword light. What made Xiaohua even more uneasy was that the 7 flying swords of the 7 stars sword array also began to emit sword light, matching with Qin Jian's sword light. Obviously, this was another secret manual of sword cultivation. Go, Xiaohua was not in a hurry to retrieve the 7 stars sword array. Taking advantage of the fact that the confinement force of the battle was still there, he opened his mouth and the dream executioner that he had just retrieved flew out again, like a bright star entering the sword array. Childish. Qin Jian sneered. He pointed his finger and a sword light flew out from his finger, piercing towards the dream executioner. Whoosh, the dream executioner shook and turned into 2. Humph, Qin Jian was extremely disdainful. He had already seen the dream executioner's transformation. He flicked his finger and another sword light flew out to meet the enemy. Whoosh. The dream executioner shook again and turned into 4. Oh. Qin Jian was slightly surprised, but he flicked his finger again and 2 more sword lights flew out. Whoosh whoosh, the dream executioner shook again and in an instant, 16 sword lights were formed. Qin Jian was panicking. He could no longer care about the sword light around him. He swung his hands and dozens of sword lights flew out. Although he was doubtful about the power of these sword lights, he did not dare to test it out. However, what happened next made him even more dumbfounded. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 16 sword lights flashed again and turned into 64 sword lights. How is this possible? Qin Jian was shocked. The sword lights around him swayed and he was like a porcupine again. Many sword lights flew out to meet the enemy. It was also at this moment that the terrifying karma power on the green and red sword light came over, causing Qin Jian's heart to palpitate. At the same time, he suddenly came to a realization. Not good. Tu Hong was killed by you. Ka 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 ka. 64 sword lights let out a crisp sound at the same time. Qin Jian suspected that the sword lights were all empty on the outside, but the sword lights actually managed to split apart Qin Jian's sword lights. It was like a sharp knife stabbing into a bamboo shoot. Every sword light was incomparably sharp, and they flew towards Qin Jian like a flurry of arrows. No, this is not the Dao Sect's flying sword. It is also not my sword cultivator's flying sword technique. Qin Jian suddenly realized and said in shock, who are you? That's right. Since he could kill a sword cultivator and a cultivator, and his divine skills were not the forte of these two sects, then where did he come from? Unfortunately, even if Xiaohua wanted to answer him, he could not. Although Xiaohua's sword lights were not as fast as Qin Jian's flying sword, Qin Jian was currently trapped in the 7 stars sword formation. How could he dodge it? The 64 sword lights pierced into Qin Jian's body without any difference. Qin Jian's body was covered with sword lights, as if 64 meteors were crashing into the sea of stars. Countless waves were stirred up. However, the strange thing was that when the 64 sword lights formed by the Dream Executioner crashed into Qin Jian's body, they valiantly passed through his body and flew out from the other side. However, Qin Jian's body only swayed slightly. The sword light on his body flickered slightly, but it immediately stabilized. A cold snort came from Qin Jian. Using a flying sword to go against a sword cultivator, you are simply a fool's dream. Qin Jian is already at the 3rd grade of the illusory sword. I'm afraid he will break through to the sword transformation realm soon. He should be able to transform into a sword at will. Since he can transform into a sword, my flying sword should not be able to kill Qin Jian easily. I have other plans. Xiaohua thought to himself. However, since the Dream Executioner can force Qin Jian to transform into a sword, its power is also extremely strong. I should be proud. Thinking about this, Xiaohua did not hesitate. On one hand, he controlled the 7 stars sword formation to imprison Qin Jian. On the other hand, he used the Dream Executioner to stab Qin Jian. In just a few breaths of time, the Dream Executioner stabbed into Qin Jian's body again and again. Although Qin Jian could transform into a sword, every time the Dream Executioner stabbed into his body, it would also cause him harm. Especially the Dream Executioner's Xiantian metal qi and the power of karma, it gradually destroyed Qin Jian's sword heart and sword transformation realm. Qin Jian increasingly felt that transforming into a sword was not easy. Chapter 2540. Break. Qin Jian clenched his teeth. A mysterious wave emitted from his body. Qin Jian's straight body began to twist. As it twisted, the wave became more and more intense. The 7 flying swords of the 7-star sword formation were already flickering with Qin Jian's sword light. Under this wave, they began to wail and shake violently. Not good. How could Xiaohua not know that Qin Jian was using a secret technique? He hastily formed a sword sign and was about to activate the sword pouch to retrieve the 7 flying swords. However, it was fine if Xiaohua didn't form a sword sign. When the sword sign hit the sword pouch also violently shook. There was a strong repulsive force from the sword pouch, resisting Xiaohua's activation. Damn it! Xiaohua was furious. The Dream Executioner flashed again and charged at Qin Jian. What shocked Xiaohua even more was that Qin Jian seemed to be invisible. The Dream Executioner charged past Qin Jian's distorted image without stopping at all. It flashed past. Attack! Xiaohua no longer hesitated. At the same time that he recalled the dream executioner, he used his two hands to summon lightning. Ka-cha-cha. In the night sky, dozens of thick lightning bolts suddenly appeared and struck at Qin Jian. The huge lightning bolt struck Qin Jian's image dozens of times. However, as the lightning bolts lingered, the image quickly recovered. In fact, Qin Jian's image became even more ethereal. Ha ha ha. Qin Jian's wild laughter sounded from the image. A huge sword shape appeared from the image. This sword shape actually carried lightning. Woo! That sword light seemed to be slow but was actually fast. In an instant, it was in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua had never seen such a fast-flying sword. He was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly formed a hand sign. It was the heaven and earth sleeve technique. However, when this technique was formed, it was as if it hit the void. That flying sword was not afraid of this restrictive force at all. It pierced through Xiao Hua's hand. This flying sword is not real. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. The wishful staff in his hand hurriedly flashed in front of him, wanting to block this flying sword. However, he was still a bit too slow. He only managed to sweep the tail of the flying sword. That intangible flying sword could not be stopped from rushing into Xiao Hua's forehead. Ah! The golden light on Xiao Hua's forehead flickered, and the golden light protecting his body merely flickered. He didn't even try to resist. An incomparable palpitation spread from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. It was as if he was facing a great crisis, a crisis that Xiao Hua was unable to resist. Just as Xiao Hua was about to win, he suddenly appeared, boom! There was a loud explosion in Xiao Hua's mind as the invisible flying sword pierced straight into his mind and into a mysterious part of his soul. The boom came from the soul armament protecting Xiao Hua's dark clouds. It had blocked the flying sword, but the web of soul armament was reduced to nothing under the attack of the flying sword. Oh no! Xiao Hua was shocked. He never thought that Qin Jian would have such a soul sword technique that could directly kill a cultivator's soul. If it weren't for the soul armament he'd accidentally obtained outside of his soul, wouldn't he have already perished from that attack? You have a soul armament too? Qin Jian's voice sounded surprised. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Xiao Hua didn't dare to be careless. Countless soul strands extended out from the dark clouds and swept towards the flying sword like thousands of tentacles. The moment the intangible soul sword was entangled by the soul strands, it immediately let out a sharp cry. The resplendent sword light illuminated the entire dark clouds. Woo! The flying sword stirred up a gust of wind as it tried its best to pierce through the dark clouds. Xiao Hua's soul strands flickered as he tried his best to block the flying sword. However, his soul power was simply too weak. It was only able to block for a moment before the flying sword pierced through the dark clouds. A never-before-experienced fear emerged from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. As long as the flying sword pierced through the dark clouds, his soul would be destroyed by Qin Jian. Even if he didn't die, would the Xiao Hua who lost his soul still be Xiao Hua? Just as Xiao Hua was facing an unprecedented crisis, Qin Jian, who was in his sword form, was also in a bad situation. A soul sword wasn't something an ordinary swordsman could use. Even Qin Jian, a third-grade illusory swordsman, couldn't use it. The soul sword used the soul energy of the body. It was something Xiao Hua couldn't achieve even after many years of soul cultivation. Qin Jian had a few secret techniques and tricks, but when he used them, it didn't just cost his soul, but his body as well. Even an expert as strong as Qin Jian couldn't withstand the backlash of his soul power when he used his soul sword. Only when he was in his sword form did Qin Jian dare to try it. And even when he was in his sword form, Qin Jian had to pay a heavy price to use a soul sword. It could even be said that he and Xiao Hua would perish together. This was something the calculative Qin Jian wasn't willing to do. He would only do it as a last resort. Just now, when Xiao Hua attracted the heavenly lightning, he just happened to have a thunder cry sword. This sword was his secret weapon. He didn't reveal it because he wanted to attack Xiao Hua while he was attracting the heavenly lightning. However, when the heavenly lightning struck the thunder cry sword, the enormous power of the heavenly lightning stimulated the power of his soul, and this soul sword was displayed beyond his imagination. But much to Qin Jian's surprise, Xiaohua had a soul armament and even soul force. Though the soul force he had was weak, Qin Jian waited for Xiaohua's soul to dissipate. He was already thinking of a way to make up for the losses he had suffered in this battle. It seems, this old man was careless, but I can't remember where I was careless. Qin Jian, who already had victory in his grasp, suddenly felt that there was a flaw somewhere. It seemed that he had overlooked something when he was fighting against Xiaohua. But just as Xiaohua was about to lose all hope and Qin Jian was about to gloat over his victory, a dragon's roar echoed in Xiaohua's mind and shook Qin Jian's soul. Just as the soul sword pierced through the mysterious dark clouds, a ferocious-looking dragon head emerged. Although the dragon head's eyes were closed and it looked much fainter than the soul sword, it was still a dragon's head. A majestic aura emanated from the dragon's head. The dragon's head opened its mouth and an unparalleled force enveloped the soul sword. The soul sword was swallowed by the dragon's head without being able to put up any resistance. Then, the dragon head retreated back into the dark clouds. Everything outside of the clouds returned to silence as if the dragon head had never appeared. Xiao Bai. Xiaohua was caught off guard by the appearance of the little white dragon's soul. It was only when the little white dragon retreated back into the clouds that Xiaohua realized what had happened. The little white dragon had saved Xiaohua's life today, but it could also be said that the little white dragon had saved its own life. Ah! Qin Jian couldn't help but scream. The soul sword being swallowed was the pain of his soul being torn apart. It was far more painful than any physical pain. This old man will fight it out with you. After losing his soul sword, Qin Jian's soul was no longer whole. His consciousness was a little blurry. He couldn't react to the sudden appearance of the dragon head in Xiaohua's soul. He didn't know how to think about such an unbelievable thing. In fact, it was extremely difficult for Qin Jian to get out of the sword form again. But after hearing Qin Jian scream, the sword form suddenly solidified. A huge flying sword let out a loud sword cry. This cry reverberated through the 9 heavens and a pressure comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator was emitted from the huge sword. Xiaohua had lost his phoenix celestial body. How could he resist this pressure? Xiaohua hurriedly used his concealment technique to resist the pressure. However, he was too close to Qin Jian. The pressure was pressing down on him. Xiaohua didn't have much true yuan in his meridians to begin with. The true yuan in his meridians was almost stagnant. Xiaohua couldn't even lift a finger. This old man is stupid. Qin Jian's consciousness was already blurred. But when he saw this scene, he immediately knew where his mistake was. He had schemed against Xiaohua for a long time, but he still missed the most basic of pressure. He didn't expect that Xiaohua, who killed several illusory swords, was only at the foundation establishment late stage. It's not too late now. Qin Jian's heart was filled with regret, but there was still hope for survival. The entire flying sword slashed down. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a few hundred feet was absorbed by the flying sword. A huge force comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator held Xiaohua tightly. Pooh! Xiaohua opened his mouth and the last bit of spiritual fire he could summon flew out. The moment the spiritual fire appeared in the air, Xiaohua's fire control art spread out like a net and flew toward the giant sword. However, wherever the spiritual fire net passed, there was not a single ripple. It did not disturb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at all. However, the restrictive power of the giant sword was swept away by the spiritual fire net. Fight! Xiaohua now had no spiritual energy in his body. He could only use the wind escape technique to raise his staff and fly behind the net of spiritual fire, smashing towards the huge sword. Rumble. The huge roar shook the surroundings again. Sure enough, Xiaohua's expectation was true. Although the net of spiritual fire was powerful, it caught the huge sword and even began to burn it, but the falling momentum of the huge sword did not change. Xiaohua swung his staff just in time. The huge sword was actually blocked by Xiaohua, but Xiaohua was even worse. His body fell straight into the air like a meteorite. Roar! The spiritual fire ignited the huge sword, almost burning into Qin Jian's soul. His primordial spirit gradually fused with the sword spirit was awakened. While feeling the pain, Qin Jian also realized the danger. Run! This was the first time Qin Jian made such a decision since the Battle of Swords. Buzz! The huge sword light shone brightly and moved like a stream of light, flying towards the north. But just as the huge sword was flying, a cold voice came, "Old man, are you leaving? This young master will send you on your way." As the voice spoke, a pool of clear water fell from the sky, blocking the front of the flying sword. Innate primordial water? Qin Jian's primordial spirit was burned by the spiritual fire, and he could not help but scream in pain. Where do you have any spiritual energy left? Do you need spiritual energy to drive the innate primordial water? Xiaohua flew crookedly in the air, looking extremely weak. He could only use the flying technique. But even so, the water curtain of innate primordial water changed with Xiaohua's spell and quickly closed up, sealing the huge sword in a space. Buzz! The huge sword cried and crashed into the water curtain. Unfortunately, not only was Qin Jian an arrow at the end of its flight, but the water curtain was so tough that it not only corroded the huge sword, but also confused the part of Qin Jian's primordial spirit that crashed into the water curtain. But the strange thing was that the spiritual fire in the innate primordial water was still not extinguished, and it even showed signs of flourishing. Ha ha ha! Qin Jian obediently turned into a sword. This way, you can still accompany Ling Yunwu and the others. Xiaohua's wild laughter came from the water curtain. He was really happy. The quality of this flying sword was definitely better than Ling Yunwu and the others. Qin Jian's primordial spirit was already weak and lost. He had already fused with the sword spirit more than half. When he heard Xiaohua's arrogance, he immediately thought of the 7 flying swords of the 7 stars formation. How could Qin Jian be controlled by Xiaohua after his death? The sword light on the huge sword suddenly retracted, and then expanded again. The huge sword opened up with a boom, and an earth-shattering sound exploded in the innate primordial water. This was the self-destruction of a late golden core stage cultivator. In an instant, the entire water curtain exploded, and the fragments of the huge sword broke through the innate primordial water and flew in all directions. At this time, the sky was already bright, and the sword light reflected the sunlight. It was extremely dazzling and beautiful. No one would have thought that this dazzling scenery was actually the funeral of a sword cultivator. A flying sword fragment brushed past Xiaohua's chin and flew away, scaring Xiaohua. Xiaohua only had time to grab one fragment before the rest of the fragments flew all over the place. There were even a few fragments that fell into the river. Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief, and his figure slowly landed on the foot of a mountain. His whole body was numb. Damn it! I escaped from the tiger's den again. Xiaohua was extremely tired as he thought. At this moment, he really wanted to lie down and have a good sleep. The fight just now had really made him extremely tired. However, when the ray of sunlight from the east shone on Xiaohua's body, Xiaohua stretched, clenched his hand, and slowly punched out the Big Dipper magical fist. An extremely strange scene appeared. The faint brilliance of the rising sun fell on the flowing ice valley. The river water was still sparkling, and it hit the mountain peak. Within the sparkling light, large and small flowing ice roared. Following the current, the sound of the waves was ear-splitting. On top of the towering mountain peak, a tall and thin cultivator was calm and composed. Every move was like a virgin, and every move was like a fleeing rabbit. He didn't know how many divine wills swept past him and how many gazes were looking at him from afar. However, all the gazes flashed by and all the divine wills were gone. No swordsman's divine wills dared to linger in this place for even a moment. Even the divine wills that swept past him were anxious and cautious to the extreme. That's right, the battle between Xiao Hua and Qin Jian was so powerful. Qin Jian's cultivation was close to transforming into a sword, and all the swordsmen within a dozen miles could feel his sword intent. That sword intense anger, the sword intense fear, and the sword intense despair, they could all feel it. Especially Xiao Hua's lightning attracting technique, which made their hearts tremble. Terrifying Phoenix. This name was instantly imprinted in their hearts. Chapter 2541. At this moment, the battle had ended. Qin Jian had turned into a sword and self-destructed. Not only was Xiao Hua's innate primordial water unable to block it, but all the swordsmen within a dozen miles had sensed his determination to fall into a desperate situation through their flying swords. Qin Jian had died, but what about Xiao Hua from the Imperial Thunder sect? He was actually leisurely practicing his fists at the foot of the mountain. The indifference on Xiao Hua's face and his casual fists only let them know that the battle just now was just a small matter. Although he didn't have any power or terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations, which swordsman would dare to take half a step forward? A cool current flowed through his bones, and that comfortable feeling gradually overflowed within Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua closed his eyes comfortably, as if he really liked this tranquil atmosphere. Big brother. An extremely respectful voice sounded. It was Xiao Mao who had flown over. Xiao Hua opened his eyes slightly, but did not answer. He saw Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao landing about 10 feet away from him, standing with their hands by their sides. They were waiting quietly. Seeing that Xiao Hua was ignoring them, they did not dare to ask. After finishing a set of Big Dipper mystical fists, Xiao Hua stopped and smiled. How are your injuries? I took some elixirs, so there shouldn't be any problems. Xiao Mao looked at Li Zongbao, who had a complicated expression, and hurriedly answered. He did not have any obstacles when facing Xiao Hua, whose cultivation was extraordinary, but Li Zongbao probably had some ideas. That's good. Xiao Hua sighed and said to Li Zongbao, I'm afraid that we have wasted our trip to the flowing ice valley. I originally wanted to chop off Qin Jian's head, but who would have thought that he would turn into a sword, and this flying sword? I was unable to take it down. Qin Jian self-destructed, so his storage bag and other items are probably gone. We don't have any proof, so how can we claim credit from the conference hall? Hearing Xiao Hua call himself a little brother, a trace of warmth flashed through Li Zongbao's eyes. He pointed to the ground and said, things don't seem as complicated as junior brother Xiao thinks. Oh. Xiao Hua looked down and saw a fist-sized piece of flesh. This is. Xiao Hua was slightly taken aback, but then he laughed loudly. Indeed, this flesh and blood was similar to a fragment of the flying sword that Qin Jian had transformed into when he had self-destructed. Xiao Hua casually took it and threw it on the ground. At this moment, that fragment had turned into flesh and blood again. How strange. Xiao Hua scratched his head and thought to himself, since Qin Jian has already turned into a sword, after the explosion, it should be the fragments of the flying sword. Why did it turn into flesh and blood? However, since there was flesh and blood, there should be fragments of Qin Jian's head as well. Now that Xiao Hua and the others had the basis to ask for a reward, who would care about why he escaped from the sword transformation? Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. Big brother and senior brotherly, please wait here. I will go and look for them now. Xiao Mao was also overjoyed. Junior brother Xiao, rest here. I will go with Xiao Mao to search for him. Although Li Zongbao's face was indifferent, he was secretly happy. Although he did not personally kill Qin Jian, Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao were in the same team as him. This merit belonged to none other than the three of them. Okay, Xiao Hua did not decline. Although Qin Jian had self-destructed, his flesh and blood were only scattered within a few li. With the two's divine senses, it would be easy to find him. When the two of them went in different directions, Xiao Hua released his divine senses and scanned the area within a few li. All the swordsmen who came into contact with Xiao Hua's divine senses were shocked and fled. Damn it, this young master's reputation is a little troublesome. Xiao Hua had a headache. He actually killed Qin Jian in front of so many swordsmen. It was impossible for his reputation not to spread far and wide. Others were afraid that his reputation would not spread far and wide, but Xiao Hua was worried. Xiao Hua waved the Big Dipper magical fist again. His primordial spirit that had fused with his bones swam within them. After looking at the condition of his bones, Xiao Hua was the same as before. He sighed, this bone tempering is really the work of dripping water to penetrate a stone. Without a certain degree of polishing, there will not be any progress at all. This Big Dipper magical fist was the bone tempering technique this young master used when he had a fire attribute physique. Now, it is no longer of much use. There are still so many fine orange spots. It seems that the earth crystal Ya milk cannot speed up the progress of the bone tempering technique too much. I wonder when it will reach the limit. Actually, not only was there no improvement in bone honing, there was also not much improvement in the dragon transformation incantation and heavenly infusion technique. However, now that Little White had returned, he could ask Little White about the dragon transformation incantation after she recovered. Xiao Hua waved his fists and legs as he thought. It was rare for him to be able to leisurely practice martial arts on the foothills. After 4 hours, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao flew back. Seeing Xiao Mao's gloomy face, Xiao Hua's heart sank. He asked in a low voice, how is it? Could it be that that bastard Qin Jian really split into thousands of blood vessels and there is no trace of him left? Hee. Seeing Xiao Hua's anxiety, Xiao Mao clapped his hands and laughed, Big brother, look. As he spoke, he took out a sword token from his storage bag. Xiao Hua glanced at it and did not take it. He shook his head slightly, even if it is Qin Jian's token, I am afraid that it is not enough to prove that Qin Jian died in our hands. What about this? Although Li Zongbao's face was cold, his eyes flashed with a trace of ecstasy. He reached out his hand and took out half a head from his storage bag. Oh. Xiao Hua's eyebrows relaxed and his eyes lit up. This head was not complete, only half of it. But what was amazing was that this half was half of Qin Jian's face. If it was put together with the sword token, it would definitely prove the identity of this head. I also found a lot of remains. Xiao Mao laughed, if we forcefully put them together, we might be able to piece together a complete corpse, fuck. Xiao Hua finally understood why Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao took such a long time to come back. They had searched the surrounding 10 miles, and other than the corpses that had fallen into the river, they couldn't find anything else. Everything else should be here. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, what about the other things? They are all here. Li Zongbao took out a storage bag and handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Mao and I knew that junior brother Xiao might be useful, so we came over. But, it might not be useful. Hearing Li Zongbao's words, Xiao Hua's heart that had just been filled with hope sank again. As expected, when he took the storage bag, there were a lot of things inside. It might be Qin Jian's, or it might not be Qin Jian's, but they were all tattered and not a single one was complete. The sword token and flying sword that Xiao Hua wanted was also not there. Oh, this is in good condition. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over it. It was an extremely simple triangular object that was in tatters. He could not see its origin. Xiao Hua took out the triangular object and looked at it for a moment. He could not figure out what it was, but since Qin Jian's self-destruction could not destroy it, it must be extremely hard. This item. I will take it. Xiao Hua looked at Li Zongbao and smiled. This is all junior brother Zhao's, there is no need to ask me. How could Li Zongbao have any objections? Thank you, senior brother Li. Xiao Hua smiled and kept the storage bag. He looked around and said, I have troubled senior brother Li about this matter. This Qin Jian was also killed by you, me, and Xiao Mao. As for the details, senior brother will make the decision. I know this. Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Mao, we obtained such a great merit out of nowhere, and the rewards are also great. Xiao Mao and I will naturally have to consider carefully. Good. Xiao Hua nodded. He looked into the distance and said, the sword cultivators are already gathering again. My Dao sect's cultivators are also stopping in the distance. Let's go. Wait a moment. Li Zongbao bit his lips and said, I still have to find Martial Uncle Chu Hui's corpse. It would be even better if I can find Martial Uncle Su Bo's corpse. This. Xiao Hua frowned slightly. After all, the Flowing Ice Valley's Spirit Stone Mine was now filled with sword cultivators. Although the three of them were powerful, it would be dangerous for them to go there now. That day, I went to the country of Shi for Martial Uncle Chu Hui's personal matters. I met junior brother Xiao An. Li Zongbao said intermittently, Martial Uncle took good care of me. Even the Taiqing Sect's Feather Immortal Gathering was promoted by Martial Uncle Chu Hui. If I can't find Martial Uncle Chu Hui's corpse, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Oh. There is such a karma? Xiao Hua suddenly realized that the question Li Zongbao had asked about the devil cultivators on the Thousand Zhang Mountain was actually about Chu Hui. Forget it. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Senior Brother Li, come with me. Since Junior Brother Li is willing to help because of Junior Brother Chu Hui, Junior Brother will definitely do his best. After saying that, Xiao Hua flew up and flew towards the place where he saw Qin Jian kill Chu Hui. That place wasn't too far from here, but at this time, there were many swordsmen entrenched there. Seeing Xiao Hua, this fiend, actually flying towards them, the crowd of swordsmen couldn't help but be frightened out of their wits. They hastily fled. How could they still dare to stay in place? When Xiao Hua landed at the foot of the mountain, he used his divine perception to search carefully. After a long while, Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao flew over. Over there. Xiao Hua pointed and said in a low voice, the corpses of the two martial uncles are here. I just don't know if the things inside are intact. Let's go over. Li Zongbao was overjoyed when he heard that. He hurriedly moved and landed at the riverside. Chu Hui and Su Bo's mangled corpses were hanging on the riverside. Their corpses were still intact, and their storage bags were hanging on their waists. Obviously, after Qin Jian killed the two of them, he immediately chased after Xiao Hua and the others. He didn't have time to give orders, so the swordsmen didn't dare to casually deal with the corpses. Near, there are thousands of corpses. What does Senior Brother Li think? Xiao Hua was a little dispirited and asked in a low voice. Junior Brother Xiao is tired. Let me and Xiao Mao clean them up. Li Zongbao's heart was filled with sorrow. However, this sorrow was gradually driven away by the parting love treasure mirror. He only pondered for a moment before replying. Chapter 2542. No need. Xiao Hua sighed, let's do it together. These are the brave warriors of my Dao sect. If I don't collect their corpses, I won't be able to rest easy. With that, Xiao Hua flew up and flew in a certain direction. He waved his hands and all the corpses of the Dao sect cultivators fell into his hands. Then, he put them into his storage bag. As for the sword cultivator corpses, Xiao Hua did not touch them at all. He only collected the storage bag and flying sword. It took them more than an hour to collect the corpses. However, other than the surging river water and the occasional sweep of divine sense, no one came to disturb them. It was quite peaceful. Let's go. After all, Xiao Hua was used to collecting corpses. He was the first to fly into the air. After waiting for a while, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao also flew over. Xiao Hua waved his hand and flew to the south. After the three of them flew for a long time, the thousands of swordsmen flew out hesitantly. Some of them cleaned up the battlefield, while some of them flew to other places. They should be notifying the other illusory sword division masters. Xiao Hua and the others only flew for an hour. Along the way, they collected many corpses of the cultivators. Then, they turned to the west. Li Zongbao originally wanted to point out the direction, but when he saw Xiao Hua's confidence, he knew that Xiao Hua had found something. Therefore, he kept quiet. Sure enough, not long after, Li Zongbao's divine sense also found that there were thousands of cultivators gathered not far away. They seemed to be waiting and planning something. When Li Zongbao and the others flew closer, these cultivators realized that these cultivators were the cultivators that Xiaohua had opened up the underground passage and rescued. When the cultivators saw Li Zongbao and the others return safely, they were all overjoyed. The crowd shouted and stepped forward to greet Li Zongbao and the others. At the same time, they thanked Li Zongbao for saving their lives. At this time, Xiaohua was extremely shy. He quietly hid behind Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. Although he was smiling, he did not speak. Hee, you're welcome, you're welcome. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao knew Xiaohua's thoughts, so they naturally took half a step forward and returned the greeting. The emotions of the crowd, who had just survived a calamity, were somewhat emotional. Over 1,000 people surrounded the three of them, words of gratitude ceaselessly filling their ears. A long while later, Li Zongbao waved his hand again, indicating for the crowd to quiet down. Then, he said, today's battle at Ice Flow Valley can be considered as a setback for us. Tens of thousands of disciples were killed or injured. However, I'm afraid even more sword cultivators will perish under the attacks of these disciples. In this way, we'll be able to give an explanation to the discussion hall. Right now, we need to gather the remaining disciples. First, we need to deal with the future attacks of cultivators, and second, we need to see what plans we have for the future. Yes, we understand. Among the 1,000 disciples, there were disciples of the Utopia faction, the Changbai faction, and the Cool Breeze Valley. Those disciples of the Utopia faction were already shouting loudly. They had been driven so far away by the sword cultivators, so they didn't have the time to check on the situation at Ice Flow Valley. At this time, they didn't know that Qin Jian had been killed by Xiaohua. Li Zongbao tilted his head slightly and sent a message to Xiaohua. Then, he turned back to the dozens of disciples of the Utopia faction and said, "You all go to various places. There are other disciples there. After you find them, wait for us at a place more than 300 miles ahead." Yes, the disciples of the Utopia faction received the order and flew in groups of 3 to 5 to the places that Li Zongbao had mentioned. The disciples of the other factions flew forward under Li Zongbao's lead. 300 miles away, there was an ice field that was slightly higher than other places. A group of cultivators landed on the ice field. They consumed pills and adjusted their breathing and true core strength. Some cultivators flew out to patrol the area. After half a day, dozens of Utmost Happiness faction disciples returned. Along with them, there were close to 10,000 disciples from the three factions. Half of these disciples had followed Li Zongbao out of the Spirit Stone Mine, while the other half had followed Xie Hui and Su Bo out of the Spirit Stone Mine. Jian Boming, who was close to Li Zongbao, was also killed by the sword cultivators. Greetings, Senior Brother Li and Senior Brother Xiao. Although Yi Bei of the Changbai sect did not have the highest cultivation among the disciples of the Changbai sect, he had helped Li Zongbao in the karst cave. Now, he had gained the support of many disciples of the Changbai sect. Moreover, the disciples of the Changbai sect were protected by the sword origin, and there were more survivors than the Utopia faction and the Cool Breeze Valley. Without Li Zongbao's command, he was the leader of these disciples. However, when he saw Li Zongbao and the other two, he hurried forward to salute them and thank them for saving his life. Li Zongbao hurriedly helped him up and said, "My sect's martial uncle Chu Hui, your sect's martial uncle Li Feiyu, and Cool Breeze Valley's martial uncle Su Bo have all fallen. When I was collecting martial uncle Chu Hui's corpse, I found martial uncle Li Feiyu's corpse and storage pouch. I will return these items to Junior Brother Yi." As he spoke, Li Zongbao was about to take out his storage bag. Yi Bei looked sad, but then he waved his hand and said, "Senior Brother Li, don't worry. It's not safe to leave Uncle Li's body with me. Why don't you take the bodies of the three Uncle Xie Hui and bring them back to the Sky Patrol City?" "Fine." Li Zongbao thought for a while and nodded. Then Li Zongbao asked curiously, "Junior Brother Yi, you mean, you can't go back to the Sky Patrol City with me?" Yi Bei smiled bitterly and looked at the others. He said, "That's right. We are not like Senior Brother Li and the two Senior Brothers Xiao. We were ordered to attack the spiritual stone mine in the flowing ice valley. It would be best if we could conquer it. Even if we couldn't, we had to find out the strength of the swordsmen in the flowing ice valley. Then, we had to wait for further orders in the flowing ice valley. Just now, when I received your message, I had already sent the disciples of my faction, and the disciples of your faction and the Cool Breeze Valley according to the previous arrangement. We just need to wait for orders. Oh, I see. Li Zongbao nodded slightly. He understood that there were further arrangements in the conference hall of the Sky Patrol City. However, he had not heard Chu Hui mention it. Apparently, Chu Hui did not intend to leave Li Zongbao there. After all, Li Zongbao's purpose was to kill Qin Jian. Alas, it was supposed to be a smooth attack. Yi Bei looked at the cultivators who were sitting cross-legged and taking elixirs to adjust their qi circulation. He sighed and said, but who knew that there would be so many twists and turns? First, we were at a disadvantage. When the three senior brothers turned the tide, we encountered the spirit-binding juice. After the three senior brothers used their divine skills to rescue us from the underground karst cave, we actually met the fiend Qin Jian. Not to mention the death of the three Gold Core Realm seniors, the three factions lost thousands of disciples. There were more than 30,000 disciples who attacked the flowing ice valley that day. Today, there are only about 10,000 disciples left. Then, Yi Bei looked at the distant sky. There were already some dark clouds. He said worriedly, this place is still close to the flowing ice valley. If Qin Jian chases after us, it will be inappropriate. Let's retreat. According to the plan, there will be disciples from the Sky Patrol City hundreds of miles ahead. Speaking of this, Yi Bei hesitated again. By the way, if we retreat and attract Qin Jian's attention, it will be inappropriate to lead the swordsman there. Don't worry. Xiao Mao said with a smile, I'm afraid that Qin Jian will not be able to catch up with us in this lifetime. Yi Bei was stunned, and then he was overjoyed. He looked at Li Zongbao in disbelief and said hurriedly, Senior Brother Li, what does Senior Brother Xiao mean? That's right. Qin Jian was seriously injured under the fierce attacks of Martial Uncle Chu Hui and Martial Uncle Su Bo. He chased after the three of us, but he fell into my trap. Junior Brother Xiao and I joined forces to kill him. This is considered as revenge for the three martial uncles. Li Zongbao said calmly. Li Zongbao's voice wasn't loud, but it was thunderous. Everyone was like Yi Bei, looking at Li Zongbao, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao in disbelief. They almost didn't dare to believe their own ears. Li Zongbao looked at the demoralized cultivators. He clapped his hands and took out half of Qin Jian's head. He raised his hands and said, Look! Qin Jian's dog head is in my hands. My fellow cultivators, the senior brothers and junior brothers who died in the flowing ice valley can rest in peace. Boom! The crowd could not help but murmur. The whole place was in chaos. All the cultivators who were meditating opened their eyes. The demoralized cultivators were suddenly reignited. Senior Brother Li's cultivation is really high. He has really made our Utopia faction proud. The disciples of the Utopia faction shouted at the side. The disciples of the Changbai sect and the Cool Breeze Valley also clamored, Senior Brother Xiao Hua, Senior Brother Xiao Mao's cultivation is really high. I admire you so much. Li Zongbao watched the crowd clamor as all the flattering words flowed past his ears. Moments later, he kept Qin Jian's head into his storage bag and said in a clear voice, Qin Jian's cultivation is indeed extraordinary and the ambush he set up is also formidable. However, he was still unable to escape from the magical treasures of our Dao sect disciples. We are merely at the advanced foundation establishment stage and we are able to kill him. There is no need for the Jindan stage elders in the discussion hall to act. What does this mean? The swordsmen will lose, and we cultivators will win. The disciples of the Utopia faction shouted. Exactly. Li Zongbao raised his hand and shouted, kill Qin Jian, kill the sword cultivators, kill our way through the sword catacomb, and kill our way into the Han country. Our Dao sect will win. Kill Qin Jian, our Dao sect will win. Li Zongbao's words were really well received. All the cultivators raised their arms and shouted. The shouts of more than 10,000 cultivators resounded through the heavens and earth. Even though there was no echo in the snowfield, the momentum was really shocking. Damn it. Even though Xiao Hua was a little depressed after the big battle, he was instantly infected by the cheers of the 10,000 cultivators. He was a little excited. The crowd waited for the time it took to eat a meal before Li Zongbao calmed them down. After they calmed down a little, they arranged themselves according to the division of their sects and the arrangement of their teams. They formed a certain formation to rest and adjust their breathing. The other 3 sects, other than Yi Bei of the Changbai sect, chose another 2 disciples to be the commanders. Chapter 2543. Qin Jian was killed, and the sword cultivators in the spiritual stone mine in Flowing Ice Valley were also injured. The swordsmen won't come after us. Li Zongbao saw that the situation was stable and said, Junior brothers Xiao and I will not stay here any longer. We'll leave the tens of thousands of disciples to you. Junior brothers, please discuss things carefully and don't be impulsive. Yes, we understand. Yi Bei looked at the 2 of them and smiled. Senior brotherly, don't worry. Since there are follow-up arrangements in the meeting hall, we won't have to wait here for too long. Besides, Senior brotherly and the 2 senior brothers Xiao have killed Qin Jian. Even if you're not here, the sword cultivators won't dare to attack. That's true. Junior brother Ye's words make sense. Thinking of Xiao Hua standing in Flowing Ice Valley, the sword cultivators all retreated. The swordsmen didn't know that the 3 of them had left, so they wouldn't dare to attack. Li Zongbao nodded and replied, in that case, we'll return to Sky Patrol City. You'd better be careful. Yes, farewell, senior brothers. The 3 elders in the later stage of Foundation establishment had white hair and beards, but they didn't dare to be negligent in the face of the 3 people who could kill Qin Jian. They bowed and sent them off. Seeing the 3 of them fly away, the cultivators' eyes were filled with admiration. At the same time, the sense of security they had just gained faded away. Xiao Hua and the other 2 flew back to Sky Patrol City from Flowing Ice Valley. In just 2 days, they met 3 groups of Daoist cultivators who were heading towards Huan Kingdom. They were disciples from Meng Kingdom and Lian Kingdom. There were many of them, and the cultivators who led the group were in the early and middle stage of the Golden Core realm. It seemed that they were going to make a final attack on the swordsmen of Huan Kingdom. Li Zongbao also found out that one of the groups was heading toward the Flowing Ice Valley. The disciples of the Utopia faction, the Changbai faction, and the Cool Breeze Valley were with them. As for how to attack and where to attack, Li Zongbao didn't ask much. Apparently, the middle-stage Golden Core Realm Master who was leading the group wouldn't tell them. After flying for a few more days, Xiao Hua was surprised and whispered, Senior brotherly, I feel that something is wrong. Why? Li Zongbao asked. After thinking for a while, Xiao Hua muttered, I remember that when we were on our way here, we met many Huan Kingdom swordsmen. Although their cultivation levels varied, they seemed to be obstructing us. However, when we returned to Sky Patrol City today, we did not meet any swordsmen. It's really strange. Li Zongbao smiled and said, Can't you see that the Dao sect cultivators have already gathered in groups and are about to launch a fierce attack on the sword cultivators? Our Dao sect's cultivators do not hide their tracks, and I'm sure that they have already detected us. Therefore, they must have gathered and prepared to face the enemy. Therefore, there are very few disciples patrolling the area and I don't even see them. Perhaps, after this battle, according to the changes in the battlefield, there will be other unforeseen events. Okay. Xiao Hua was skeptical, but he knew that he was not as good as Li Zongbao in this aspect, so he did not ask any more questions. On the return journey, Xiao Mao continued to operate the flowing cloud flying ship. Xiao Hua sat cross-legged, sometimes closing his eyes, sometimes deep in thought, as if he was thinking of something, but also as if he was concentrating on comprehending something. As for Li Zongbao, after seeing Xiao Hua's true strength, he spoke even less than before. However, His attitude towards Xiao Hua was not overly respectful because of this. He said what he should say, and also called him Junior Brother Xiao. After more than 10 days, the Sky Patrol City was in sight. Before Xiao Hua could stop them, Li Zongbao asked Xiao Mao to stop the airship. Then he looked at Xiao Hua and said, Junior Brother Xiao, this Sky Patrol City, you don't have to enter. You can fly faster than us and you have this flowing cloud airship with you. It should be good for you to pass some messages. I will send you to the north of the Sky Patrol City and inform the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect and the Utopia faction about the battle in the Flowing Ice Valley and the 7 Extremes Mountains. What do you think? Xiao Hua knew Li Zongbao's intention. He said with a smile, Senior Brother Li, how can I disobey your order? I will set off now. I just don't know, how can I report to Senior Brother Li after I complete the task? Li Zongbao disagreed and said, after the battle in Flowing Ice Valley, our team of 3 will definitely be famous in Sky Patrol City. At that time, you only need to tell them your name or someone's name. Which disciple won't know? After you complete the task, you just need to find Xiao Mao and me. Xiao Hua understood Li Zongbao's sincerity. He bowed and said, thank you, Senior Brother Li. I will definitely complete the task. Okay, you can kill the swordsman. Li Zongbao nodded. The credit is not only yours, but also the credit of the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect. I understand. Xiao Hua nodded. Then Li Zongbao waved his hand and flew up. Xiao Mao bowed to Xiao Hua and flew up after him. Oh, by the way, Xiao Mao, I have something to tell you. Xiao Hua suddenly thought of something and whispered. Xiao Mao stood in the air and listened to Xiao Hua's words. He said, Big brother, please don't worry. I will bring the message. Be careful. After that, Xiao Mao urged his magic power and caught up with Li Zongbao who had flown far away. They found a hidden transmission array and were transmitted back to the Sky Patrol City together. Seeing the 2 figures disappear, Xiao Hua smiled and released his divine thought. After looking for a moment, he controlled the flowing cloud flying boat to fly to a place. Xiao Hua controlled the flying boat to land in a low-lying place. He kept the flying boat and set up a rabbit array. He sat cross-legged and waited quietly. Time passed quickly. Seeing that there was no movement within 100 miles, Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out a flying sword from the space. This flying sword was very strange. It was only as thick as a little finger and only 1 foot long. There were golden threads flashing on it as if it was condensed from a lot of golden threads. Is this the invisible sword? Looking at the invisible golden thread sword floating in the air, Xiao Hua scanned it with his divine thought. He felt that there was a strange fluctuation in the golden thread sword that seemed to be able to block his divine thought. However, Xiao Hua did not know what kind of fluctuation it was. Was it because of the runes or the material? It's a pity that Qin Jian blew himself up. Not to mention the other 3 flying swords, he didn't even leave the sword bamboo slit behind. Sigh, it's a loss. Xiao Hua was speechless. It seemed that the opponents he encountered were getting more and more powerful, and they more or less had life-saving means. Even if his means were not good, he still wanted to drag Xiao Hua down with him and perish together with him. Compared to the fruitful results from the previous battles, this was not worth it. This golden thread sword looks very strange. I can't use it. It's really depressing. Xiao Hua thought and waved his hand. The sword light on the golden thread sword emitted a strong golden brilliance, and then it was annihilated. It was Xiao Hua who killed Qin Jian's primordial spirit in the golden thread sword. If Xiao Hua refined the golden thread sword, he would have to kill the sword spirit in it. Then, the golden thread sword would turn into a sword pill. When Xiao Hua planted it into his primordial spirit, the golden thread sword would become Xiao Hua's flying sword just like the Dream Executioner. However, Xiao Hua had the Devil Realm's concealment technique, so he didn't really need to rely on the invisible sword to become invisible. Moreover, he already had 7 sword orbs in his Buddha fire that were still being nurtured. Adding another sword orb now really didn't have much meaning. He only needed to control the invisible sword and be able to kill people invisibly. He did not need to spend a lot of effort to nurture the sword. Hee, maybe one day I will meet that little girl Gu Yu and get the method to use the invisible sword from her. Xiao Hua's face revealed an indescribable expression. That's right, what was the deal with Qin Jian's flying sword at the end? Xiao Hua looked into the distance again, but there was no movement. He put away the golden silk sword, and his consciousness entered the mysterious dark clouds. He thought to himself, it can actually directly kill a soul. This young master's protective golden light didn't have any reaction at all. This is really too scary. If I did not meet Little White in the Yin-Yang 2 Springs Mountain, my life would have been gone. Karma, karma, this is karma. Xiao Hua sighed and had already entered the heaven ring. But at this moment, Huan Qi still had that kind of hazy appearance of moonlight. In the horizon, the half-moon was faint like an eyebrow, sprinkling its emerald splendor all over. A kind of faint tranquility enveloped the entire Huan Qi sky, straight to the point that it was like a quiet night somewhere in Dawn Rain continent. And in this tranquil night sky, a dragon body about 1 zhang long emitted a faint white light and danced without restraint, as if the entire sky was his. Dragon dances 9 heavens, Xiao Hua's mind saw and immediately gave birth to a thought. Near the dragon body, Xiao Hua's primordial spirit also danced without restraint. Above the primordial spirit, there were many soul strands. These soul strands were very strange. Some slowly elongated, some quickly danced, and even more disappeared in a flash, as if they had grown out of the primordial spirit and were immediately annihilated. Little White Dragon's soul seems to have condensed a lot. This white light was also not there before. Although it looked very faint, there is an essential difference. Xiao Hua looked at it and understood. Moreover, with the Little White Dragon's soul accompanying me, this little master's primordial spirit has improved by quite a bit. Not to mention a few years, even if it's just 1 or 2 years. I should be able to break through. Of course, this twilight moon seems to have dimmed a lot. You came. Little White's voice sounded. Oh. You can sense it? Xiao Hua was surprised. Little White's current situation was more similar to Little Yellow's. Yes, just now, what happened? Little White's voice was still tired. How did a soul sword pierce in? Soul sword? Xiao Hua understood and said again, it was an opponent of a sword cultivator. Sword cultivator? Little White did not understand and said, is there still something like the moon? In a while, it will be used up. There is. Xiao Hua said with a smile, how many do you want? I will give you. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.